హలో. మీకు వస్తుంది సార్? హలో. హలో. చెక్. చెక్. హలో. 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 చెక్. చెక్. హలో. రూమ్ కూడా చెక్. హలో. హలో. రూమ్ కూడా ఆడియో వీడియో చెక్ చేసుకున్నాం. వస్తుందా? ఓకే.
I've been looking for a way out. I can't find my way now. I just need you by my side. Ain't afraid to take how it feels, how it feels. Cover it up, you like to play your own game. Cover it up, don't let them know what you're thinking. I bet you never tell them how it feels, how it feels. Cover it up, you like to play your own game. Cover it up, don't let them know what you're thinking. I bet you never tell them how it feels, how it feels. Cover it up, you like to play your own game. Cover it up, don't let them know what you're thinking. I bet you never tell them how it feels, how it feels. How it feels. Cover it up, you'll have to play your own game. Cover it up, don't let them know what you're thinking. I bet you never tell them how it feels, how it feels. Cover it up, you'll have to play your own game. Cover it up, don't let them know what you're thinking. I bet you never tell them how it feels, how it feels. How it feels. Don't have to rain, it's gonna shine in the rain. Some things don't change. Thinking about the days we were young, we were young, innocent in our ways. We were young, we were young.
Thanks to Green Revolution, independent India has attained food security, but its nutritional security is far from a reality and neglected over the years, leading to lifestyle diseases and malnutrition. This calls for a change in social behavior, such as change in food habits, though a difficult proposition. Secondly, our national food security may be at stake due to climate change as the yields of rice and wheat are likely to decline due to high temperature regime, which calls for cultivation of alternative cereal such as millets.
ICAR Indian Institute of Millets Research is a premier institute in this country looking after research and development of millets. It has developed various products, technologies, and various related aspects for millets.
One such effort also culminated in the formation of a non-profit society located in Hyderabad at IIMR, which is now branded as Nutrihub.
The establishment of Nutrihub, a technology business incubator being sponsored by Department of Science and Technology to the tune of 10 crore rupees is a laudable thing. This incubator is handholded by the support of the government in a major way.
Nutrihub offers state-of-the-art infrastructure as a production facility and technology backstopping, besides mentoring, training, and financial facilitation for some of the incubatees.
They can also produce their products in the Nutrihub and packing, labeling, and branding in their own brands. I think that is going to be very path-breaking.
Very good initiative by Nutrihub IMR.
It's exciting to see great startups.
I think it's been a great opportunity and a great platform for us to express ourselves.
Well, there's so much innovation happening in the millet industry. It's quite an eye-opener.
And very excited to see a lot of different supporters, investors, and partners available here.
We greatly appreciate the opportunity provided to us.
2023 is a millet year,
IMR plays a bigger role and we want to be a true partner for them. Thank you.
From farm to plate, production to consumption, junk to nutrition, scaling to upscaling, incubation to acceleration, local to global. It's all happening here.
The country has over 500 strong millet-based startups.
Around 10,000 years ago, humans discovered the art of cultivating millets under diverse names. These hardy grains became a staple food across Asia and Africa. Fast
Imagine a group of grains that had the power to contribute in reshaping the future of the world. Imagine a crop that boasts of abundant nutritional and health benefits and is climate smart. A crop that lets us embark on a journey for good health. And when you imagine good health, you choose millets. So what are millets? Millets encompass a diverse group of small-sized grains, dryland cereals grown in different regions, especially in the nooks and corners of India, and that possess unique nutritional benefits. In India, millets are recently renamed as Shri Anna. Now you may ask, what's so special about millets? Millets are a superfood. Millets consist of essential minerals, micronutrients, vitamins, high fiber, and antioxidants for our body's need-based calorie count, supporting the immune system, helping us lead an active life of our choice. Furthermore, millets are almost gluten-free with a low glycemic index, making them a great food to lower blood sugar, reducing the risk of diabetes. They come with great versatility through various culinary applications, from grain, flour for baking, to a replacement for pasta or any other snack. It is a healthy alternative to many traditional treats. Value addition in millets has led to modern cuisines, as well as ready-to-eat packaged products to be bought off the shelf. Millets are good for you and the planet. They are not only consumer-friendly, but also climate-smart and a farmer's trusted companion, easy to cultivate, low water requirements, reduced dependency on agrochemicals, ability to thrive in adverse soil and climatic conditions, thus offering a resilient choice for farmers worldwide. They have a shorter crop duration, enables farmers in the multi-cropping system, empowering farmers with greater productivity and economic benefits. Technological innovations and extension research have helped increase yield and income support to farmers. Farmers can also use millets as fodder and green forage, thus ensuring fodder security. It's time we move from food security to nutritional security through millets, to imagine a world that is healthy and nutritional secure. Let's reimagine sustainability. Let's reimagine well-being and equitability. Let's reimagine our diet with the transformative power of millets. Let's reimagine a world good for humans, nature, farmers, animals, and the environment.
From farm to plate, production to consumption, junk to nutrition, scaling to upscaling, incubation to acceleration, local to global. It's all happening here.
Millets, after harvesting, undergoes various post-harvesting processes such as threshing, drying, and storage. Our muffin production line is equipped with various machinery and processes to produce high-quality muffins efficiently. The finest quality ingredients are accurately weighed and placed in a planetary mixer, ensuring the homogeneous mixing of all the ingredients. Once the batter is ready, it is transferred to feeding hopper and set the filling ratio as per the muffin tray to get the desired size. The batter from the feeding hopper is dropped in the muffin tray, and the trays are placed in the rotary oven, which is preheated to 180 degrees Celsius. After baking to golden perfection, the muffins are taken out of the oven and allowed to cool till it reaches ambient temperature. This cooling and resting period is essential for flavor development and the creation of a soft crumb texture in the muffins. Once the muffins are cooled, transfer it to the horizontal flow wrap packing machine for packing. In recent times, millets have gained acceptance in the hot extrusion cooking process for manufacturing a wide range of ready-to-eat RTE snacks, weaning foods, and supplementary foods. In the hot extrusion cooking process, all the raw ingredients, including millets, are mixed together in a blender. The desired moisture is added to the mixture and it is conditioned for a few minutes to achieve equilibrium moisture. Conditioning helps the ingredients absorb moisture evenly and ensures uniformity in the extrusion process. During the conditioning stage, the hot extruder is preheated to reach the standard temperatures required at each zone. This preheating step ensures that the extruder is at the optimal temperature for the subsequent extrusion process. The prepared food mixture is transferred from the blender to the hopper with the help of screw conveyor. From the hopper, the material falls to vertical funnel of hot extruder, and under the influence of pressure and shearing mechanisms, the mixture moves through the extruder's barrels. As the mixture passes through the extruder, it reaches the die where the product is discharged. During the discharge, steam is released, causing the product to expand and take on its desired shape. Immediately after extrusion, the fresh hot extrudates undergo a drying treatment to maintain their moisture levels. This step is crucial for improving the crispiness and taste of the product. Drying helps remove excess moisture and enhances the overall quality and shelf life of the extruded snack or food item.
Under the visionary leadership of Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, India's mission of food security for all is now moving towards nutritional security. And IIMR is strengthening this vision and mission.
साथियों, कुपोषण से निपटने के लिए एक और महत्वपूर्ण दिशा में काम हो रहा है। मोटे
Around 10,000 years ago, humans discovered the art of cultivating millets under diverse names. These hardy grains became a staple food across Asia and Africa. Fast forward to about 4,000 years ago, some millets originated in India, while some arrived from China and Africa. And now it's time we embrace the sustainable production of millets as a means to curb hunger while simultaneously ensuring food, nutritional, and ecological security. We can ultimately provide income security to farmers. India is home to millets, the forgotten treasures of our past, now reclaiming their rightful place in our future with the efforts of IIMR.
IIMR is a premier institute not only giving outputs for the millet improvement in the country, but is also extending its research outputs to the international audience through human resource development, through the Global Center of Excellence on Millets.
IIMR, an integral part of ICAR, is one of the largest institutes in the world dedicated exclusively to millet research and development, with over 50 scientists who can collaborate with the global R&D community. As a nodal agency for millets and other ancient grains international research initiative, IIMR is equipped with research capabilities in multidisciplinary fields such as crop improvement, biotechnology, crop production and crop protection, biochemistry, value addition, extension research and training. IIMR also has India's largest medium-term storage of more than 50,000 germplasm of millet crops. By establishing seed hubs, IIMR has effectively resolved the need for high-yielding variety seeds. It has facilitated this connection through innovative extension approaches and the establishment of 40 farmer-producer organizations. Nutrihub, IIMR's own millet technology incubator, provides technical assistance, skill, and entrepreneurship development and market linkages to over 400 agri-startups entering the millet industry. With more than 2.3 billion rupees of investments, as one of the largest R&D cum technology incubators for millets in India. International Year of Millets 2023 hopes to create interest in millets among various stakeholders. Millets are good for health, good for farmers, and great for the planet. Join the millet revolution and discover the wonders of these ancient grains in our present and future.
Imagine a group of grains that had the power to contribute in reshaping the future of the world. Imagine a crop that boasts of abundant nutritional and health benefits and is climate smart. A crop that lets us embark on a journey for good health. And when you imagine good health, you choose millets. So what are millets? Millets encompass a diverse group of small-sized grains, dryland cereals grown in different regions, especially in the nooks and corners of India, and that possess unique nutritional benefits. In India, millets are recently renamed as Shri Anna. Now you may ask, what's so special about millets? Millets are a superfood. Millets consist of essential minerals, micronutrients, vitamins, high fiber, and antioxidants for our body's need-based calorie count, supporting the immune system, helping us lead an active life of our choice. Furthermore, millets are almost gluten-free with a low glycemic index, making them a great food to lower blood sugar, reducing the risk of diabetes. They come with great versatility through various culinary applications, from grain, flour for baking, to a replacement for pasta or any other snack. It is a healthy alternative to many traditional treats. Value addition in millets has led to modern cuisines, as well as ready-to-eat packaged products to be bought off the shelf. Millets are good for you and the planet. They are not only consumer-friendly, but also climate-smart and a farmer's trusted companion, easy to cultivate, low water requirements, reduced dependency on agrochemicals, ability to thrive in adverse soil and climatic conditions, thus offering a resilient choice for farmers worldwide. They have a shorter crop duration, enables farmers in the multi-cropping system, empowering farmers with greater productivity and economic benefits. Technological innovations and extension research have helped increase yield and income support to farmers. Farmers can also use millets as fodder and green forage, thus ensuring fodder security. It's time we move from food security to nutritional security through millets, to imagine a world that is healthy and nutritional secure. Let's reimagine sustainability. Let's reimagine well-being and equitability. Let's reimagine our diet with the transformative power of millets. Let's reimagine a world good for humans, nature, farmers, animals, and the environment.
From farm to plate, production to consumption, junk to nutrition, scaling to upscaling, incubation to acceleration, local to global. It's all happening here.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Today we have our Honorable Agriculture Minister, Government of Telangana, Sri Tummala Nageshwar Rao Garu, visiting the exhibition. I would now request Sri Kodanda Reddy sir and the Honorable Chief Minister to come on the stage, and Dr. B. Dayakar Rao would be presenting them a small Agriculture Minister. Okay. Hello, sir. Okay. Namaste. I would now request Sri Tumala Nageshwar Rao sir and Sri Kodanda Reddy sir to come out to the dais and Dr. B. Dayakar Rao to present them a small memento. Please. It's ready. Hey, hello. Get that ready. Dear exhibitors, I request all of you to come and please be seated.
A very good morning to all of you on day 3 of International Nutricereal Convention. We have a small announcement to all the participants and delegates who are there at the stall. We kindly request all of you to please come and occupy your seats in the conference hall. Once again, I repeat, we request all the delegates and the participants and the stall in charges to kindly occupy your seats as we are about to begin the program. Thank you. I now kindly request, as we have the chief guest here, Honorable Agriculture Minister, Government of Telangana, Shri Tummala Nageshwar Rao Garu, to address the gathering.
Honorable dignitaries, esteemed guests and participants, it is a great honor to address you to the International Nutricereal Convention, a pivotal platform for discussing the future of millets and their role in our diets and agriculture systems. Millets have a rich history of India, especially in Telangana, where they were once the cornerstone of our diets. These grains, including jowar, bajra, and ragi, not only thrived in semi-arid conditions, but also sustained generations with their exceptional nutritional benefits. However, in recent decades, the shift towards refined grains has overshadowed millets, leading to a decline in their consumption. To understand the gravity of this, consider the following. In Telangana, the average millet consumption is just 20 grams per day per person, a stark contrast of what it used to be decades ago. On a national scale, India's millet consumption per annum has decreased from 9 million tons in the 1980s to just 4.5 million tons today. These figures highlight the urgent need to reintroduce millets into our daily diets. Promoting millets is not just a health initiative, but an agriculture imperative. Millets are highly sustainable crops. They require 70% less water compared to rice and wheat, and they thrive with minimal use of chemical fertilizers and pesticides. This makes them environmentally friendly and a critical tool of sustainable farming, especially in regions prone of drought and erratic weather patterns. Millets neutral reliance to pests also reduces the need for pesticides, further ensuring a healthier food chain and environment. In an age where unhealthy eating habits, junk food, and malnutrition are on the rise, millets offer the ideal alternative packed with fiber, proteins, vitamins, and minerals. Millets help combat lifestyle diseases like diabetes and obesity, which are increasingly common today. In this context, the need for millet-based food processing units is clear. These units will not only cater to modern consumers' demands for convenient, healthy foods, but also create a market for farmers, especially in Telangana. Value-added products such as millet snacks, careless and ready-to-eat meal can make millets more accessible and appealing to a wider audience. Our government, in collaboration with the Indian Institute of Millets Research, will promote millets and necessary will extend the subsidies, organizing farmer trainings, and also encouraging the private firms in the establishment of millet-based food processing units. I would also like to commend the efforts of private organizations and NGOs in this domain. Groups like MS Swaminathan Research Foundation and the Deccan Development Society are improving farmers to cultivate millets and advocating for their nutritional and environmental benefits. Private companies like Earth 360 and Organic Mandia are playing a significant role in bringing millet-based products in modern consumers, expanding the market for these crops. Finally, I congratulate the organizers for hosting the convention, which is not only spreading awareness about millets, but also fostering a much needed dialogue on sustainable food systems. Together, we can revive the tradition of millet consumption and replace unhealthy. Proceed foods with nutrition, millet-based cultivations. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for addressing us. Now, I shall request Dr. B. Dayakar Rao, In-charge Director, ICR IAMR, to kindly felicitate Shri Tummala Nageshwara Rao Garu, Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Government of Telangana. Once again, I shall request Dr. B. Dayakar Rao to kindly felicitate Shri Kodanda Reddy, Chairman, Commission on Farmers, Telangana. Thank you, sir.
a kind announcement. We kindly request the delegates of the policy roundtable to kindly proceed to the hall MRG 04, which is besides the registration desk. Our Nutrihub members will be assisting you to the hall. I repeat, the delegates of the policy roundtable are kindly requested to proceed to the hall MRG 04 besides the registration desk. Request Mr. Viresh to kindly request Mr. Viresh to kindly accompany the delegates to the hall.
So very good morning, friends. So we are starting a session on the fireside chat on millets for healthy lives and happy planet. So those who are having the tea, coffee and all, kindly requested to occupy the seats. So invited guest for this session is Dr. Sunita Premalata, Chief Dietitian, Department of Clinical Nutrition and Dietetics, Yashoda Hospitals. I invite Madam on the dais. Please, ma'am. లేదు అది ఇది ఉంది కదా మొత్తం కాదమ్మా మేడం ప్లీజ్ I also request today's another guest, Dr. Bharat Reddy, cardiologist and founder of Millet Marvels. Sir, please. I request Dr. Bharat Reddy, a cardiologist and founder of Millet Marvels, to occupy the seat. Thank you.
As we are about to begin this fireside chat, I kindly request all of you all for having the refreshments to please kindly occupy your seats. I also kindly request all the delegates for visiting the stalls to please occupy your seats here. Thank you. So this session is going to be a fireside chat on millets for healthy lives and happy planet, which will be like disting the myths around millets, the anti-nutrients and the fat diets. So it is going to be a kind of interesting chat kind of session. So I kindly request Bharat Reddy sir to please take over the session.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Right morning and good morning, fellow entrepreneurs and citizens and brothers and sisters. It's a very, in fact, the most needed part of discussion for this event. Ideally, we all talk about millet. We all talk so much about changing our lifestyles. At the end of the day, we again go back home, eat the same polished white rice and wheat. So we have been fighting a war. Me personally, I've been fighting a war trying to change the way India is eating. So our startup Millet Marvels basically has a tagline of saying changing the way India eats. I know today we are small, ma'am, but nevertheless we will be ruling this very soon. Talking about the diet pattern, benefits of millets, I think probably people sitting here 90% of the people are aware of what millet is and how it actually benefits common people. Like I was actually chairing a session yesterday. I always make it a point to tell millet is not healthy food. Millet is an essential food. So we will start off. Let me ask you, ma'am, you have any track or background record of water negative grains, water neutral grains, water positive grains, and why are they so?
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I hope you all had nutritional breakfast this morning, and I'm audible. Thank you so much for having me. And when we talk about food as such, recently we celebrated October 16th World Food Day. Many years back, Hippocrates said that let thy food be thy medicine. We all know it's a source of nutrition, but also it has very important health benefits that can even prevent certain disease conditions. So I come from a hospital background. Day in and day out, I keep saying patients, whether in inpatients or outpatients, variety of health conditions. So when we talk about different types of diets that we come across, you know, the fancy name, people think it is restriction, but it is more disciplined way of eating. And every day you come across one fancy name, vegan diet, paleo diet, ketogenic diets. There are so many fad diets. Uh, there are so many fad diets that I was just addressing, but I'm a firm believer of a well balanced diet, good old, you know, what we have all learnt in school days, maybe in 5th class in our science book. A well balanced diet by far is the best one, which has a lot of variety. And of course, when eaten in right proportion and right quantity, can improve your immunity, good health, and so on. So stick to balanced diet. And when we talk about the positive grains, there's so much information on whole grains. So we do educate every day to the patient that out of 3 meals, 1 meal should come from whole grain. So talking about the positive grains, we all know the different part of a grain, the outer bran layer, endosperm, which is a starchy layer, and inside the germ, which has most of the nutrients. Of course, polishing does remove the fiber and most of the important nutrients like B complex vitamins or antioxidants, anti-cancer chemicals. So what we end up is just the starch, endosperm that is made into a flour. So we usually tell them include whole grains, whether it is heart disease, whether it is diabetes, most of these non-communicable diseases, out of the 3 meals, 1 meal can come from whole grains. That's what the science and research says, and that's what we also counsel.
Ma'am, I want you to emphasize on water negative grains, water neutral grains, water positive grains. How are we connected to it?
Yeah, negative, of
What
course.
are negative grains and why are they negative?
Negative in the sense which are more polished, like refined flour, which is nothing but starch, which is devoid of most important nutrients. So those could be negative because it's just carbs that it has. Positive is more wholesome food with all the trace elements, B complex vitamins, and of course fiber, which offers enormous health benefits. But I do differ a little bit that, you know, I wouldn't say completely off the rice or wheat, which has been our staple for thousands of years. So millets definitely are superfoods. There is no doubt about it, but it can blend well in the balanced diet.
Ma'am, let me just correct you. See, when we say negative grains, so their impact on the human body, ma'am. So the grains which put negative effect on the human body are categorized as negative grains. Grains which have neutral effect are called neutral grains, and the grains which have positive effect on the human body are called positive grains. So here, like you had mentioned about the various layers of the millet and other thing. So once you look at millet, actually the complexity of the millet is totally different from the regular grain. So when we say negative grains, means their impact on the human body is negative. So rice, polished wheat are categorized under negative grains to the human body. This is a certification, ma'am. When we talk about neutral grains, means they don't have a negative impact on the human body. Nevertheless, not a great amount of advantage of having it. All the major grains like ragi, jowar, bajra, all these are called as neutral grains and they are also called major grains. The reason being the size of the grain, ma'am. So now, when we dwell into positive grains, means the grains which have the maximum benefit onto the human body, ma'am. So that is categorized basically into positive grains. I agree with you for the fact that because after the green revolution, if I just ask somebody to switch over to millet for a 2-day meal or a 3-day meal, it becomes difficult for them. So Millet Marvels has built a concept of serving food with the concept of millet of the day. We are proud to say this is scientifically done, and we also ask them to have 1 meal a day with millet, ma'am. And we basically do only minor millets. So now, as we dwell into this, ma'am, so my next question for you would be how you are educating your patients pre-discharge, diabetic patients or a cardiac patient. Like I always tell, millet is not for health. Millet is the essential food. So what are your say on when you are recommending a diabetic patient of some diet? What do you want to recommend and how do you want to go about it?
So when we categorize diabetic patients, 90% of them fit into type 2 diabetic category, as most of them would too. So either as an inpatient or when they come to the OP clinic, we look at various things when we assess the patient in detail, their cultural habits, their exercise routine, their sleep habits, and so on. So talking about their food habits, so most of them, we also check the percentage of their fat and per protein, do the body composition, what medicines they are taking. And then when we talk about food as such, we tell them the first important thing is they need to modify their diet. If there is certain differences in the diet, and also equally important to lose weight, because type 2 diabetes, as all of you know, abdominal weight, insulin resistance, increased body weight. We give a target about, depending on their present body weight, whether it starts with 7%, 10%, or 15%, and it should be gradual. And second thing is importance of exercise, which is as important as their medication. And the third thing is about diet when it comes to complex carbohydrates. All right, simple sugars, definitely no, because it will have a
Ma'am,
spike.
just brief the audience about complex carbs in a very simple way. Just tell them about it.
So there are two types of carbohydrates, complex, which are mainly present in whole grain cereals, fruits, vegetables, your dals. So these are all complex carbohydrates, which take a longer time to digest, and there is a slow release of glucose. So this is very, very helpful. And there is a lot of research studies have shown that if your diet also has good amount of fiber, which is roughage, it also reduces your insulin resistance. So that's a very important aspect. So we see to it that whether it is breakfast, lunch, and dinner, I believe in 3 regular meals. Timing is important, portion control is important, and of course, a variety is important. And educate them about a diabetic plate, which we usually have it in our clinic. Simple technique for a common man to understand, because I have patients from rural areas, remote villages, who have attained diabetes remission, who don't understand your calories, proteins, complex carbs. So I show them, this is your plate, divide it into 4 parts. One part is your grain, the other part is a protein, whether it is dal, curd, which is very good for your GI tract. Dal is a good source of protein. And half of the plate should be filled with vegetables. Vegetables, different varieties. And there are so many myths about vegetables where all
Boiled vegetables. Boiled vegetables. You just tell me.
It's a myth that people think no potato, no carrot. These are all myths. So vegetables are God created. They are fantastic. They are angels to health. When it comes to fruits and vegetables, are very important part of diet. And let me tell you that there is no specific diabetic diet. It's your household, healthy, homemade meal with little changes is what a diabetic diet. People think they have to buy something, spend a lot of money. No. And when we talk about the whole grain part, it could be millets, it could be less polished rice, it could be depending on their cultural preferences, because diet should be acceptable, it should be realistic, and it should be well tolerated at the end of the day. So definitely we tell them the healthy choices, whether it could be millets, whether it could be less polished rice, which have good amount of fiber. And always tell them to start their meal with salad first, then curd, and then your cereal, dal, and vegetable. This slows the digestion, slow release of glucose, and gives them a feeling of fullness. So this has worked really well with most of the diabetics.
Done, ma'am. Actually, what you mentioned, I would partly go with it, but we are actually looking at the rice part in this, ma'am. So is there any specific quantity you want to mention, or you wanted to tell the patient or your who
Yes, sir.
consumer, like what is the quantity you want to mention, and how are you dividing the 3 meals for them?
Yeah, it should always be one part. I told 4 parts of the plate. And when it comes to the portion control, it depends on the calorie requirement, which is one size doesn't fit everyone. It has to be individualized. So we have portion size, whether it is 250, it starts with 250 grams of cooked quantity of rice. So 1/4 of your plate. So depending on the calorie requirement, it differs from
You are
person to
recommending
person.
250 grams.
Cooked quantity.
Okay, now I think probably 90% of the common people here, usually when they go out to eat, you tend to eat, you don't have choices apart from eating a polished rice thing. And second option, you eat maida or wheat mix rotis when we go out. And you see a lot of Ajinomoto being added into the culinaries for the taste. So how do you think that should be addressed for common people?
Yeah. So if you have no option, you are used to polished rice, there is a blend of protein. Indian diets are also low in protein, whether you're tur dal or moong dal, green gram dal or red gram dal, thick consistency dal can be mixed to lower the glycemic index of the meal. And when you have a big bowl of salad, nice quantity of vegetable, where everything gets mixed, can lower the glycemic
No,
index
ma'am,
of the
that's
meal.
agreed. I'm asking, they're out eating polished rice and wheat. Like, how do you want them to manage their diet? Sometimes you see you're traveling, people are diabetics, or they need to take medication, they're traveling. How do you advise them to control their diet during travel or when they're eating out? What are your recommendations for them? Somebody, like we Hyderabadis, well into a lot of eating biryanis and other stuff. So how do you want to tell them? What do you want to tell them?
Best thing that could be available is rotis, roti with dal and vegetable, which is whole wheat or those kind of things, or millet preparations, or khichdi is a very good option.
Ma'am, millet we don't get everywhere, ma'am.
Yeah.
We are striving hard, struggling hard to bring it up, ma'am.
And yes, there are many ways there you can have roti, and simple roti sabji would be a easiest thing that can be eaten. And even khichdi, which is an excellent combination of rice and dal, which also has a lower glycemic index, that can be had. And other issue could be simple tiffins, which can also be good.
Your say on idli, ma'am, baked idli?
That's been our, staple food from thousands of years. When you have idli with thick dal rather than thin sambar, which is an excellent, it lowers your glycemic index.
So apart from this, ma'am, suppose you are telling somebody to have millet at home, how do you process? How do you buy millet? How do you process millet?
That's very, very important, because everybody knows the health benefits. But a lot of patients keep complaining that I have gastric issue, bloating, gas formation. So then we clarify that the health benefits, it should be used in the
ma'am.
right
No,
way.
I'll get my question first. Actually, I want you to, like when we are advising, how do they buy millet?
Yeah.
How do they process millet? Pre-cooking procedure at home.
Yeah. How do they buy millet? Most of the supermarkets is dehulled, which we get, processed millets. Soaking is very important, where we talk about
When you say dehulled, what do you mean by that?
removing the outer bran.
So is it beneficial?
Yes, it does contain a little bit of fiber. It is beneficial.
Is that a whole grain?
No, definitely if you remove the white bran, it is not the whole grain.
So that means the 95% of the market, what we are buying today are all either semi or 80% polished. Ideally not recommended. Though millet core structure of the fiber inside the millet is in a spiral form,
Yes.
it goes into all the layers. We agree with that, but you lose lot of macro and micronutrients. Second thing, you were talking about the soaking part, ma'am.
Yeah.
So how many, do you personally use millet, ma'am? Do you
Yes,
eat millet?
yes, yes.
So which millet do you buy?
Jawar rotis are regular at home.
Ma'am, actually, I think we'll talk about a bit about minor millets because that's what we are trying to build the country on.
Okay.
So do you dwell into minor millets?
Yeah, yeah. Foxtail or
Excellent. So when you are buying, so you are not buying a polished millet.
Yes.
Then why? Why are you not preferring to buy a whole grain? Because you yourself mentioned about whole grain.
Yeah, because of the fiber, that's very, very
No, no.
important.
Why you are not buying whole grain? I'm asking. Why are you buying polished millet?
So it's convenient ease of cooking and
But the purpose is not served, no, ma'am.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
purpose is not served. Right?
Yes, yeah. When we combine, and we also had it with a lot of vegetables added to that. So
Yeah, that's okay. But the purpose of eating a whole grain is totally different than purpose of adding vegetable to that and eating. And what is the soaking protocol, ma'am? What do you recommend?
soaking at least for 6 to 8 hours, typical soaking, so that it enhances digestibility and better bioavailability of nutrients.
These are the two things you are seeing. Anything else? Why we have to soak?
It also reduces the anti-nutrients we heard about.
Exactly.
Tannins and phytic acid.
Exactly.
So that's the reason why
That
we.
is the most crucial thing which we need to tell to the common man. We still think that it's almost like rice and wheat. We presume it to cook it like rice, which is not correct.
Absolutely.
We need to soak minor millets exclusively for a minimum period of 8 to 10 hours. If you are buying millet marvels grains, they are unpolished. It's vacuum packed grains. More the reason that you need to soak it for 10 hours. And at the same time, like what ma'am mentioned, it actually reduces the anti-nutrients. So after 10 hours of soaking, we need to wash them again, cleanse them, and then cook it as in replacement to rice and wheat. Apart from this, other important thing on the nutrition factor, I'm sure everybody are aware, ma'am. So how do we make it kids friendly? How do you think we can bring this to kids? We need to start building kids eating millets. How can we do that? What do you think?
Yeah, because every parent, whenever we conduct school programs, the first complaint is they don't eat vegetables, they don't eat fruits, they don't eat this thing. So probably children like variety, what I've observed. So you need to see that the diet should not be monotonous, create some variety, make it a little more colorful in their diet, and of course, palatability, taste factor. So probably including in a different forms, like different ways of khichdi would be a healthy option. Vegetable add khichdi would be a good option, or it could be some tiffins, or it could be kind of a porridge also, which would be acceptable with dry fruits and nuts added to that.
Millet noodles.
Yeah, but only thing that I would be saying that, yes, we all talk about health benefits. It should also be made, add little more vegetables to that and make it a little more colorful and tasty.
Ma'am, other important thing, I think probably, I think few of us know about this. There is a huge myth which actually even goes around today, where people say eating millets can lead to goiter hypothyroidism.
Yeah, that's a common
So,
myth.
what do you think, ma'am? Why is it connected to millet, and why is that people are thinking that it can cause hypothyroid?
Yeah. We also handle many of these people with hypothyroidism, patients who are on many medications. Let me tell you that food goitrogens, when it is cooked, it actually decreases the goitrogens to a very less level. Now, think about an area where, the diets are unhealthy, low in iodine, maybe those areas where you have to think about it. But otherwise, it's a myth. Millets can be well taken by a person with thyroid issues. I think that shouldn't be a problem, who have good iodine levels at the same time.
And coming to other important, the next generation, actually, that's what I always keep telling, ma'am, trying to change the way how next generation is eating. If you have seen the IVF centers 20 years back and today, there are more IVF centers than diagnostic centers today. The reason being fertility issues, second being PCOD. So you think a diet with a millet can actually help this next generation overcome all these issues?
So whether it is IVF who's planning for pregnancy or PCOD, which is very, very common, a lot of women don't realize it is a problem. Only when they have an issue with conceiving, they think it's a problem and they come to us. PCOD has become very, very rampant, very, very common among most of the young girls.
Why?
Um, and whenever we look at all the details,
You
if
need to
it's
tell why
unhealthy diet, number one, and obesity, being overweight will cause hormonal imbalance. So I will only say it is, if you ask me the prime thing, weight management, exercise, and a healthy diet. I think these three are very, very crucial in PCOD management or whether it is weight management. And literally we have seen when we have a follow-up after 3 months or 4 months, getting back their regular menstrual cycle, when they modify their diet and lose a little bit of weight and do a regular exercise. Coming to the diet as such, especially to lose weight, that 7% of initial weight, which could be really helpful to them, where we plan the diet low calorie, and millets can be an add-on because it has good amount of fiber, and fiber gives you a feeling of fullness, satiety. So it'll be easy for them with less portion size, they can control the calorie intake.
So we both agree that the problem with India is the food.
71%, the WHO says that mortality rates are because of non-communicable diseases, primarily cardiovascular, diabetes, cancer, and respiratory. And diet is the major determinant of non-communicable problems.
So we all agree that.
Absolutely, there's no doubt about it.
Now, how are we going to change the way India is eating, ma'am? Though this is a very small platform we are talking today, how can we embed millet into everybody's diet, everybody's meal, everybody's play? So can we take any questions if there are from the audience? Somebody who has some questions, please.
Hello. Namaste to all.
Namaste.
Good morning. I don't have question to madam. I have question to you, sir. You told the three kind of millets, positive, negative, neutral. Is there any ready reckoner, indicator, or any literature where we can know that which millet is good? So if it is available, if it is more public, then it will be more helpful. And how they are categorized, what are the indicators? So that will be more helpful.
Sir, you can just go through even IAMR website and other places where you will find the benefits of major and minor millets. Categorizing negative, positive, and neutral grains. You can, there are a lot of studies. I think I don't remember the names of the studies, but you have a lot of literature on the net. And there is also a differentiation.
How the common man will know?
Sir, this we need to educate. This is what, this is very nice question, sir. This is what we are trying to tell people. This is what we are trying to make them understand. See, once yesterday, like we were discussing, the palatability.
And what are the indicators based on which they are made? At least some visuals should be there. Like if it is dark.
It's very simple, sir. Sir, people, do you think it's a lifestyle disease? Eating rice and wheat. Why are we the diabetic capital in the world? First thing, why are we?
Because they are not exercising.
Sorry?
Not exercising, not because of diet.
So you have a assumption that it is because of not exercising, but not food. So what we can do, sir, you can walk into any of our outlets anytime. We can practically try it on you. What we can do is we will give you polished rice for 3 days. We will do a glycemic study. Then we will give you a whole grain of millet and we can do a glycemic study. So this we have been doing it to our patients. So Apollo Health City Hyderabad is the only hospital in India which gives 1 meal of millet to the patients. And we've been giving minor millet to the patient. So the day we supply minor millet, we see there is almost
that is okay, sir.
to 60%.
Okay, that is a different.
So this, no.
But
This
this
unit
kind of
unit,
millets.
no, the point in this is attributed to glycemic control. That is the most crucial thing. And once your sugars are very high and uncontrolled, that is where the whole the metabolic syndrome starts or the lifestyle diseases starts. So these are all internally collected. why are we having central obesity? Why is if you look at the southeast part of the planet, where there is a predominant wheat and rice consuming is considered, you see a lot of central obesity. Why is that? It is all related to your diet. These diets don't actually benefit you. These diets only actually, yeah, I agree with you for the reasons being before greener revolution where they were eating whole grain rice, the benefit was okay. But once you polish them, the benefit to human being I see is absolutely zero.
Before Green Revolution, there was the life expectancy was 45. Now we have 60. So
There could have been other reasons, not the diet. So see,
of course, sir, it was diet.
it was not diet.
We were not
then what
growing
then
much.
No,
We
when
were importing food.
people were eating whole grain.
And only
life
after Green Revolution, we are self-sufficient in food grains. So that notion is completely wrong.
I think you got it wrong, sir. Actually, if you look at the life expectancy, the whole grain, when people were consuming whole grain, things were totally different. After the Green Revolution, the things have changed. I think you need to actually rework on what the studies are there. You can come and meet me anytime you want. We can do it with you. Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, sir.
Namaste.
Ma'am, can you pass on the mic?
Namaste, sir. Namaste,
Yeah.
ma'am. Thank you for conducting this kind of session, sir. So I have one small, simple question. Can we have these millets in a multigrain format? Is it advisable to have like?
Ma'am, should I answer?
Yeah.
Yeah. See, ideally, the recommendation is, coming to millet basically, and we are dwelling with minor millets, and we have been doing the whole study in the last 4 to 5 years. If you ask me a written or a combined double-blind study or something, which we have not done. But what we have studied is each millet, each minor millet has actually affiliation to some kind of microbes. So when they are fermented, your gut gets that healthy microbe. So that's how the concept is. And each minor millet has beneficial to one specific thing. Like we say, foxtail helps in your neurological system, little
Respiratory
millet
and
in the
gut.
So what we usually tell people is not to blend millet. You actually differentiate it. Make maybe 1 or 2 days you have one millet, then shift over to other, shift over to other. So you can enjoy the benefit of all the millets. Like ma'am also was mentioning, each millet has got its own trace element and macronutrients. So you can enjoy the benefit of each and everything individual.
Thank you so much, sir. There is one more question. Like you were asking, ma'am, like how to inculcate for the beginners. Let us say if I want to start the eating millet, how to inculcate? I have a small suggestion, sir. Can we mix our regular traditional food with the millet, sir? Small portion, like for example, if you have a plate, 25% of it can we inculcate? Start doing that.
That's how even actually way back in 2012-13, that's how even I started. Actually what we have realized is the digestibility of both when you mix rice with millet, the whole thing changes. So rice usually, it actually like what ma'am mentioned, it actually helps in the way that it has got fiber content. So millets will have fiber content, which also helps the rice to come down on immediate rapid absorption of the glucose. That is the only part, but you can, I think, slowly start, at least add millet in some way to human body. Let it benefit in any way.
I'm glad to say that I have started this, sir, with the ragi part. So that's why we are combining and eating at home, sir. So that's why I want to ask you. Yeah, ma'am.
Absolutely. Some of them, to begin with, they usually combine with a little bit of other cereals. So absolutely fine if they are okay with the combination. Ultimately, it should get started somewhere. So if they're comfortable, we should encourage it, and then thereby they can increase the proportion. There's nothing wrong, I think, in mixing.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, sir.
Good morning. There's a lot of inputs today. The grains need to be soaked minimum 8 to 10 hours. But normal myth, many people do that. Soaked water will be used for cooking, thinking that they will lose all the natural properties of the grains. Is it the right way to cook the soaked water, or we need to remove the soaked water and cook with the fresh water?
Yeah. Yes, yes. So I don't think we should discard the water.
Actually, we need to discard the water. That's what we mentioned. The first part of anti-nutrients, which are
Where the millets are soaked.
so
Okay.
that water part we need to remove, sir.
These millets have tannins and phytic acid specifically, which decrease the bioavailability of important nutrients. So when you soak it in water, discard it, and fresh water you need to take and then cook it.
Absolutely.
So soaking takes less cooking time and also better bioavailability. When you discard your tannins and phytic acid, those things are gone.
I think this is a major point we need to.
Exactly, sir. We have been trying to pitch this. We have been trying to tell to people, make them understand the soaking procedure of 8 to 10 hours, buying millets, vacuum packed, all these things we've been educating. It might take some more time, sir. I think from where I have started, from what we are seeing today, there's been a sea change, sir. I can say we were the first to introduce vacuum packaging for whole grains in millets. Today, I think there are a lot of companies which follow us and are bringing the same concept. That's a very healthy sign and a very positive sign.
Thank you so much.
Hi, sir. Hi, good evening. So, I am from a startup and we are just few days old. So, before starting this, I made sure that my family and myself had millet consumption. So, for a few months, we wanted to test it, like whether it is correct or not. So, I saw a few changes. So, we came into this. But what I observed is, like ma'am said, for thyroid is a myth. But when you consume, what I saw with my dad is like when he consumes kodo millet, there are certain digestion issues. So, and in some other millets, when he consumes like barnyard millets, at that time acidic reactions are more. So that's what we observe. So how do you communicate this? See, not just younger generation, whoever it is there, like we can't take only educated people, even everyone in villages, everywhere, they have to have. So how do you tell them that, okay, if you have digestion issues, you have to stop eating this, or if you have any other issues, you have to stop eating this. How do we communicate it?
Sir, actually, it's been 7 years. I've been eating millets. Most of my patients take millets. We have been educating. We've got a concept called six pack where we do only minor millets, especially kodo and barnyard, all this we do with the millet of the day concept. I have never come across with anybody or any patient talking about these issues. Second thing, if suppose concurrently, how you are procuring the millet is the very key thing, whether you're buying the whole grain, whether you're soaking and processing it properly. And third thing, very importantly, how are we serving? As it you're doing it in the morning, storing it for 5-6 hours, after a bit of fermentation you're serving, or you're serving a fresh meal, or all these things matter. And basically, millet grains are not acidic. They actually are either a neutral or an alkaline food. So acidity part, you won't believe, we treat a lot of cardiac patients. I don't even write pantoprazole to my patients. I don't even write any proton pump inhibitor to my patient. I ask them to start their diet with millets. And I have not seen even maybe 1 or 2 patients who've been like mentally overthinking that if I don't take this, then I will have acidity. Apart from that, I have not seen anybody having this regurgitation or acidic issues. It probably, or maybe this is a condition where it is not syncing with the human body. But I have not seen anybody, sir, till date. This is a new case for me. In case you are Hyderabad based, I think probably we can meet up once. You can get him to our store. We can try it with us.
Okay, yeah, he's a cardiac patient actually. He's a
Okay,
cardiac
you
patient.
can because all of our cardiac, all my patients usually are post PCI or post CABG. So we usually recommend this diet to them. Especially I recommend millet diet to them for morning and afternoon. Night we usually tell them to have salad kind of diet. So I don't recommend rice and wheat predominantly. But if they're having a diversified diet, then they go ahead and have it. Like what ma'am said, it's a palate or the plate should have all the things. So that's what we tell. If he's a cardiac patient also, I don't see any reason that he should be having these issues. You just look at the way you're processing and giving the millet. If there is no issue with foxtail and little millet, I don't see any reason that he should have an issue with kodo or barnyard.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Try this. You can reach out to our store. Try food with us. We have this concept of the day, millet concept of if you're in from Hyderabad, You can try the food and you can come back to us. We are available all the time.
Yeah, actually, I take food from your store only, Kismatpur branch.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Nice, thank you.
Thank you.
Ma'am.
Yeah, there's one.
Hi, sir. Hi, ma'am.
Ma'am.
Very good morning. My name is Neha. So as sir said, digestion issue, especially even for Jowar, in my house, my in-laws are facing issue regarding digestion. Jowar, we used to eat for as a roti, but they are saying even I cook as a upma, even it is a khichdi, they are saying I have the digestion issue. Even it is soaked properly and cooked properly, how to overcome, ma'am. Even I'm trying to educate them, they are not accepting to eat it. But for me and my kid, it is okay. It is very good, and the digestion is very good. But how to educate? They are very rigid to accept and to eat it. I know what are the nutrition value, but I'm unable to educate them. They both are diabetic. How to overcome this? Yeah.
Yes, when your kid, which is a small kid, or you are tolerating, it's the same food which is prepared in the same kitchen.
Yeah.
I think, it's more of psychological rather than physiologic. Uh, Talk to them about the health benefits and also make it a little more palatable. And also, I believe in don't overdo it. Too much quantity of millets also can, cause anything in moderation is always better in the small quantity. So that is one thing. And have a variety, try out variety and create a little more recipes so that for some, taste or palatability is important. So probably that can help them. And for diabetics, yes, glycemic index, because it has a low glycemic index, it's better sugar control. If it's better sugar control, your medication can come down. Your rate of complications can come down. Because if you see, most of the hospitals, admissions are because of diabetics with complications.
Yes, ma'am.
So, every organ gets affected with high blood sugar. So that's how you need to educate them, to protect your organs, to prevent hospital admissions, to have a good quality of life. It's better sugar control and better blood pressure control. So this is possible, including these kind of food. So when you and your child can tolerate, which is the same food prepared in the same house, I think they should be educated.
Ma'am, we actually come across these kind of issues a lot. A lot of people used to complain initially to me when they come to our store initially, when we used to have all these queries and struggles. So what I did to few of my patients, like their kids, what I told them, if you're doing some khichdi kind of stuff, if it is going to be rava, don't tell your parents it is millet rava. Tell them you have cooked it from the regular rava. They will not complain. So that solves the problem. So then once you do it for 3, 4 days, then the fifth day you can tell them that this actually I was serving you millet. This is how we had overcome for many people, ma'am. Like ma'am was mentioning, when you don't have an issue and the kid doesn't have issue, this is a mind game, ma'am, especially in the elderly people. Even my mother, it's very difficult for me. I tell her to eat millet along with me. So she sometimes has, she sometimes doesn't. She says, "Nenu ade tintanu." So these things are common in all our homes, ma'am. So it's basically what like ma'am said, preconception that they think that fullness comes from eating rice, that only gives energy. So I do act in films. Like we have a huge myth there. I'll just conclude with that. Whenever we do fight sequences in the shoot, whenever we work on fight sequences, our fighters insist on having only a non-vegetarian diet. It is a myth, ma'am. It is a myth that this is what it's a 90%. It's all the mind game. So they think if we just feed them the regular diet, they will not be able to do the fight sequences. So all these things are all connected to brain. You just try the way I said, ma'am. You can try some rava, give her, tell them it is raw, and you will see that they will not complain.
And one question to you, sir. So already you are in a business. So this question from the elder people. I mean, millets లానే తినాలి. ఎందుకు మీరు అంత ఏదో ప్రోడక్ట్ చేసి అమ్ముతున్నారు? ఇదంతా గేమ్, ఐ మీన్ బిజినెస్ జిమ్మిక్ అని అంటున్నారు. సో హౌ టు ఓవర్కమ్ దిస్ క్వశ్చన్? బికాస్ ఐ వాంట్ టు ఆల్సో స్టార్ట్ అప్ సంథింగ్.
Ma'am, actually, anything good, if you like, I had some question from a gentleman here who thinks rice and wheat is not the problem. So, common common, you will face all the time, ma'am. మిల్లెట్ లాగే తినాలి కాదు మ్యామ్. మనం మిల్లెట్ మాత్రమే తింటా ఉండాలి. We should have been consuming only our ancient grains.
Yeah.
We actually have changed our diet patterns in the last 1 or 2 centuries actually. So that is what IIMR, big organizations like including our Honorable Prime Minister is trying to tell the next generation that we need to change. We need to bring back our ancient grain. So మనం మిల్లెటే తింటూ ఉండాలి. అదే పని ఇప్పుడు చేయబోతున్నాం. That is what we are trying to do. And coming to see these queries, you have faced very less challenges, ma'am. Me sitting here today, you should imagine the amount of challenges I would have faced, ma'am. So even people think even we bring out, even we have 7 authentic millet restaurants. We are the only one who scientifically process and do millets. And we don't even add white sugar, white salt in our cooking process. We are the only no whites restaurant in India. Still people question us today, లేదు మీరు ఏదో కలిపి బ్యాటర్ చేస్తారు. So this is a common thing. So our kitchen is always open. People can come inspect. So myths and these things will always be there. But one thing we all will have to keep in our mind is the way the future for us is only millets. Keeping even the environment, keeping the water consumption and all other aspects. And probably I think our time is over.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for all of you for your kind patience, ma'am. It was really pleasant talking to you. It was very nice. And please do visit our store sometime. It will be a privilege for us to hold some good lunch for you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
So we sincerely thank Dr. Bharat Reddy and Dr. Sunita Premlata ma'am. Before they leave, we just request Dr. Bharat Reddy sir to kindly felicitate Dr. Sunita Premlata, Chief Dietitian, Department of Clinical Nutrition and Dietetics, Yashoda Hospitals. And for the information of the house, Millet Marvels take pride into having introduced millet food into our daily meal plate in collaboration with IIMR. I think they have crafted a wide range of millet-based products and they have several outlets at Hyderabad. Thank you for the nice session, sir and madam. We'll now have the next presentation, technical session by Mr. Rajshekhar R. Seelam on Millet Promotion Council.
Have you change? I can change from here or slideshow?
Presentation. Israel.
Yeah. Good afternoon. Sorry, good morning still. I think last, I would say, decade, this millet mission has worked very hard. And last year, International Year of Millets, because of that also there was a lot of momentum. So today, I think a lot of people have become, many more people have become aware of millets and many more people have started consuming millets, but it is still nowhere near what it needs to achieve. That's primarily because obviously any change in food habits is not going to be easy. So till now, I think the government has played an active role, and particularly because of the International Year of Millets, there was a lot of thrust from the government. But obviously, government has got different priorities at different times, and they cannot obviously concentrate on one particular topic for a very, very long time. So that's where I think we envisaged Millet Promotion Council to take over that role or supplement that role and make sure that the momentum for millets continues. So I think that's the objective. We have been working on this for the last 1 year or so. So as I said, we need to keep up this momentum because, as I said, any food habit change is not easy. It's going to take time, and we have to keep working on it and sustaining this momentum. That's one reason why we need to have this Millet Promotion Council. Then obviously there is much bigger need. I think so far we have been doing this, but we need to continue to ensure that there is coordination between industry, then academia, government and civil society. All of us join together, then only I think this will become very successful. And that's why I think we need this. So what I'll do is I'll just briefly go through what this council proposes to do, the structure, governance, etc. So the objective of the Millet Promotion Council is to promote consumption of millets, because I think if there is demand, a lot of other things will follow. Right? If people demand that they want millets, then farmers will also start producing, they will get a better price for it. Then companies will also keep coming out with innovative products. Today, I think there are a lot of startups which have come out with innovative products, but to sustain, they need a market. And market making is not some one person's job, but it is collectively all of us have to do. And Millet Promotion Council is a platform which we are going to create for everyone to work on and then achieve this objective. Second is R&D is already being done, but how do we get people together and share our learnings so that we can accelerate this process much faster. Third is obviously trade is a very important thing. Trade constitutes of, let's say, procurement from farmers, then initial pre-cleaning, grading, then processing, and then sales, marketing, both domestically and internationally. So this is what we'd like to promote, including coming out with marketing materials which companies can adopt and then use it and modify for their own purpose. So that's the third objective. Then obviously millets farming has to be promoted. If you look at it, the area has come down and in the last few years has been stagnant. But as the demand grows, we have to also ensure that farmers produce enough of this. And that's where I think obviously we are going to work with research institutes and also civil society organizations and other farmer producer companies to encourage millet cultivation. In fact, I was at speaking at a session a few days back where I think today farmer producer companies cover about 10% of the total farmers in the country, about 1.5 crore farmers. And they also cover almost about 30% of the cropped area, about almost close to 100 million acres. So I think there's a huge opportunity, and we definitely, the council would see how we can engage at various levels to make this happen. Then obviously government has a very important role to play. In fact, I think we were just discussing and where I think Mr. Kannan from Telangana government, the Secretary for Health and Welfare was mentioning how they're trying to promote millets. Because I think as adults, when we try to adopt, is little more difficult because we're used to rice, wheat and pulses, and this tastes differently, the cooking is different. But if you introduce to children at a very young age, then it becomes habit because children don't know what is a rice, what is wheat, what is ragi, what is jowar. Whatever you give, they get used to it and that becomes their future food habit. So, so that's why I think it becomes very important to work with the government. One is to get a fair price for the farmers. Second, promote and popularize and familiarize consumers, children, and everyone else. And other thing is there are a lot of startups which have come up. Some of them doing well, but some of them are still struggling in spite of having great products, because one is, of course, financing is the issue. Second is for a small organization starting with a few members, trying to do too many things is a problem. So we will look at how can we can't substitute what you're doing, but how can we facilitate and make uh, startup entrepreneurs' life little more easier and scale up a bit faster, both through finance by trying to facilitate financing and then also create some kind of structures to help in transforming this. And final thing is skill development because millet processing requires differently. Similarly, people in cultivation and processing everywhere. So we'll also look at organizing training programs, courses for people to adopt this. So those are the objectives of the Millet Promotion Council. So this is going to be a membership-based organization where I think everyone is welcome to become a member. And the principle is one member will have one vote, whether you're a big company, small company. But I think that's the key principle. So it's going to be very democratic. And we will have different categories of members. Voting categories, we have something called chartered members. The idea of chartered member is obviously this organization will require funding, and the primary source of funding will be from members. And chartered members, we expect anyone can join, become a chartered member, but ideally some of the bigger companies who can pay larger amounts as fees. So that kind of helps support the organization till it reaches a certain stage of self-sufficiency as far as funding is concerned. And then we will have regular members. Anyone can become a regular member where the membership fee will be reasonable. And of course, it has to be paid annually. So we will come out with those numbers in the next few days, but I think it'll be fairly reasonable, more like 10,000 per annum or something. But then you will get a lot of benefits. You'll be able to use resources which the council and its associate develop, and then perhaps participate in training programs, then participate in workshops at a low or zero cost kind of thing. So that's what we are going to do. And then obviously there are going to be non-voting members. Associate members are people who don't directly involved in the millet trade, but who provide services to the millet trade. It could be like testing laboratories, or it could be logistics providers, warehouse providers, etc. They can also become part of this. Then we've also created a provision for individual members, basically students, researchers who want to be part of this and involved in this. So obviously for them, the fee will be fairly nominal, but again, it'll be annual thing. So I think these are the kind of categories of members. And then I request all of you to please pass on this message to your friends, colleagues who are interested, who are involved in the trade. And second is uh, also people who want to be associated in any way. Then in terms of governance, there's going to be a board of directors. So this board of directors, initially, obviously, since we can't have elections, there'll be few people joining and starting. But over a period of time, once the organization stabilizes, this board of directors will be elected every 2 years. So it's basically members selecting some of their colleagues as to act as board of directors. So that's how it's going to be. Then we'll also have an advisory board constituting experts who can keep advising the council on what to do, how to do, and then serve as a beacon for us. Then we are going to have committees for various things, like whether it's on farming, processing, trade, startups. It could be anything. Primarily, a few members who are interested in a particular topic and would like to kind of stabilize this. So that's what we are going to do that. And finally, I think obviously this is going to be all India organization. So initially the headquarters will be in Hyderabad. But what we will do is, as we go along, we will have individual state chapters. So the state chapters can also take up local activities and of course coordinate with the national body and then take up activities and promotion activities within the state. So this is how I think this is going to be organized. And the plan is to make this operational. We are in the process of incorporating this Millet Promotion Council. This is going to be a non-profit, not-for-profit company. That's how it's going to be. And then, so our idea is to at least get about 100 members by March 25 in the next 6 months. Then obviously we constitute some of the committees, and among the members whoever is interested, they can always volunteer to be in these committees, and we'd be happy to accommodate their interest. And we'll also come out with a very clear 1 year and a 3-year work plan, which will be shared with everyone. So I guess the membership it'll start opening up from membership by December, January. By that time, it'll be fully functional or operational, I would say, not functional. So I think this is little bit brief about the Millet Promotion Council. So I think that's all I have to say. But I think I'd be happy if any of you have any questions, any suggestions to take them. So if you don't have any questions or anything, but I think people who are interested, perhaps I think with the Nutrihub, you can just leave your name, the organization name, your name, and email ID and contact number. So that will help us as soon as we register the organization and becomes operational, we can reach out to you. So thank you very much. That's all I have. Unless you have any questions, I'll be around here for some time. You can catch up with me or even Dayakar or Viresh. They'll also be able to help you on this, because it's not going to be just a industry body, but we are also going to involve IMR, and Nutrihub is going to be a very important part of the promotion council. Thank you very much, and thanks for your patience in this.
Ladies and gentlemen, so thank you very much for your valuable time. It was a very important session because we were very keen on sir presenting this in this particular forum, because post International Year of Millets, so the Millet Promotion Council has been one of the important agendas of the Government of India as well. So I think joining the council would be one important thing that the startups can always be, assured about. So the categories of members that sir has listed, because going forward, it is the council that has to be putting in efforts for all the promotion, because government supports probably will have a difference or will be tapering over the years. That's the reason. So this particular body is supposed to be created. So it will comprise of all of the members that sir has referred to you about, those categories. That's the reason all of you who are interested to be part of the council can also just leave out a message there, the startups especially. So based on the communication later, probably we can all be connecting. So you can just reach out to any of my team members if there is anything that you want to give, or the stall at Nutrihub is there. You can just give your message there. Okay. Thank you very much. So I would now request Dr. Sangappa to present one small memento to Mr. Rajshekhar sir, who is the MD, Shrestha Organics. Yeah. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
We will begin the next technical session, millet promotion, next level industry requirements and correlations with other stakeholders in 5 minutes from now. We shall begin the next technical session in 5 minutes from now. Once again, we welcome you all back. Moving ahead with the technical sessions. Now we have a panel discussion, millet promotion, next level industry requirements and coalitions with other stakeholders. For this panel discussion, may I request Chair of this session, Mr. Mijanur Rahman, Senior Director and R&D Head, Southeast Asia Region, PepsiCo, to kindly join the dais. I shall also request the co-chair of this session, Dr. Bhavana Sharma, Head Nutrition and Innovation, Nestle R&D, to kindly join the dais. We request all the participants who are outside to kindly come and occupy your seats. We are about to begin the technical session. Also, the panelists for this discussion, Mr. Rajshekhar R. Seelam, founder and MD 24 Mantra. Sir, kindly occupy the seat. We request Ms. Manasa, Group Manager R&D, Nutrition Science and Clinical Science, Britannia, to kindly occupy the dais.
In India,
we have one more panelist, Mr. Prabodh S. Halde, Head Technical Regulatory Marico, who is joining us online.
I've already joined. And management.
Welcome, sir. I shall request Ms. Noopur Agarwal, Manager, Nutrition Science, ITC, to kindly join the panel.
A brand that believes in the power of nutrition launched the Bowl of Growth program in
We request CH Shashidhar Subramania, HCT South Asia Bueller Group, to kindly join the panel.
We are here with one of India's first ever social impact.
We also request Mr. Lokesh Baswaraju, Senior Research Scientist, Hindustan Unilever, to kindly join the panel.
A unique campus competition where you get to be a real change maker. But that's not all you get.
The rapporteurs for this session are Dr. P. Sanjana Reddy and Dr. Venkateshwarlu, Principal Scientist, ICR IAMR. We also request Mr. Muruganandam, R&D Region Director at PepsiCo, to kindly join the panel. We are awaiting the chair and co-chair to join the session. Welcome, sir. Yeah. The chair of the session, Mr. Mijanur Rahman, Senior Director and R&D Head, South Asia Region, PepsiCo, has joined, and we are about to begin the panel discussion. Shall repeat once again, the rapporteurs for the session, Dr. P. Sanjana Reddy and Dr. Venkateshwarlu, Principal Scientist, ICR IMR, to kindly note down the proceedings. Our co-chair shall join soon, and I shall request Mr. Mijanur Rahman, chair of the session, to kindly take over the proceedings.
We start the session. We are still waiting for one more speaker, Mrs. Nupur. So but anyway, we can start this conversation. So good morning to our esteemed speakers over here and my co-chair, Dr. Bhavna, and to the esteemed audience and all the contributors to this conference. So I am Mijanur Rahman. I am from PepsiCo R&D, and today I'll be the chair here. And we have worked out some of a very interesting topic. I'll talk about the topic a bit later. But before that, I just talk of what we had been discussing in the conference so far. We were talking about millets and how India leads the production of millets globally and its consumption has declined. But again, with the Prime Minister's focus and deep inspiration that he has provided to us, we've brought it back. It seems that there is a lot of awareness today, and we were just coming out from this group discussion. We understood that there is a need for a development of the back end areas, manufacturing, and some of these areas on quality, etc., to ensure that we have sustained supplies for continuous high quality products using millets for the consumers. Large multinationals and startups and grocery chains have today made the millet food market quite vibrant. But these challenges still remain on the quality and consistent supply, processing inefficiencies. Our panel today would be talking about millet promotion, which is the next level industry requirements and coalitions with other stakeholders. So before we get into the panel discussion and have the speakers talk about their areas, I would ask my co-chair, Dr. Bhavna, to speak
a bit about her impressions of this.
Thanks, Midge. A very good afternoon to all of you. Apologies for the late start of the session because there was a similarly exciting session which was going on before about policy making and how do we actually take this initiative, which was started in a big way last year, to take it to the next step and the next level. Happy to be part of this panel. I think one of the biggest idea here in this panel with our esteemed colleagues is to understand that the past that we've had on millets, today we all are sitting here because we already believe in the importance of millets, coming to a point that we know it is good for health, we know it is good for the planet, we know it is good for the farmer. We may all have a different understanding of it, right? Somebody may understand, no, I know ragi is good because it has high calcium, so it's good for a certain attribute. Somebody can understand, no, overall millets, I may not understand very well, but I know it's healthy. We understand why it's good for the planet. It's a crop that doesn't require a lot of tending. It's a hard crop made for a climate like ours. It's good for the farmer because it encourages them to have a versatile crop rotation system and it works for them. And today we all know that the problems of tomorrow are going to be completely based on two vectors, which is climate and conflicts. Climate is going to be one of the biggest deciding factor what our grandkids will be eating, if at all, and in what format. A lot of work over the past years that have happened, a lot of land reforms which are happening. Today, we are talking about land not being available. And in fact, I think I was reading an article where said there, diamonds are now being grown in the lab, but you can't do anything for the land. It is going to be the most precious asset because you can't really have more. It's getting eroded. IPCC has said all the countries have bypassed 1.5 degrees, which means the land available for cultivation, the weather conditions which are going to be there, which are going to help the growth of certain premeditated crops like wheat, rice, barley, and other ones are going to definitely get disturbed. What it means is millets is a superstar sitting right there because of its inherent hardened properties. The second part is the nutrition. Like I said, today we don't really need to tell people about the benefits of it. However, what is required is understanding on the consumer side that how do you actually eat it? Even today, the problem is not about buying or just getting to the kitchen. The problem is who's going to make it? What is the format in which you're going to eat? I come from the north side of our country. I can definitely say that I've never eaten ragi till I moved to the southern part of the country, thanks to one of my team members who used to eat it at home and got it for the whole team. I probably would have eaten a little bit of bajra, but nothing beyond that. And in that, only one way, which is a khichdi, and I don't know what to do beyond that. So the biggest problem even today is about on the consumer consumption side, how to make it aspirational. And if I have to use the Gen Z word, how to make it cool or woke so that people are actually making videos and reels showing, look, I'm eating a millet pancake. That's when it comes to a point where people start asking it. So I think the panel here today are going to throw their own perspectives coming from a deep understanding of their daily work. I'll just leave the group with two thoughts. While we continue on this journey of millet, there is no doubt about it. It is the crop for the future. So there is no doubt about it, whether it's terms of we can work on the policy, we can work on the standards, we can work on the exports. The biggest issue that we need to crack is about how do we make it consumer friendly, aspirational, that tomorrow people actually ask hashtag where's my millet rather than to say let's have a white paper only and say please keep eating millets. So that's the journey we'll all have to cover together. And I'm very hopeful with the kind of conversations we all have been having. It should get more seamless and more easier. So that's my two bits on it. And I think I pass it on to Midge, back to you for the panel to open.
So thank you so much, Dr. Bhavna, for your great thoughts. Now a bit about the process. So we have 6 speakers over here. And I'm sure that to crunch it in 1 hour, it will be a big problem. But however, I'm asking the speakers to conclude their talks in 8 minutes so that we have enough time for question and answers. A bit about the audience as well. I would appreciate if, if you have some questions, please write it down and ask those questions at the very end. That helps to keep the conversation going and keep us within the time frame. So thank you. So with that, my first speaker, I would invite here is Dr. Prabodh S. Halde, who's the head of technical regulatory of Marico. He's on the Zoom online.
Sir, am I audible?
Yes, Dr. Halde, you are very much.
Sir, first would like to have apology for not joining such a wonderful program, and it is my unfortunate.
Dr. Halde, if you can just give me a second. The audience right at the last row, can you hear? Good. Thank you so much. Dr. Halde, sorry for it. Please continue.
Okay, first I'm saying namaskaram from Mumbai because of some family personal problem, some emergency at the home. My father is unwell and then I had to stay back. Sabko dhanyawad. And Nutrihub ke liye Dayankar sir for calling us. We are a part of this millet mission. So as our chair has said, I will express my 2-3 thoughts because I'm a regular part of this millet mission. Marico has launched many product in the area of millet. And I will not discuss about why millet is important for planet, for people, and for sustainability. Now the thought is that 2023 was the year of millet, and that was not the only year. That year, this mission started. One should not feel like it is a flavor of the month. So only 1 year millet has to be consumed, and after that you will start consuming other. I think millet are required here for sustainable consumption because now there is a production happening and there is a good market. There are 2-3 challenges. I am not speaking positives only because positives we have spoken, but now what we are feeling when you have incorporated the millet in your product as a regulatory person, what are the challenges we are facing, sir? And please take this as a challenges. We need to give it to government. Number one, sir, millet is a very good product and it doesn't contain only the protein and fiber, but it also contains the minerals, which are positive minerals, very positive minerals. But unfortunately, this mineral causes some kind of increase in the acid insoluble ash or alcoholic acidity. Now, when you prepare any product using this millet, naturally the FSSA has given some norms about the alcoholic acidity and acid insoluble ash. Because of these positive ingredients what is being present in the millet, then this number increases and unfortunately we get restricted to use this millet. And my colleague from Pepsi is there, my colleague from other companies are here, their PD product development team will tell we cannot increase the millet percentage because we are crossing the limit of FSSAI. You then called as a unsafe. I think these are the challenges. We need to reform the standards as per the incorporation of the millet. Till the time you are adding rice and wheat, they are very over years we are keep adding rice and wheats and then corn, but they are the clean kind of cereals. The moment millets get added, it comes with the advantages and some kind of minerals are present there. I think this we should also be talking about. Otherwise, it become a impeding factor for growth of the millet. That is number one. Number two, to the social media. People bring some kind of videos saying that this pancake or this only contains 15% millet, 20% millet. I think as a food technologist, what quantity of the millet to be required in the product, the quantity which you can eat easily. If you give 100% millet, the product will be a very good nutritionally, but not at all. You cannot eat, gulp, and you cannot digest. What is the use of that product? So we have to make the expert here should be making some videos also saying that millets are good. Just say achar, pickle are good, but you cannot make 100% pickle. Not possible. It has to be only 2%, 3% of your diet. Chili paneer. Chili cannot be 100% in the paneer. Chili is 0.5%. Millet, there is a limit. 15% is the given by the government for that attraction of the millet. It could go up to 25% depending on the recipe. But please, my humble request, do not start comparing. This is less and this is high. This is a recipe. This is a formulation as per the test, as per the requirement, and as per the nutrition imbalance. I think that leave it to the processing and the formulator. One should not mean it lesser is bad. No, not at all. Saffron cannot be 98%. Saffron will be 0.01%. These are my thoughts. Now the millet flight has taken off. We wish it should be going further. India is proud millet producing country, and we don't want by our own regulation, by our own system, to suppress the utilization of the millet in the formulations by our own way. So we all should be dancing on the same tune rather than not thinking about it. Put my case here, and I really wish again a great success to our conference. I'm again missing Dr. Dayankar Rao and the entire team, and we assure you that we are with you. We need more research in this area, how to formulate the product more tasty. Finally, the Indian needs tasty product. You cannot make any product which cannot be gulped without any efforts. We have to make the product tasty, and nobody compromise the taste. Everybody want taste. Thank you, and look forward to hear from the August gathering and other people. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Halde, and you summarized it pretty well, and you've made it within time. So thank you so much for that. And your points on FSSAI standards and taste of millets is noted. So thank you again. And with that, I would call upon my next speaker, Mr. Rajashekhar R. Seelam. He's the founder and MD of 24 Mantra. Yeah, it's working.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks, Dayakar and IMR, for giving me this opportunity to kind of share my thoughts on this. So we have, I'm the founder and managing director of Shrestha Natural Bioproducts. We are more popularly known by our brand name 24 Mantra. So we've been a pioneer in organic foods. We have played a major role in creating this category. So I think that experience is something very useful when it comes to millets. Though millets have been very old, but I think in between many people have forgotten. So it's again kind of creating category kind of thing. So we are a farm to fork company. We work with about 35,000 farmers on 2 lakh acres in 12 states. And then we process them into various products, sell here and export. So we have the entire experience of the value chain. So I'll talk in 3 parts. One is on the supply chain part. Second is the consumer adoption. And third is how, as an industry, we can collaborate. So on the supply chain, I think this millet mission and the International Year of Millets has really kind of brought a lot of awareness about millets, which wouldn't have been possible if each of us have worked on our own. Second, it's created a lot of interest and some amount of increased adoption, but a long way to go. So I think here, obviously, the production of millets has still not gone up because still the demand, whatever is available, that's more than enough to meet the demand. I see, if you look at the minor millets, your foxtail millet and other things, supply is going to be a limitation because the productivity is not good enough. And it is grown mostly in highly degraded soils or in extreme climate challenged conditions. So obviously, and for the farmer, it'll make only sense if the price is fairly high. So obviously, it's going to be a very niche product. So after that, the bigger ones are Jowar, Bajra, and Ragi. Yeah. Jowar, Bajra, and Ragi. So Jowar, Bajra, obviously there's a lot of private sector involvement as far as the seed development is concerned. And then a lot of choices are available. So if demand is there, I don't see such a big challenge in coming up with better varieties or more suitable varieties. But when it comes to Ragi, it's primarily open pollinated crop and then primarily driven by the public sector research. So here, I think there's still not many improvements. And even today, we find it little difficult when the demand is high to source enough quantities. So this is something, and then this is perhaps compared to even Jowar Bajra, this is more versatile in terms of being able to adopt for various products. So this is something we need to focus on and see how we improve productivity. And of course, I'm just back from a 2-day brainstorming session on how do we adapt agriculture to climate change. And millets have a very important role to play in climate change because as the temperature increases, millets are more heat tolerant. So obviously area can go up. And second is how do we include them in rotations? Otherwise, today it's become paddy or paddy wheat kind of thing, the bulk of the crop production. And this is not sustainable. Agriculture accounts for about quarter of all emissions. And out of that, the major culprits are paddy because of methane emission, primarily submerged, transplanted and paddy grown under waterlogged conditions. And then, of course, dairy. So I think we are even able to make millet and paddy kind of rotation. That's a great thing. So that's on the supply chain front. And of course, Bajra has got its own problem in terms of its suitability for processing. So a lot of work needs to be done in that direction. And when it comes to consumer demand, a lot of innovation has happened. Large companies have innovated, a lot of startups have innovated. Just going around itself, you see so many innovative products have happened. But the key thing is how do we scale up the consumption of these products? I think Dr. Haldi mentioned about using millets as a ingredient, one of the ingredients. And but I think there is space for both 100% millet products or millet blended products, both based on the kind of product we are talking about, kind of occasion and the kind of consumer. But here, how the challenge is, how do we really increase consumption? So that is one, of course, individually we have to make, each of us have to make efforts. At the same time, how do we come together to kind of scale up? Because I think one finger has only that much strength, but 5 fingers hand has so much more strength. So I think whether it's startups, large companies, how do we come together and then take up this challenge? Because the goal for all of us should be how do we make one millet meal a day for everyone? Because it's good for people's cell, good for the microbiome, good for the environment, and good generally socially. So I think this is where I think when all of you were discussing there, we announced the formation of the Millet Promotion Council, where I think because I think the government has done its bit, but now it's for the industry and then other stakeholders to take it and carry the torch forward. So that's why I think we are creating this platform. This will be operational in about a couple of months. And this is where I think perhaps I think we can share our knowledge on product development, what works, what doesn't work, how do we change consumer behavior in favor of millets, then how do we work with farmers in scaling up. In fact, today there are farmer producer companies. Today, I think they reach to about 10% of the total farmers in the country and 30% of the cropped area. So how we as an industry, as part of the Millet Promotion Council, reach out and use this organizations to kind of spread this message at the grassroots level too. So I think this is the platform we are creating. And then I request all of you to be members because unless we come together, then I think individually, yes, however big we are, we will address some part of the challenge, but collectively we can do so much more. And this is not so much about competition or taking share, but it is about creating a market and there's space for everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rajshekhar. That was quite inspirational. And your point on collaboration between the industry members and formation of Millet Promotion Council, I'm sure that that will really take us forward on this millet journey. And thank you again for keeping within exactly the 8 minutes time. So thank you again. And I would now ask Mrs. Manasa PS. She's a group manager, R&D, nutrition science and clinical research from Britannia. Manasa.
Thanks, Mitch. Thank you so much, Dr. Dayakar, for giving this opportunity to, come over and share my thoughts over here. And it's definitely my privilege to be the panel member here, sitting with the experts and sharing my thoughts. Thank you so much. So from the industry background, right now I am working with Britannia and taking care of the entire nutrition portfolio for the products. So even before the International Year of Millets or the thoughts of, bringing millets into the product. So we had quite a few formulations in the product that was already there in Britannia under the health and wellness category of NutriChoice. So we had this NutriChoice biscuits where we were talking more about the NCDs, especially if I have to mention the diabetes and the gut microbiome, the gut health and all that perspective. So coming from the South Indian background, I have grown up eating ragi. So for us, millet was there from the day we were born. Like ragi mudde, you would have heard. In Karnataka, basically, we talk about mudde, which is made out of ragi. So that used to be the everyday diet. Like Sir mentioned, one millet meal a day. So for us, it was mandatory and we have all grown up eating like that. So gradually with the increasing traction of other kind of products, other kind of, product formats seeping in. So gradually the interest on consuming the millet had gone down. But luckily now, again, it has come up. Now the millet has been called as superfood and then millet kind of gaining again traction amongst the teenagers, kids, and across the age groups, I would say. So wherever we, kind of try to talk to the consumers to understand what kind of products we have to come up with, millet is always mentioned by them. They say that we want to consume something which is made out of millet. And when we ask why millet especially, so the awareness has gone to a level where they talk about the micronutrients. They say that, even in our product portfolio, almost 55% of Britannia portfolio is fortified with vitamins and minerals. And 20% of alone is coming from the health and wellness category. So we make sure that whatever the claims that we are talking about the product, it is attributed and really coming from the vitamins and minerals that we are having. And with government having fortification programs running, still the prevalence of micronutrient deficiency is very evident. So people are aware of that and they are searching for alternatives where they can consume it as a food product. And when we talk about the micronutrients, ragi, jowar, bajra, all these things are coming back to each other. Apart from the micronutrient, when we talk about the researchers, they also talk about, antioxidant properties of this. Like there is this brown top millet. And the production of this brown top millet is very limited. So researchers are working anti-cancerous property of this particular millet. However, when we try to integrate that to our product, how about the supply of that? How often do we get the supply of this particular millet to integrate in our product? So these are the questions which are, followed by the thought of innovation or the integration of millets to our products. And we are trying to bring the value-added products to the consumers. So one way the awareness is there, and then we have science which is being worked upon, and there is a lot of publications that are coming, a lot of clinical trials have been done, and we are talking about millets being rich in fiber. We are talking about millets
helping in gut microbiome. We are talking about low GI. We are talking about low GL. So how do we kind of integrate millet in different product formats? May it be baked goods, may it be ready to eat foods, or may it be in the dairy category. So we all have to come together to understand and then kind of get into a disruptive innovation where the application of millets can be imbibed by everyone. So like sir mentioned, and also the other panel members, mentioned, there should be a collaboration between the organizations, institutions, also the seed technologists, including in this, and also kind of consumers. So it is like demand and supply scenario where we understand what consumer wants and whether we are catering the consumers in the right way or not. Okay, so one way we need to have the nutrient packed products, and the other way we have to be sure about the health benefits of that, create more and more awareness. So millet has to be kind of one grain across the nation. So with that, I kind of thank you all to give me an opportunity to talk about it. Thanks.
Thanks, Ms. Manasa. I think that was pretty good stuff from your side, and it really, as an R&D head, I can understand that. And how does fortification integrate with the product development in such a way that the consumers really have attraction for it, and they themselves pick it up. And you also mentioned how can we, as an industry, work together towards developing such innovative products. So thank you. So with that, I would request Mr. Lokesh Basavaraju, Senior Scientist at Unilever's, to give his perspective.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Lokesh. I'm from HUL. Basically, I lead plant science from the functional nutrition point of view. For me, millet, whether there is no question of like or love, because for my 20 years of childhood, I grown up in millet. I am from Karnataka. My 3 meals, jawar roti, ragi mudde, then naune is basically the foxtail millet rice. So this is the meal I used to grown up in my village for the last 20 years. Then unfortunately, post that I need to move out for educations and the job, then completely stopped. So, so this is actually, there is no question of like or the love. It's part of my life and part of my family and a part of my that village. But if I see that legacy and post that, if I see, I think completely is gone. So with that background, and I'm following this field for the last 5 years, and definitely there is a movement. I think I don't think any other agricultural crop got this much of attention from each and every institution. State institutions, could be central industries, startups, and the people, consumer. I think that's really amazing. I think, first of all, thank you very much for everybody involved in this journey for the last 5 years. So I'll cover the two aspects. One, I think what is required for the industry, I'll cover later. But the first one, I'll cover coalition with the other stakeholders. I think if you look at the last 5 years, definitely, yesterday I was listening to the panel, definitely in terms of productivity, MSP, and a lot of things have happened. So thank you very much. So one of the thing in the last 5 years, I link it to railway because it touches each and every person here. So millet train started. Okay, I think what is required for the next decade or so is basically we need to upgrade the engine. Okay, what does that mean? Upgrading the engine is basically we need to demonstrate the impact of the millet is bringing on the 3 things specifically: on the public health, secondly on the climate, because the climate resilient crop, and the third one is the food security. Okay, this impact, if we really create, I think that's the driving force for the next decade or so. If that is created, that is demonstrated, I don't think the journey can, anybody can stop this journey. But to really do that, it requires a lot of technology unlock, lot of different institution requirement at Indian level as well as the global level, because that impact is much, much needed for everybody, even for the government institutions, and also global bodies is really required. So that upgradation of engine is required hopefully in the next 10 years or so. I think that will be addressed. Parallelly, we need to upgrade the bogies as well. So for me, bogies is basically four or five different stakeholders, the farmers, because the economy has to be really significantly improved. I think there also a lot of technology unlock is required compared to other crops, because farmers have a choice now. Until unless we match the economics, definitely the farmers will not be really going into that. Second, the consumer. I think consumer, they have seen the benefit, but they have to realize the benefit themselves for a period of time. So we need to really make sure that the benefit and the realization should really go hand in hand. They need to upgrade that bogies. And the third one is about all of us, where industries and the startups and other stuff, where it lot of policies and a lot of infrastructure, lot of facilities is really required to make it just reachable to all the consumers and the customers. Last one is basically all the governing bodies. It could be state, it could be central government, or it could be global bodies. How all this thing translate into change into or influence the poverties or the employment or the health, public health, that has to be demonstrated. So the train has started. I think we need to really upgrade. Yes, upgrading the train or the engine is not sufficient. We need to upgrade the stations as well. So in terms of infrastructure, capacity, knowledge, and the training. So I'm really hoping in the next decade or so, I think that will be upgraded. So that is the broader context of coalition, where it really requires a different level of engagement, different level of involvement from the different stakeholders. Now let me come to the specific to the industry challenges in our kind of a context. So where I lead the functional nutrition, where we have a functional beverages like Horlicks and the Boost and other stuff, where in the last 5 years, what I've seen is the millet, we need to look it as a three different ingredients. Why I'm saying this? Because millet as a whole grain, it's required for the staple, because that's where you get all the benefit. But however, when you start including into other kind of a product and all, it requires some kind of a polishing or whatever it is. So we need to look separately millet as an other kind of an ingredient. If I do the polishing, yes, we may remove some of the ingredient, but it might have a lot of other stuff. So we need to really have a kind of a standards or the benchmark or the framework to clearly understand this, so that there won't be any confusion in the system. This is whole grain, this is polished and other stuff. There is a third element as well. So for example, our kind of a beverages, where we need to use, it could be millet extract or the millet proteins or the millet starch and all those things. So there is lot of functionalities there, but really we need to define that. So when you see millet, I think these are the three lenses we need to look into it. I think there is a lot of framework and the institution really required to involve, so that there is a proper roadmap for this, so that we can really make sure that it reaches many consumers or the many people. And also this gives us an opportunity to really cater the different needs of the consumer in terms of the palatability. So that's the reason I think that's one area where it really required, so that we can address the palatability and other issues. Now, the second important challenge what we're facing is about the quality. Okay. So quality is another aspect where, because input quality in any functional nutrition or even the food and other stuff is really quite challenging. So that's where it requires a lot of institutional involvement and also framework to really have a consistent quality supply across the three ingredient profile I said. And also some kind of a processing industries also is an area where in the future somebody can think of, yes, as a grain it's fine, but when you come to other two areas where it requires a lot of the processing technology, which is slightly different. Processing, not the dealing and other stuff, it is more of a functional ingredient from the millet. So that's another challenge where there is some focus is really required. So with these two things, I think I'm really hoping this kind of a forums definitely will bring all this into some kind of a framework, some kind of an institutional framework, so that that can be addressed going forward.
Thank you, Dr. Lokesh. That was, you pointed out three areas, which is relevance of millets portfolio as a part of your life, That was an interesting one. And you said efforts about to address the challenges on various areas like quality and stability, etc., and the establishing credentials on public health and climate. So those were the three which I've noted, and as well as you made an interesting observation on upgrading the engine, I mean, in the next decade. This is quite interesting. Thank you so much for your thoughts. So with that, our next participant and speaker would be Ms. Nupur Agarwal, Manager, Nutrition Science, ITC.
Thank you, Mitch. First of all, I'd like to congratulate IMR Nutrihub, Dr. Dayakar, for taking all these initiatives, leading the conversation, setting up the base ecosystem in the country for millets, which is the Nutritional, the Shri Anna. I mean, as Indians, we should take proud, in this grain, which was the first food for the country. Now, as I go ahead, I would like to first talk about something positive and good that has already happened in the country. First is, with this new International Year of Millets coming in, the research and development has started. It has not reached its peak, but the research has started. We have, the plethora of now products and solutions available with the companies, with academicians. So that's very good and that's very positive to start with. Being part of ITC, we work a lot. We started a lot of work with farmers through a program called ITC Mars. So which is I think is the starting point of the entire farm to fork chain. So strengthening the farmers, the supply chain is very important there, and the work has started there. In fact, we recently concluded a study in which, along with IMR, and we reached out to under 5 children, they were moderately acute, malnourished, and when we gave them millet-based products, which were energy and protein dense, we got very, very positive results, 80% success rates, and the kids moved from the man situation, and there were positive anthropometric outcomes there. So definitely, millet there is a positive in terms of research, in terms of products. Now coming on to the future way forward, and as we were discussing in the previous session, that International Year of Millets is done, but now as a country and as industry, as scientific experts now, the work has to be done on affordability and accessibility. That is very, very important for a country like us. So once the affordability and accessibility is established, we can easily convert this into a staple across country, not only in specific sections or specific grains. Second part is, again, continue strengthening our farmers, the research there and support to them. Third part is awareness amongst consumers, nutritional aspects, plus, adopting it in their daily diets. Policies we are talking along with FSSAI, with government, the PIL schemes, if they continue strengthening them, then definitely we can take ahead this grain. There are a lot of opportunities in terms of promoting this millet-based products into therapeutic areas. We have been talking about that millets are low GI, and in India itself, there are 101 million people who are diabetic. So lot of scope opportunity there if we promote these products in those areas. We were talking about gestational diabetes for those women. For kids, I've already mentioned that we had very positive results for kids on millet-based products. So a lot of hopes, a lot of opportunities I see here. It's just that we have to strengthen the system, keep on strengthening the system. At the end, I would like to say that, we know that almost 3.1 billion people in the country right now do not get the right healthy diets. Almost 2.4 billion people do not even have the right foods. And our food ecosystems are contributing to almost 1/3 of GHG emissions. So millet is going to even contribute to positive environments, and positive environments eventually impacts, health, nutrition, and many more aspects. I just hope that, this International Year of Millets, and with support of institutes like IMR, Nutrihub, and companies like us, we make another millet revolution. And we'll be very proud if we take this grain, not only in India, but make it a global grain. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nupur. Just a very, very quick synopsis of that. You mentioned about, you highlighted some of your organization's initiatives, which is great, and some of these requirement to have solutions from farm to fork. Those are important areas. Definitely, affordability and accessibility does cut a important feature into our FMCG and other startups. Your points on emissions and climate is important, and it does rounds up the entire thing. And I quite like the millet revolution, creating a millet revolution. Yes, together we are here to really see how do we do that. Thank you. With that, I'll turn to Shashidhar Subramania, HCT South Asia from Buller Group.
Good morning, good afternoon. Thank you, and again, a pleasure being part of this panel and the event. Most of my co-panelists here are part of organizations who would be spearheading the millet revolution that Nupur referred to, whereas I represent an organization that would play the role of an enabler. So we would not be making the end products that the market is consuming, but I come from an industry that makes machines and build plants and solutions that will enable my co-panelists to actually create this revolution. So I represent Buller. I manage the innovation function for Buller in the region. So Buller is a 160-year-old Swiss company that's mostly into staples and all these things. Many of you might know about Buller. I'll not go into that, but we as a company, we have made a public commitment that we will reduce the energy, waste, and water in our customers' value chain by 50%. And we have got 5 years to do that. How would we go about achieving that? Sustainability is one of the key goals for us. Now, there are multiple ways in which you can look at the problem. We could either build more efficient machineries to achieve that, and you could reduce a little on power, you could alter the processes, you could reduce the water, you can do all these things. But in terms of the influence they can bring on the value chain, these are all smaller levers of influence. The biggest category is what we call the category shift. That means we'll have to start using newer materials. You take the case of wheat or paddy, roughly every ton of wheat flour or every ton of rice that is produced is carrying in its belly about 700 kg carbon dioxide emission equivalent. Or in case of paddy, it's even more. And about 600 kg CO2 emission equivalent and 650 kg CO2 equivalent of that actually comes from the raw material. So if you're playing around with the same raw material and whatever efficient processes you bring in, we'll not be able to meet our stated goals of 50% reduction in energy, waste, and water. It has to happen through a category shift. And which is why as a company, we are focusing on a lot of plant-based products today, plant-based ingredients, proteins, isolates, concentrates. That's one category. Second category is bioprocessing, what you do on the cultivated meat, the cultured meat, and that's the second category. The third category of focus in this category shift is what we call the side streams. So every processing plant has the main set of products that are coming in, and you've got the side streams. If you look at the global volume of side streams, this comes somewhere around 1 billion tons. And this has a lot of potential, a lot of very useful ingredients can be fractionated out of this. So this is the third topic of our research. And the fourth topic, which is very interesting for this audience, relevant for this audience, is the ancient grains. We call ancient grains, you could call them millets, you could call them local grains, whatever you call it. In different countries, it means different things, but essentially we're talking about the same thing. These are powerhouse of nutrition. They're very good for the planet. And the processing of this, the consumption of this has to increase. So what exactly is our role here to further the cause of millets in the country? Now, we've been hearing from yesterday that quality is a big concern for the industry who wants to use millets, right? Be it shelf life or be it the right granulation. My co-panelist here was talking about the right granulation requirement for kurkure. So all these are requirement. If you have to achieve the scale in millets, this becomes a very important requirement. Now, this is a kind of cat and chicken and egg situation. You don't get quality without investing sufficiently into capacities. Only then you got the right incentive to invest into quality equipments. But that doesn't happen if the scale doesn't happen. So it's one problem cannot be solved without the other problem. So my suggestion here to this panel is that let's use the convening power of a platform like INCC and build on the suggestions that were given this morning. The Millets Promotional Council is a great idea. I think we should look for ways to come together and further strengthen this council, and also not just stay at that, but also push this. Look for innovation, not just in the product development, but also in the way we stitch partnerships between the industries. Can we think of a buyer consortia so that the volumes increase? And the person who wants to set up a processing plant will be incentivized to invest into quality. Yeah, so I think we should come together, even beyond convening platforms like this, and then think of such innovative ideas such as a buyer consortia to really further the cause of millets. I've made a detailed presentation on the work that Bueller is doing in terms of addressing the problems with hulling recovery, yield quality, shelf life. All these things I've done yesterday. So most of this I'll not repeat. If someone from the audience is interested, they're free to get in touch with us. We'll be around and we can take the discussions forward. So Mish, I'll stop at this and then see if we get a chance for another round. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shashidhar. Again, this is a different perspective altogether that you bring. And I'm so thankful for that. So the question that you raise is, when do we reach scale and capacity? And that's a very, very pertinent part of how do we then, incentivize the quality piece. And your point on the partnerships and consortiums, definitely those are things that we would be looking at from this conference. We just did a roundtable discussion on policies, which will help push this agenda forward. And your 50% reduction of waste and greenhouse gases, and that's information to us as well. So thank you again for doing so much for the planet. Thank you. So with that, I come to my last speaker, Dr. R. Muruganandam, and he's the director of PepsiCo R&D. Murugan, please.
Yeah, thanks, Mitch. First of all, thanks a lot to Dr. Rao and to IMR and Nutrihub for promoting millet consistently and also giving this opportunity. Let me just start that. I think when we talk about the awareness about the millet, I think we have done a reasonably good job. I think people know that what is a millet and what is the goodness of the millet. I think IMR and Nutrihub, Government of India played a great role in bringing that awareness. Once we created the awareness, what happens, I think, we can also see that a lot of startups and also the established food companies are innovating. But where is the problem? I think as a product developer, I'm a product developer. My major problem is consistent product quality, the consistent product supply. Okay, that is very clearly coming out as one of the things. I think that is the reason we are talking about the next level industry requirements and correlation with the stakeholders. So that is the the topic of this panel discussion. I think it's very, very relevant. So very clearly, the industry requirement is consistent quality. So if we want to go to the consistent quality, what way we can able to get that? Probably we are also having good, excellent jobs are, the islands of excellence are available everywhere. Like ITC is doing a great job in the, contract farming. Mantra, I think you, Doctor, I think you have said that you're also doing closely working with our farmers. And as a PepsiCo, we also do a contract farming for potato. So now the question is that, can we able to learn something from this type of contract farmings and able to bring it to the millet production so that we can able to increase the rate? Because where I'm coming from is that if you see that, okay, what is the next level? If you want to scrape it and see that what is the next level of consistent quality and consistent supply is the availability. So Dr. Rao was saying that actually except Bajra, the area of cultivation is not increasing. Right, that also even Bajra also is some marginal increase is happening. The rest of the millets, the area of cultivation is almost the same. If you go again one level low, why the area is not increasing? Probably the farmers are not getting the money or the economics is not working out. It's not lucrative. Probably that could be the reason. The farmers are not converting into millet, cultivation from their whatever they are doing existing. Probably that could be the reason. So if you want to go and address the root cause, probably we need to work on making this whole cultivation profitable to the farmers that can able to make more area and converting into the millet cultivation. Then that increase the supply, then that can increase the quality. And I think Bueller is there. I think other interests are there to take care from there onwards, right? So this is the first step. So what we do in PepsiCo to make this consistent, contract farming. Basically, we do in almost like a 360 initiatives to ensure that the farmers are getting the right money. The first and foremost is the quality seed. I think that's what we do that. In fact, ICRISAT is doing a great job. I think they're having a plethora of the seeds, whether varieties, to provide that quality seed. I think the dots are there actually. So we have that seed. That is, I think, number one. Number two, we also promote the package of practices. What are the things, right from the land preparation to the end, the harvest and post-harvest, we promote the package of practices along with the farmers. So that gives actually the better productivity. So that is the second thing I think we need to do that. I'm sure like, companies like ITC, PepsiCo and Mantra, 24 Mantra, they are doing the job. Probably we need to just propagate it in a bigger scale. Right. The third one, I think this is where the agro input companies we need to work. As a PepsiCo, we work with agro input companies. We make the kits so that the farmers get just right the quantity and the right agro inputs so that it takes care of that one season. All right. Can we able to do something for the millets? All right. That is the third aspect which we will do that. The fourth, this is where I think the government is already doing that. Probably we need to bring in like. Potato doesn't have a crop insurance, but at least there is a climate insurance, I think weather insurance. So we used to cover the farmers through the weather insurance. In case of any bad eventuality, at least the farmer's input cost is taken care. So though the input costs in millets are low, but still the farmer has to be covered in case of any bad eventuality, can able to do something with the insurance. The final comes with the bank loans. Particularly, we work with the banks. When you try to get that, the input cost is covered for the farmers through the bank loans, so that the farmers are not actually thinking twice before getting into this type of crop, right? So this brings a complete 360 approach to get a contract farming. Now the point is that here, are we having such a things for millets? If you ask me, the answer is yes or no. Probably we have a great seed pipeline. We have places where the government support is there. There are institutions like IMR, Nutrihub to support what is required. But probably we need to push somewhere in the banking or the finance sector, we need to push. Probably once we go there and explain, probably they will also come and join us. And they will say that to make a great things, that we need a village. But I think this is a big mission. The whole country and the whole stakeholders to come to the picture. Right. So with that, I think probably we can able to solve the farmer problem. Once the farmer problem is solved, the supply will increase. The supply is improves. Then I think probably we can able to take up the rest of the things. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Dr. Murugan. Those were rich thoughts. And how do we make farmers lucrative and more profitable farmers? And your partnerships with experts in agri and some of the other areas is an important point. And that's a 360 approach that you mentioned. Again, we really do need to find solutions through a 360 approach. And I'm coined the last one for you, which is a happy farmer is a happy India. So with that, we come to the end of our speaker talk, and we'll throw it open for Q&A. We'll take, because of the paucity of time, I guess we can take 3 questions. So who will be asking the first question? Yes. Can I get the mic over to him? So if you can introduce yourself and then ask the question, and you can also ask to which panelist member you want to ask.
So I'm Sharnam. Actually, I am a software engineer. I'm making a mobile developer. But past 1 year onwards, I am researching on the millet food industry. So last year also I attended the same convention 5.0. So there I see a lot of products already existed. So there are plenty of products. See, there was a decade was happened, but still why the big players like ITC, Britannia and Unilever, why not entered into this market? I mean, the availability is very less compared to the lot of startups. If you see here, there are a lot of startups working on these products. Even IMR having a 83 technologies in this field. But I didn't see those many technologies in the big players. My question is like, whether are you indirectly supporting these startups or waiting for the market potential to make the products into live? That's my question.
I think that was a very good question, I would say. And that's pertinently asked to all the industry members over here who represent some of the big companies and multinationals. So who will go first? Wants to go first?
And
So
before going to that, one more thing is like to start a startup, I become as a product manager also parallelly. Now I found the major gap in this millet is like the easy way of availability, because plenty of products are there, but the availability is less. If you go to the shop, we are seeing the products, all the ITC products, and in the front we are seeing only the normal chips and all, but not millet based products. That's the main, because that's the major gap I found in the millet based industry, that is the availability, easy of availability. Please address.
So your question, if I can rephrase that, we do a lot of development, but it's not really going into the market, and we don't have a process to put it and make it available to consumers everywhere, right? So since I represent PepsiCo, I can go first. Yes, we do. There is an intention to take it to the consumers, the nth level of consumers. However, we have a go-to-market model which is restrictive to these type of products. We are trying to break that. It's not that we have achieved it, but yes, it's a journey for us. We have been doing these development with many of our products and brands, which denotes better for you products. And we are trying to do that, and we are also trying to find out alternate go-to-market, whether it's e-commerce or quick commerce that can help us to take it to the end consumer. So I would, if anyone wants to go and take this question further.
Hi. Yeah, I think it's a very relevant question. I think my view is, for example, at least I can talk about HUL specifically on the functional nutrition side, the kind of challenge what we're facing. Before that, this Horlicks has been there in India more than 65 years. And how many of you know, since for the last 60 years, close to 3% of the grain what we use is the millets. Okay. And we don't make any claim on the whatever it is, because we add very little there. So we have been using, okay. Why very small amount? Because the finally the consumer, the kids, so they are the king. So any little bit change the taste or whatever it is, that's going to significantly impact. So in the last 5, 6 years, we have been working, and recently we also increased from 3 to 15% with the PLA scheme. So the addressing challenge of sensory palatability is the key thing, and that's the area where requires some amount of effort. Second thing is, when we come to this functional nutrition, the safety and the quality is the utmost important. And so their sourcing and availability is quality. Monitoring is very, very important. So today we don't have that mechanism today, monitoring each and every the quality aspect. Third thing, more whatever the quality monitoring we have, we need to broaden it, because in kind of our application, we don't be using the grain, whole grain, because we'll be using a slightly polished or the extract, and in that there could be other functional actives, oligosaccharides or the functional peptides. So that monitoring is also required. So our team is behind that for the last 5 years. These are all the capabilities and the capacity they have been building, so that where we are not into the grains per se, but we are into the ingredient from the millet, and that how can we leverage. So that's the platform where HUL is interest, and that's where we have been working. And yeah, so it's not a quick fix. It requires some time to really scale up. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Lokesh. Say any other question? Yes,
Hello,
sir.
myself Kishore Kumar, and I'm from a startup by name Rayalaseema Naturals.
Can you speak up, please?
Yeah, myself Kishore Kumar, and I'm from a startup named as Rayalaseema Naturals. See, I think recently some of the energy drinks like, Boost and others have been mapped as.
Are you asking the question? Can you just, yeah.
I think this is for all the panels. Yeah. So some of the energy drinks like Boost and etc. have been labeled them as junk foods, right, recently. So, I mean, as a MNC companies, are you looking, or is there any new product development that you are doing with these millets, where you are trying to replace those energy drinks with any new products now?
His question is that are we looking at some of our current core products to have millets which can replace some of the ingredients? Am I right?
Yes,
That's the
yes,
question.
you are right, sir.
So from ITC point of view, I can tell we have recently launched an entire range of products, Right Shift range, which is focused for 40 plus, and it has breakfast cereals, it has snacks, it has biscuits. We will be soon coming in other categories too, and it is based on millets, goodness of protein, fiber, vitamins, minerals. We are primarily focusing on the natural goodness of these grains, because something which is natural and is in a food format is very easy to accept and incorporate in the daily diet. So I think as an industry, and with my fellow panelists, industry is making a lot of effort here. A lot of effort has gone in the research and development of the products, but very important. And as I hear from my PD teams, from my supply chain teams, is the demand generation, which has to come from awareness, which has to come from acceptance from consumers also. I mean, it's as simple as that. If consumers are accepting, why will not industry make such products? So as industry representative, we are always ready to give healthier and better options. As I mentioned, these right shift of products is one such example. We have in our staples range, we have millet mix. We even had products before the International Year of Millets. We had gluten-free range made from millets, but it's on the consumers now to take up, adopt in daily diets, and then why not? Everyone will be there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nupur. One last question before we close. Yes.
Hello, my name is Nishan. I'm founder of Nisarga Millet Kitchen. So we essentially convert junk into superfoods. So my question is, replacing millets. with replacing maida with millets, and mostly all the products in some way can be replaced, right? How feasible it is? Like we have set goals, but how feasible it is for you companies to not mess up with the profit margins, not mess up with the price points, and still make these changes? Is it economically feasible?
Can I take this call? Sir, can I take this question? Prabodh here.
Do you want? Okay. So Dr. Halde, go ahead.
Yeah, a very important question, sir, he has asked about how economical this millet would be when you are replacing with the current cereals. So, friend, it is not at all comparable because when you are add millet, millet comes with the value, and rather that is the whole reason we want to pass that value to the farmer. If today the rice and wheat, they are the cheapest one amongst all the cereal. If you buy the rice and wheat at say certain price of say 25 rupees, 30 rupees or 35 rupees, millet cannot be available at that price. So consumer also understand when you are buying a millet, it is coming with the cost, and we want to pass that message also, because Atmanirbhar and doubling the farmer income, because millet cannot be produced also as cheap, and millet doesn't have that kind of productivity. So, sir, if we are looking at millet at the low cost, then it is a compromising kind of. But let me tell you, consumers are ready to pay extra. How much extra, that is your formulation will decide, but not certainly at the same price, because millet has been accepted. You go to the modern shops today and look at the maida versus look at the millet actually atta or millet products, which is like wheat flour versus the millet flour. It is certainly at higher cost, and people do understand that. So cost wise, yes, quality wise, and whatever the efficacy which they are claiming, percent of protein, percent of fiber, I think one should not compromise on that. That is more important. So I hope I have answered your question. And today the consumers are ready to pay extra for the quality of the product. They want good product, quality product.
Thank you, Dr. Halde. With that, we really don't have any time left for any further questions. And I would like to end by thanking the entire audience. You've been a fabulous, fantastic audience and great questions, those 3 questions. And again, thank you to each and every expert over here and the speaker, again, for sharing your perspectives to this audience. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And thank you all the panelists. Before that, Dr. R.C. Agarwal, Honorable DDG Education, Indian Council of Agriculture Research, has joined us. We are delighted to welcome you, sir, for this session. And coming back to the session, thank you so much for an excellent panel discussion, sir. And may I now request Honorable DDG Education, Dr. R.C. Agarwal, sir, to felicitate the chair and the panelists of this session. Before that, I request Dr. B. Dayakar Rao, Director in charge ICR IAMR, to welcome our chief guest with a bouquet. Welcome, sir. Now we request Dr. R.C. Agarwal to kindly felicitate the chair and the panelists of the session. Mr. Mizanur Rahman, chair of this session, Senior Director, R&D Head, Southeast Asia, PepsiCo. Mr. Lokesh Basavaraju, Senior Scientist, Hindustan Unilever. Ms. Manasa PS, Group Manager, R&D, Nutrition Science and Clinical Research, Britannia. Now to Mr. Rajashekhar R. Seelam, founder and MD, 24 Mantra. We request Ms. Nupur Agarwal to come. Sorry, to come forward. Mr. C.H. Shashidhar Subramania, HCT South Asia Bueller Group. And also Dr. Muruganandam, R&D Director, PepsiCo. Thank you, sir. We thank Dr. R.C. Agarwal for joining us, and also Dr. B. Dayakar Rao, sir, for accompanying him. Thank you. Moving forward, before we break for lunch, we have a quick corporate presentation, and this will be delivered by Ms. Ankita Marvaha, Director R&D Life Science, Africa, Middle East and South Asia, PepsiCo. Shall request Ms. Ankita for the corporate presentation.
Thank you so much. So we heard that there has to be a revolution, a millet revolution. And thank you, Dr. Rao. And I think Indian Institute of Millet Research is really driving that revolution. Any revolution needs a lot of positive, inspiring stories. And I'm glad that we are invited to share one such story. So we all know that 50% of the world's malnourished children facing wasting reside in India. So in this positive story, which we are looking for, millets, malnutrition is an important underlying story which has to be dealt with. So we collaborated with Indian Institute of Millet Research and did a research to understand that whether the learned population, the SSC A and B, also understand what malnutrition is. This study was done in 4 cities in India, and to our delight, people in section A and B do consider that child malnutrition issue is a big concern. It was rated as 10th major issue in the country which should be dealt with. And what do people think? How can we really deal with this issue? So raising awareness and educating is one of the very important pillars which people said should be taken to deal with this issue. And if we identify malnutrition at an early stage, it can be dealt with. So we made an attempt to help people understand. When we heard the panel members, they all had a very cultural, their childhood stories. They were talking about their experiences as a child and how in their everyday makeup, millets was a part of it. So looking at the cultural dynamics and helping people understand through our culture the importance of nutrition and millets was our endeavor. So I'll just share a video to show you how this was really treated. There's no sound. Can I please request you to?
अरे बाबा
टाळ भरला का ग? डोळ जेवणाचं पण पाय सगळं. काय करतो रे? हा? सकाळ लवकर जायचं.
बाबा
काय रे?
जमलं.
रोप होते आज मोरून आले, डोहाळे डोहाळे फुलवाले किचे डोहाळे. चंद्राना एक आसमानी अन भरू द्या तिची ओटी ग. पोर येऊ दे बापोटी ग. डोहाळे डोहाळे फुलवाले किचे डोहाळे. डोहाळे डोहाळे फुलवाले किचे डोहाळे. डोहाळे फुलवाले किचे डोहाळे. धनुष्यबाण जैसा विलक्षण वीरले करू दे तिसला ग. डोहाळे डोहाळे फुलवाले किचे डोहाळे. तू ठेवले का? तिकडे ठेव. आई तुझ प्रेमाने डोहाळी ग. डोहाळे डोहाळे.
कशाला सारखं सारखं ह्याच्यात ठेवतो? आणि हे समजा तुझ्या येणाऱ्या भावंडासाठी आपण करतोय ना व, मग ते चांगलं व्हावं असं वाटत नाही का तुला?
काय र?
तुम्हीच म्हणता ना हे तेजासाठी, हे रूपासाठी, हे वेतेश. मग तो माझ्यासारखा थोडस खिरून दमायला लागला तर त्याला पण कुणी ऐकलं नाही ना. म्हणून ही माझी पोसण्याची वेळ.
आणि मिळू दे पोषण त्या लहान
हाताने आणि मिळू दे पोषण त्या लहानग्याच्या हक्काने. डोहाळे डोहाळे फुलवाले किचे डोहाळे. डोहाळे डोहाळे फुलवाले किचे डोहाळे. डोहाळे डोहाळे फुलवाले किचे डोहाळे. डोहाळे डोहाळे किचे डोहाळे.
So the education and awareness is important, but what is really needed is a bowl of nutrition. And I think most of the questions here were that what is happening in terms of the innovation. So for this bowl of growth program, we had three pillars. We had nutrition, education, and awareness. In nutrition, I'm very glad and thanks, Mitch, for leading this great agenda with IMR. And as an organization, we are working on developing nutritious solutions. And this was one of the attempts, which was targeted specifically for the malnourished children. Because if we prevent the onset of malnutrition and treat the mildly malnourished child so that they don't reach the MAM-SAM stage, that will be a win for us, win for Millet, and win for the country. So that was the attempt which we had, and Mit's team and his great R&D team, Dr. Shashi Prabha Muruganandam is sitting here. We worked a lot. We are working a lot on innovations with IIMR, and it's really enabling in finding those unique solutions. But just putting something which the child does not like or a consumer does not like is the question which we all have been dealing with. We want to give something, we want to give a bowl of nutrition, but how do we make it interesting? How do we make it more culturally relevant? So we converted this bowl into a bowl of panjiri. Panjiri, which is so rooted to all of us, something which we all would have eaten in some form or the other in various parts of the country. So I will just show you this video, which summarizes all our efforts as a part of Bowl of Growth program.
Child malnutrition is a problem in many parts of the world. In India, despite the strong progress made in addressing it, 1 out of 3 children are still malnourished, which hinders their growth both mentally and physically. Early identification and management is crucial to stop malnutrition from becoming severe, leading to irreversible damage. So Quaker, a brand that believes in the power of nutrition, launched the Bowl of Growth program in April 2023, an initiative based on 3 pillars set to help malnourished children: nutrition for the children, awareness for the community, and education for the caregivers. And in order to achieve these goals, we collaborated with Mamta organization to help us with an established network. For nutrition, we collaborated with nutrition experts to create a multigrain and millet version of a local recipe called panjiri. With over 1,000 children registered under the program, 98% of the children showed high adherence and loved this panjiri.
My kid likes this panchiri. He always asks for it. After having this panchiri regularly, my child has become more active.
For awareness, we got the larger community to participate in engaging activities to inculcate the importance of nutritious food within them. For education, we closely worked with the caregivers of affected children by demonstrating the importance of nutritious food in creative and engaging ways. With over 500 sessions later, the awareness levels increased from 21% to 97%. Not just that, to spread the word deeper within the community, we introduced a symbolic bowl in Dohale Javan, a baby shower ritual for expecting mothers. And with all these efforts, we saw significant improvement on ground, 89% of children in the program experiencing improved or stable growth parameters. We'd like to take this opportunity to thank local administration of Pune district for their constant support.
By prioritizing government nutrition programs and successful initiatives like Ball of Growth program, Jilha Parishad Pune is confident in building a healthier and more prosperous future for the community.
With the government's support and appreciation, the Bowl of Growth program set out to fulfill its goal. As time passed, we started noticing a positive difference in the health of these children. But this is just the beginning. Our vision is to stay committed to the cause and keep contributing to this fight.
So the other question which we all are dealing with is millets just the buzz of the day or it's something which is sustainable? So as PepsiCo, like Mitch mentioned, we are committed, and as industry and as I think governments, as IMR, I think IMR is driving that agenda, and we are really, I think fortunate that we all are sitting here and being a part of the revolution which IMR is driving. And what happens if just one generation is involved and not every generation? So through this program, we also launched, a campus competition, the first social impact competition, where we invited all the STEM students to come up with unique solutions and drive this awareness and drive this change and be a part of this change. So just a glimpse of that.
We are here with one of India's first ever social impact-based competitions on malnutrition in collaboration with Quaker India.
Presenting Fuel the Future.
A unique campus competition where you get to be a real change maker.
But that's not all you get. You can even win cash rewards of 25,000.
A certificate of participation and an internship opportunity for a select few.
All you have to do is pair up with a friend and come up with innovative ideas to spread awareness about undernutrition.
Happiness is alive. Go ahead, fuel the future.
So the phase 1 got over. We are in phase 2, and I would urge that we all not just look at how do we make this millet more a cultural phenomena, but also make it really valuable for the young generation so that they start spreading this message. So with this, I'll end and I'll say that let's all partner to make ourselves proud and to make this country proud. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Ankita Marwa, Director R&D Life Sciences, AMESA, for her very, thoughtful presentation on the bowl of growth. And also we applaud and congratulate Quaker and PepsiCo for the very thoughtful integration to elevate nutrition and render the rightful nutrition through Panjedi to the community and nation as a whole. I think it's a multi-grain and millet meal which is delivered to all the children. So to kindly felicitate Ms. Ankita Marwa, I kindly request our Deputy Director General Education, Dr. R.C. Agarwal sir, to kindly felicitate Ms. Ankita Marwa. Please, sir. Thank you, sir. We'll now break for the quick lunch and request all of you to kindly assemble back by 2:30 as we have the other sessions before the valedictory session. So we request all of you to break for lunch and assemble back quickly by 2:30 p.m. Thank you.
right on top and take a photo right here. Yeah, yeah. Like, don't take the empty chair. Come here. Come back, come in here. What's up? What's up? 1980. You are. Random meal. Good.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are about to begin the post-lunch session. Those who have finished their lunch may soon please come and occupy the seats in the auditorium. Once again, we are about to begin the post-lunch session. So we request all the participants and delegates to quickly finish their lunch and occupy the seats in the auditorium. Thank you.
We welcome back all of you after the quick lunch. I think we are about to begin the next panel discussion on needs of FPOs in millet production, processing, value addition, and markets. So we request those of you who are having lunch to kindly finish it up quickly and join us for the session, as we have to proceed with the valedictory session on time. For this session on needs of FPOs in millet production, processing, value addition, and markets, I kindly request Mr. Sridhar Ishwaran, CEO, Samanati Foundation, to kindly join us on stage, sir. And Dr. Divya, Deccan Development Society, to please join us on stage. Dr. Sangappa, Scientist, Indian Institute of Millet Research, Hyderabad, to join us on stage. Dr. Rafi, FPO representative from Andhra Pradesh, to join us on stage. Mr. P. Ankaya, representing Lambasigni FPO. Mr. D. Venkatesham from Tekmal FPO. Mr. Raghu from Nabita Engineering. As all the panelists have joined us on the stage, I kindly request our moderator, Mr. Sridhar Ishwaran, CEO, Samanati Foundation, to set the stage.
Thank you. Good afternoon, all. My name is Sridhar Ishwaran. I represent Samanati Finance. We are an agri-value chain player, work in 23 states, and closely work with 6,000 plus farmer producer organizations, providing them with access to finance, market linkage, advisory, and technology adoption. And the mission of Samanati is how do you make markets work for smallholder farmers? I would like to thank Dr. Dayakar, Nutrihub, ICAR, and IIMR for giving us an opportunity on this day to talk about the subject, which is needs of FPOs in millet production, processing, value addition, and markets. Before doing that, I just wanted to set the context. As you know, in India, farmers as primary producers are unable to realize the right value, right? And there are a lot of challenges: fragmented land holdings, lack of awareness, access to credit, market linkages, adoption to newer technologies, climate change. These are some of the few challenges. However, if you wanted to see how these challenges can be mitigated, so there is a collectivization of small farmers into an FPO, farmer producer organization. It is one of the effective ways to address these challenges. And there is a need for collectivization of millet growers to take advantage of these collective marketing, processing, and value addition to boost their income, as well as nurturing the nutritious millets to the larger interests of the society. So that's where, this particular topic, farmer producer organization, is important. So before I hand it over, I would like to introduce the panelists. And if you see the representatives, they all are from FPOs, processing units, people who are actually supporting the farmer producer organization in handholding and mentoring. So I would like to introduce all our panelists today. We have Ms. Divya from Deccan Development Society. She is a development sector professional, a researcher by training, and very focused on transition to natural farming, and our core competence is on sustainable agriculture. We have Dr. Sengappa from IIMR, who plays a pivot role in promoting and handholding of FPOs, enable market linkages, connect with processors, and doing a lot of value addition activities. We also have Mr. Rafi. He represents the Matsya Devata farmer producer organizations, and he will talk about all the support that is given to the FPO. We also have Mr. Ankaya. Mr. Ankaya is representing Lamba Singhi FPO from Vizag. They do a lot of activities with the shareholders, and he is in a position to talk about, how they are actually engaging with the smallholder farmers on millets and how they have been able to scale the business. We also have Mr. Raghu from Namhita Engineering. So they are basically from a manufacturing company, and they have a lot of these machines which is meant for the agriculture sector, and he will also be sharing his views on how they are able to engage with the agriculture sector, smallholder farmers, including the FPOs, and that's what is the discussion that will be there. Last but not the least, we also have Mr. Venkatesham. Mr. Venkatesham represents Takemal FPO, and he will also be able to share. So if you see the entire panel, we have representatives from farmer producer organizations, we have representatives from IIMR who are actually playing the incubation role. We have representative from a NGO which is working on the sustainable agriculture, and of course I am there from a non-banking finance company and a foundation which takes care of the entire capacity building. And since we have got panelists from the FPO segment, we will have the session moderated in English and Telugu. So with this, I will start the session, and I will request Ms. Divya to have a conversation with the FPOs in Telugu and get their insights and perspectives. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sridhar. I think we are indeed lucky that the FPOs that are here today are also representing very different agroclimatic conditions as well. So we hopefully be able to hear diverse perspectives. నేను మొదట లంబసింగి నుంచి అంకయ్య గారితో మొదలు పెడతాను. నమస్తే అండి. మీరు ఈ 2 ఏళ్లుగా ఒక FPOకి డైరెక్టర్గా చేస్తున్నారు. అంటే మీ అనుభవంలో ఒక FPO నడపాలి అంటే ఎలాంటి రిసోర్సెస్ కావాలి, ఎలాంటి సపోర్ట్ కావాలి, అది మీకు ఎలా అందాయి, మీ ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్లో ఒక 3-4 నిమిషాల్లో క్లుప్తంగా చెప్తారు.
థ్యాంక్ యూ మేడం. నా పేరు అంకయ్య, నేను విశాఖపట్నం నుంచి మాట్లాడుతున్నాను. మా FPO పేరు లంబసింగి ట్రైబల్ ప్రోడక్ట్ ఫార్మర్ ప్రొడ్యూసర్ కంపెనీ. మేము 2021 ఆగస్టులో IIMR సపోర్ట్ తోటి FPO స్టార్ట్ చేయడం జరిగింది. ఇప్పుడు ప్రెజెంట్ మా దగ్గర 764 మంది షేర్ హోల్డర్స్ ఉన్నారు. అందరూ కూడా కంప్లీట్గా ట్రైబల్ ఫార్మర్సే ఉన్నారు. అందులో ఉమెన్స్ అండ్ జెంట్స్ కూడా ఉన్నారు. అయితే ఇక్కడ మేము FPO ఎప్పుడైతే మేము స్టార్ట్ చేసామో ఫార్మర్స్ రిక్వైర్మెంట్స్ చూసాం. రియల్గా అసలు మార్కెట్లో ఏం జరుగుతుంది అనేది అప్పటి వరకు తెలియని పరిస్థితి నుంచి రైతులు ఎలా కల్టివేట్ చేస్తున్నారు, పండించిన పంటని ఎలా మార్కెటింగ్ చేసుకుంటున్నారు అనే దాన్ని కనుక మేము చూసినట్లయితే, పండించిన పంటని యాజ్ ఇట్ ఈజ్గా ఇంటికి వచ్చేలోపే దళారీకి అమ్మడం, అక్కడ 2 రకాల ఇబ్బందులు ఫేస్ చేయడం చూసాము. ఒకటి కాటాలో తేడాలు ఇవ్వడం, 2 మిల్లెట్ అనే దానికి ప్రైమరీ ప్రాసెసింగ్ యూనిట్లు నియర్ బై లేకపోవడం కానీ, అక్కడ ఉన్నటువంటి వాళ్ళకి అవేర్నెస్ లేకపోవడం మూలన తక్కువ ధరకి మార్కెట్లో ఉన్న ప్రైస్ కంటే ఆల్మోస్ట్ 20 to 30% తక్కువ ప్రైస్కి మెటీరియల్ పర్చేజ్ చేయడం జరిగింది. ఇక్కడ మేము ఎప్పుడైతే IIMR సపోర్ట్తో FPOని స్టార్ట్ చేసామో రియల్ ఫార్మర్స్కి కావాల్సినటువంటి నీడీస్ అన్నిటిని IIMR తెలియజేయడం జరిగింది. ఇక్కడ మాకు మిల్లెట్ ప్రైమరీ ప్రాసెసింగ్ చేస్తే ఎలా ఉండిద్ది, వాటిని వాల్యుయేషన్ చేయడానికి చేసే సిస్టమ్స్ మెకనైజేషన్ ఎలా ఉంటుంది, వాల్యుయేషన్ చేసిన తర్వాత కన్జ్యూమర్ తగ్గట్టుగా ఆ ప్రొడక్ట్స్ని ఎలా వాల్యుయేషన్ చేయాలనేది కూడా మేము లాస్ట్ 3 yearsలో మొత్తం నేర్చుకోగలిగాము. ఫస్ట్ ఇయర్ అంతా కూడా ఫార్మర్కి ఎలాంటి సీడ్ వస్తుంది అనే దాని మీద IIMR అప్రోచ్ అయినప్పుడు ఇప్పటి వరకు వాళ్ళు పండించిన పంటలో నుంచి కొంత భాగం స్టోర్ చేసుకొని దాన్ని మళ్ళీ నెక్స్ట్ ఇయర్ కల్టివేట్ చేయడం అనేది సహజంగా మేము 2 years గమనించాము. అందువల్ల ఏమవుతుందంటే ఈల్డ్ చాలా తక్కువ వచ్చేది. తర్వాత ఇక్కడ ఎప్పుడైతే మాకు ఐఐఎంఆర్ నుంచి జెన్యూన్ సీడ్ వచ్చిందో ఆటోమేటిక్గా 20-30% ఈల్డ్ ఈ సంవత్సరం మేము చూడగలిగాము. అదొక అచీవ్మెంట్గా చెప్పుకోవాలి ఐఐఎంఆర్ నుంచి. రెండోది వచ్చేటప్పటికి ప్రైమరీ ప్రాసెసింగ్ అండ్ సెకండరీ ప్రాసెసింగ్. ప్రైమరీ ప్రాసెసింగ్ అనేది కొంచెం ఎక్కువ వాల్యూమ్ చేయగలిగితే ఉపయోగపడిద్ది అని మేము అనుకున్నప్పుడు ఇనిషియల్గా మార్కెట్లోకి వెళ్ళడానికి మాకు నియర్ బై కేవీకేస్ని, ఆర్ఏఆర్ఎస్ని, తర్వాత ఇప్పటికే ఐఐఎంఆర్లో ఇంక్యుబేటర్స్ మాకు నియర్ బై వాళ్ళని కనెక్ట్ చేయడం వలన మేము మెకనైజేషన్ సపోర్ట్ లేకుండానే అక్కడ జాబ్ వర్క్ చేయించుకోవడానికి మాకు యాక్సెస్ దొరికింది. ఇంచుమించుగా 35-40 రూపాయల లోపు ఉన్నటువంటి మిల్లెట్ని 70-80 రూపీస్ అక్కడ మేము మార్కెట్ చేసుకోవడానికి ఐఐఎంఆర్ సపోర్ట్ వచ్చింది. తర్వాత సెకండరీ ప్రాసెసింగ్లో పల్వనైజింగ్ సిస్టమ్స్, వాల్యూ ఎడిషన్లో స్వీట్ హార్డ్ తయారు చేసుకునేదంతా కూడా ట్రైనింగ్ రూపంలో మాకు అందించారు. అక్కడ మేము డైరెక్ట్గా ఎండ్ కస్టమర్కి ప్రొడక్ట్ ఇచ్చేలాగా ఇడ్లీ రవ్వ, ఉప్మా రవ్వ, తర్వాత రాగి ఫ్లోర్ ఇవంతా కూడా ఎఫ్పిఓ బ్రాండ్ మీద మార్కెటింగ్ మొదలుపెట్టాం. ఎప్పుడైతే ఈ 2-3 రకాల సెగ్మెంట్ అంటే కల్టివేషన్లో సపోర్ట్ తీసుకోవటం, తర్వాత ప్రైమరీ ప్రాసెసింగ్ చేసి కొంచెం ప్రైస్ ఇంక్రీజ్ చేసుకోవటం, వాల్యూ ఎడిషన్ చేసి కన్జ్యూమర్కి ఇచ్చినప్పుడు ఇంకొంచెం డబుల్ ప్రైస్ తీసుకుంటున్నాము, మార్కెటింగ్ ఛాలెంజెస్ వచ్చినాయి. ఎందుకంటే మాకు ముందు నంబర్ ఆఫ్ కంపెనీస్ ఆల్రెడీ మార్కెట్లో ఉండడం, వాళ్ళు చేసే బల్క్ మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చరింగ్కి మేము రీచ్ అవ్వలేకపోవడం, డైరెక్ట్గా ఎండ్ కస్టమర్కి కనెక్ట్ అవ్వడానికి కావాల్సిన సపోర్ట్. ఎందుకంటే ఐఐఎంఆర్కి నంబర్ ఆఫ్ పీపుల్ వచ్చి అసోసియేట్ అవుతుంటారు, మాకు కొంచెం ఎఫ్పిఓస్ని కనెక్ట్ చేయండి అని కానీ, లేకపోతే డైరెక్ట్గా ఫార్మర్ వింగ్ని కనెక్ట్ చేయండి అన్నప్పుడు ఐఐఎంఆర్ నుంచి మార్కెట్ సపోర్ట్ కూడా మాకు దొరికింది. లాస్ట్ ఇయర్ కనుక మేము చూస్తే 1.4 crores టర్న్ ఓవర్ మేము రిటైల్ సెగ్మెంట్లో చేయగలిగాం. ఈ ఇయర్ మేము ఇంకా కూడా ఏదైతే రిటైల్ సెగ్మెంట్ కాకుండా ఫార్మర్కి ఎక్కువ సీడ్ని మేము ఇచ్చాము. కల్టివేషన్ క్రాప్ పెరిగింది, దాదాపుగా ఒక 250 ఎకరాలకి ఈ సంవత్సరం మేము సీడ్ ఇచ్చాము. ఈ సీడ్ ఇవ్వడం వలన మా అంచనా కనీసం 100 నుంచి 150 టన్నులు మేము ప్రొక్యూర్ చేయగలుగుతామని ఒక నమ్మకంతో హోల్సేల్ బిజినెస్ చేయడానికి కూడా ఇప్పటి వరకు స్టడీ చేస్తున్నాను మేడం. ఇప్పటి వరకు వచ్చినటువంటి సపోర్ట్ యాక్చువల్గా మాకు అది సైంటిస్టుల దగ్గర నుంచి, ఐఐఎంఆర్ సైంటిస్టుల దగ్గర నుంచి మా టీం అంతా కూడా సపోర్ట్ చేయబట్టి సక్సెస్ఫుల్గా ఎటువంటి హడిల్స్ లేకుండా ఎఫ్పిఓని రన్ చేస్తూ వచ్చాం. థ్యాంక్ యూ మేడం.
Thank you, Ankay garu. He's pointed out that IIMR support has helped them in increasing their total yield, in learning how to do value addition, in connecting to consumers, and overall getting better price realization for all of their producers. Thank you so much for those insights. Next, I turn to Rafi, who's here representing Matsyadeyata FPO, coming from a similar region as well. But Rafi, could you touch upon what processing needs FPOs have and how those needs have been met for Matsyadeyata FPO?
Yes, ma'am. So first of all, let me introduce myself Dr. Rafi, and representing Sri Matsyadeyata FPO from G Madugula block. And we are dealing in almost like 18 villages. So at present, we have 410 farmers. So all are the tribal farmers. In the tribal areas, we know that the employment is the big challenge. So earlier, the major commodities that we have in that particular locality is little millet and the foxtail millet and ragi. So the major challenge is that again it comes to millet is like MSP, so minimum support price. So in the tribal areas, even the farmers are not being paid with the that MSP. So for example, in the market now MSP is around like 43 rupees, but the middleman and the trader they are lifting at 28 rupees or 29 rupees. And individual farmer of the tribals, if we see, so they don't have any bargaining power. So this is the major challenge that we addressed by forming this FPO. So luckily and fortunately, we are very blessed that IMR has come to us in the year 2020-22. So we was sanctioned with an FPO called Sri Matsyadeyata FPO. So through which we have mobilized 400 farmers, and in the first year itself, we have mapped around 250 acres of millet land. So in that particular locality. So we have received around 1000 kgs of seed from the IMR. So by utilizing these 1000 kgs, we have given to the seed. We have given seed to the farmers on free basis, and later on, the technical advisories and capacity building programs has been conducted in this particular regard. And after the harvesting, also the kind of intra trading approach. So the one who was sitting next to me, like Dr. Sangappa sir and Dr. Srinivas Babu sir, has guided the Lambasingi FPO to take the harvested produce. Like we have 10 tons of little millet. So that 10 tons of little millet was procured by Lambasinghi FPO. So this is one kind of support, the marketing support that we got immediate basis. But when it comes to the after harvesting, the processing is the major challenge again the FPO is facing. So till date, the first year 250 acres, later on 500 acres. Now at present we have 800 acres of millet cultivation of barnyard millet, followed by foxtail millet, little millet, and the ragi millet, and some major millet like sorghum. So out and out, the major millets and minor millets we have cultivated. Still, the challenge is there with respect to primary segment, like primary processing aspect. So that challenge we have addressed to the IMR also, and we are going to the ARS Vijayanagaram. So for getting the processing done. So which is a huge transportation cost will be there. So going there and again coming back is a big challenge to the FPO again. So in order to address, we are planning to go for the full either the short or medium scale the primary processing setup. So that includes cleaning and grading, followed by the de-husking machine. So this includes this increases the price of the farmer, like consumer share, farmer share in the consumer rupee will be increased. So if it is set up, so till date we are facing the same challenge, primary challenge. But anyhow, through the Polambadi program of Andhra Pradesh government and the horticulture department and the technical support of the IMR, so we have mapped this 800 acres of millets. And these 800 acres of millet in another 10 to 15 days, the grain is about to harvest. And then again, the challenge comes the processing. So we are again going for the trading. So in order to increase the better price, so we need the support of the primary processing. Again, the big challenge. So to address this in the next coming phases, with the support of IMR and any other the schemes, so we are planning to go for the primary processing setup, and almost all the members of the FPO, like tribal women, like we have categorized 152 tribal women. So these 152 women were guided with the value addition things. So now with the atta kind of thing, so they are preparing some laddu, so they are preparing some murku, so that sweet items and value added items are doing. So that is the secondary segment. So when it comes to primary segment, so that's the challenge is there. So we need support for establishing the missionary kind of setup that is required for the FPO based on that particular locality. So the travel itself is a big challenge in the tribal areas. So again, getting and installing these missionaries and wear and tear, again, it matters. And hiring a local person who can operate this particular machine by checking the efficiencies and all. So again, a big challenge. And we are looking one who can supply or who can give the good primary processing setup so that we can support our farmers further and mobilize our farmers and give the full-fledged employment with respect to millet ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you, Rafi. That is very well put, especially in remote areas, the need for processing facilities, which are a big bottleneck in the millet supply chain for FPO, certainly. I'll turn next to Mr. Venkataya garu. తెలంగాణలో తేక్మాల్ FPO నుంచి వచ్చారు. ఇప్పటిదాకా చాలా వరకు మనం మాట్లాడుకుంది మిల్లెట్స్ లో మార్కెట్ ఎలా చేయాలి, ప్రాసెసింగ్ ఎలా చేయాలి అని వచ్చిన వాళ్ళందరూ మాట్లాడారు. కానీ ఈ గత కాలంలో ఈ కొన్ని సంవత్సరాల్లో మిల్లెట్స్ కి డిమాండ్ చాలా పెరుగుతున్న కన్జ్యూమర్ వైపు నుంచి ప్రొడక్షన్ లో చాలా సమస్యలు ఉన్నాయి, పండించడంలో చాలా సమస్యలు ఉన్నాయి. మీ అనుభవంలో దట్టు తెలంగాణ రీజన్ లో మిల్లెట్స్ పండించడంలో ఎలాంటి సమస్యలు ఉన్నాయి, మీరు రైతులతో ఎలా పనిచేశారో చెప్తారా మాకు?
ఇక్కడ వేదిక పైనటువంటి పెద్దలందరూ, నాతో పాటున్నటువంటి వేదిక పెద్దలకు నమస్కారం. అలాగే మాతోటి ఇక్కడ ఈ కార్యక్రమంలో పాల్గొన్న పెద్దలందరూ కూడా, నాతో పాటు పాల్గొన్న సభ్యులందరికీ ప్రత్యేక ధన్యవాదాలు. నా పేరు వెంకటేశము, మెదక్ జిల్లా టేక్మాల్ మండలం ఫార్మర్ ప్రొడ్యూసర్ ఆర్గనైజేషన్ CEO గా పనిచేస్తున్నా. 2021లో మాది NCTC IMR ద్వారా స్థాపించడం జరిగింది. 750 మంది సభ్యులతో నడుస్తుంది. ఒక మిల్లెట్స్ ఏంటంటే, మా ప్రాంతంలో మంజీరా పరివాహక ప్రాంతమైనటువంటి టేక్మాల్ మండలం ఉన్నప్పటికైనా కానీ కూడా ఎక్కువ ప్యాడీ, కాటన్ ఎక్కువ పండిస్తారు. అయినప్పటికీ కూడా మనము చిరుధాన్యాలను వండియాలన్న ఆలోచనతోటి ఫస్ట్ సారి మా IMR ద్వారా 45 ఎకరాలకు విత్తనాలు ఫ్రీగా ఇచ్చి రైతులకు సాగు చేయడం జరిగింది. సాగు చేసినప్పటికీ కూడా అక్కడ సరైన మౌలిక సదుపాయాలు లేకపోవడం, యంత్రాలు అందుబాటులో లేకపోవడం వల్ల అతి తక్కువ ధరకు మార్కెట్లో ఉన్నటువంటి దానికి తక్కువ ధరకే అమ్మడం జరిగింది. ఎందుకంటే దీనికి ఇతర యంత్రాల వల్ల కానీ ఆ విధంగా అన్ని మౌలిక సదుపాయాలు కల్పిస్తే ఎక్కువ దిగుబడి తీసి రైతు ఆర్థికంగా బలోపేతం కావడానికి అవకాశం ఉంటుంది. అలాగే ప్యాడీ కూడా ఒకటి ఏంటంటే మిల్లెట్స్ తయారు చేయడానికి కూడా మన సంగారెడ్డి జిల్లా నారాయణఖేడ్ ఉన్నటువంటి అక్కడ అనేటి ప్రాసెస్ ఏ విధంగా తయారన్నట్టుగా మిల్లెట్ మ్యాన్ వీరశెట్టి పాటిల్ గారి సౌజన్యంతో కూడా అక్కడ 30 మంది మహిళలను ఇతర రైతులను దొరకపోయి కూడా అక్కడ విజిట్ చూపించి పరికరాలు ఏ విధంగా తినుబండారాలు ఏ విధంగా తయారు చేయాలి, ఎట్లా ఉత్పత్తి చేయాలని దానిపైన కూడా అవగాహన చేయడం జరిగింది. దాంతో పాటుగా కూడా రైతులను ఇంకా ప్యాడీ వైపు ఎక్కువ మొగ్గు చూపడం వల్ల కూడా మా ఎఫ్పిఓ ద్వారా 5 ఎకరాలను కౌలుకు ఇచ్చి ఏ విధంగా వండియాలన్నట్టు అక్కడ డెమోన్స్ట్రేషన్ లాగా 5 ఎకరాలు రైతులు కూడా వండించి చూపించడం జరిగింది పోయిన గత నెలలో. అదే విధంగా రైతులను మోటివేట్ చేసి చిరుధాన్యాల పైన ఎక్కువ చేయాలి, ఇంకా మౌలిక సదుపాయాలు కల్పిస్తే ఇంకా ముందుకెళ్ళాలి. అలాగే మరి ఇక్కడ ఎక్కువ ప్యాడీ ఉంటుంది కాబట్టి గత 2 సంవత్సరాల నుంచి వడ్ల కొనుగోలు సెంటర్లు కూడా నిర్వహించడం జరుగుతుంది. అంటే ప్రభుత్వం నుంచి మనకు లాభం వచ్చిందంటే ఒక క్వింటాల్ 32 రూపాయలు చొప్పున ఉంటుంది కాబట్టి దాని పరంగా కూడా ఆర్థిక బలోపేతాన్ని ముందుకు తీసుకొచ్చి రైతులకు కావాల్సిన సదుపాయాలను యంత్రాలను కూడా ముందు ఆలోచనతో చేస్తున్నాము. గత నెలలో ప్యాడీ ఎక్కువ వర్షాల వల్ల నానిపోవడం వల్ల కానీ రోడ్ల పైన పడిగాపులు కాపి చాలా ఇబ్బందులు పడుతున్న వల్ల కూడా ప్యాడీ డ్రైవర్ కూడా 13 లక్షలు పెట్టి మొన్న తీసుకోవడం జరిగింది. ఎందుకంటే అతి తక్కువ టైం లోపల మనం విత్తనాన్ని ఆరబోసి నాణ్యమైన సరుకును అందియాలని చెప్పి దాంతో పాటు కూడా అలాగే కొన్ని ఏంటంటే విదేశాలు ఇప్పుడు ఇంతకుముందు కట్టంగూరు కానీ ముల్కనూరు కానీ సందర్శించినప్పుడు ఏంటంటే అక్కడ నేర్చుకున్నటువంటి విషయాలు కూడా ఉంటాయి కాబట్టి అలాగే ఎక్కడెక్కడైనటువంటి సందర్శన కేంద్రాలు అక్కడ ఉన్నాయో మా ఎఫ్పిఓలకు కూడా అవకాశం కల్పిస్తే అక్కడ నేర్చుకొని కూడా రైతులకు సరైన గైడ్లైన్స్ ఇచ్చి ముందుకు తీసుకెళ్ళడానికి అవకాశం ఉంటుంది. కాబట్టి ఇదే విధంగా ప్రతి ఒక్క ఎఫ్పిఓని కూడా ఇక్కడ ఉన్న పెద్ద వేదిక పైన ఏంటంటే ఎఫ్పిఓలో ప్రతి ఒక్క మార్కెటింగ్ కానీ యంత్రీకరణ కానీ ఇంకా చేస్తుంటే ఎఫ్పిఓ ఇంకా బలోపేతమై రైతులను చైతన్యం చేసుకోవడం. ఎఫ్పిఓ ద్వారా ఏంటంటే ఒక్కొక్క రైతు విడివిడిగా ఉంటే ఏది సాధించలేం కాబట్టి ఒక రక్షక కవచం లాగా మన ఎఫ్పిఓ పనిచేస్తుంది. కాబట్టి సైంటిస్టులు కానీ మన ఇంతకుముందు సైంటిస్టులు కూడా ఇప్పుడు పురుగు మందులు స్ప్రే చేయడం కానీ ఇబ్బంది అవుతుందని చెప్పేసి గత ఆగస్టు నెలలో మా ఐఏఎంఆర్ మన డైరెక్టర్ మేడం గారు కూడా అక్కడ 150 ఎకరాలకు కూడా మందు స్ప్రే అతి తక్కువ కాలంలో మందు స్ప్రే చేయడం జరిగింది. అలాంటి కార్యక్రమాలు చేయడం వల్ల మా ఎఫ్పిఓకి రైతులను కూడా చాలా చైతన్యవంతం చేసి ముందు తీసుకెళ్ళడానికి అవకాశం ఉంది. కాబట్టి ఇదే విధంగా మా ఎఫ్పిఓల పైన కూడా పెద్దలందరూ కూడా ఉన్నారు కాబట్టి మా ఎఫ్పిఓల పైన దృష్టి పెట్టి మార్కెటింగ్ కానీ ప్రతి ఒక్క సాగు విధానం గురించి కూడా దృష్టి సారించి ముందుకు తీసుకెళ్లాలని చెప్పేసి మనస్ఫూర్తిగా కోరుకుంటున్నాను.
Thank you, Gitaid. I think all of the FPO representatives today, the most common primary point that has been made is the price realization for farmers. The fact that farmers, especially in remote areas, but also in the well-connected areas in Telangana, are not able to get a price that is viable for them. And the difference between the consumer price and the farmer price for millets has been highlighted quite well, I think. So with this, I thank the FPO rep.
Thanks, Divya. I think we all heard from the FPO perspective in terms of, the challenges, what they face, how they really look at in terms of, engaging with their member farmers. Now let's take a value chain up where I will come to Mr. Raghu. Mr. Raghu is from Nabita Engineering and you are into machineries, especially for the agriculture sector. And I just wanted to know from you, what is your experience? What is your experience in terms of engaging with the smallholder farmers on, giving them machinery, telling them in terms of how it is going to help them? Also, by working with the FPOs, because FPOs also play a much wider role. Do you think engaging with FPOs also is going to help you? So if you can just throw some light on that.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Raghu, Nabita company's CEO and founder. And first of all, thank to Dr. Dayakar sir and Dr. Sangappa sir because of their supporting to me. As of now, we completed 3 years successfully. And we are seeing the basic company started from this self-help group. Self-help group in Maharashtra, they given the one challenge. We are facing the millet processing, how to processing that one. We have a less amount and we facing the electricity problem. They doesn't have a 3-phase. They want to single phase. Based on that, we accepted the challenges. We giving the product. They are processing there and they are successfully running 2nd year also. They are giving the product in Maharashtra government say some FPOs, say mutual benefits also they are doing. Same basis we giving to the FPOs also. FPOs we observe in Karnataka and Maharashtra, Chhattisgarh. They have a more production, but how to process and less amount, say in case of government subsidies, they are facing. That we giving the one solution. Say 2 to 3 FPOs taking the tie-up, go to the one unit, process it, you mutually benefit the 3 FPOs or 4 FPOs. And that one linkages anyone facing the electricity, it's hill areas, that tribal areas, they're facing problem. That time you choose the solar base. It's a economical, the government also giving the subsidies on solar panels. That basis use it, and they also successfully run it in Orissa. It's a completely solar base. It's not for isolated from main grid. And coming to the Karnataka, we giving the 5 FPOs. They are successfully run in the in business. They are exporting to the Dubai also. And their main thing is that it's a, what is the millet to millet, how to process, they doesn't know. We giving the training, properly training, millet to millet, what is the moisture level, how to process it, and how to maintain the machineries, first of all. Based on that only you will get the more efficiency, and after that only you will get the best price and profits. That basis, if you have any FPOs also, will give the best solution for you. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Raghu. I think that was very useful when we really look at in terms of how mechanization is going to help. And I'm sure with your products and solutions that can be used even the women farmers also, right? And he also touched upon the point in terms of how it really helps the drudgery. At the same time, he also mentioned about the product and solutions can be connected to a solar. So that also helps you in cost of cultivation coming down. And very important point, what you said was, the advisory services that you give. So that is very important, at a farmer level, at a FPO level, you really need to get into that advisory so that he mentioned about, they are able to really understand the technical issues. At the same time, how it really helps them in their day-to-day operations. Thank you very much for that. You wanted to add anything? Yeah.
Yes. So, and one more thing, it's private organizations also giving the subsidy for FPOs. Like MNC companies also taking, just go to this, talk to the some MNC companies. They give example, ITC, ICSA Foundation, Reliance Foundation. So some entities is there, just go and search it. They are giving 100% subsidy on missionaries.
Thanks. I think this is a very valid point. When you come out, there are many of the startups over here, and there are organizations who are like, into farm mechanization and all. If they really wanted to roll it out on the ground, connecting the smallholder farmers, FPOs and all, there are many CSRs who come forward and they would like to actually help them in taking to the market. So that's a very wonderful point, what you said. I encourage every startups to, focus on your solutions, but definitely for you to connect on the ground, you can also tap many of the foundation CSRs who will be there to help you out on this. Thanks, sir. I will move on to Dr. Sangappa. Dr. Sangappa, all the FPOs on the dais today, they all spoke about the support waters given to them from IIMR, right? At the same time, we are aware you heading the entire FPO incubation in IIMR, and you have been promoting, handholding and mentoring many of the FPOs in 3 to 4 states. I just wanted to understand from you in terms of your experience in not only promoting, engaging with these FPOs, but also if you can just give us some insights in terms of about the value chain when you are connecting with the processors for efficient market linkages, or some of the value additions, and how that has been the journey for you.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. Very good afternoon to all. So listening in the afternoon, that to the after the heavy lunch is very difficult, but still I can put forward some of the points which are very, very relevant to this convention. That too in the startup convention, listening about the production processing from the farmers or the FPOs is again a challenging task. Many are from the different background, that too are the business mode. But FPOs are also a kind of a business entities nowadays. as you heard about the FPOs which are very performing very good in the some of the places. Friends, as we know that in India, we have the 88 to 89% of the farmers are small and marginal who are having less than 2.5 acres of their land. And promoting millets among these farmers is very challenging task. As you know that many farmers having 1 or 2 acres or 3 acres of their land. And when we take these millet seeds and when we ask them to grow the millets and all, they obviously say that, yes, how much we get the return from this. कितना मिलेगा पैसा अगर से हम 1 एकड़ में ग्रो किए तो. So that is the challenge what we are facing currently. But through our farmer producer organization, of course, we have expanded the area since 2 years for the promotion of the millets and cultivation. At the IMR, we are working for the handholding and incubation of the farmer producer organization with the team, Dr. Srinivas Babu sir and all our team members at the IMR. We mainly focusing on the FPOs, which are having the potential to grow the millets and revival of the existing cropping system and all. So in this case, so we have provided a lot of quality seeds to them from our seed unit from the IMR in case of the major millets and the small millets as well. And we asked the farmers to grow this one, and we also connected them to the processors and all. We assured them that. So in the beginning, we provided the seeds, and later on, they faced the problem regarding the sowing. So nowadays, you know that the sowing is the problem or due to the labor shortage and all. So we have introduced the mechanized sowing, especially in the case of the Karnataka-based FPOs with the existing some machineries, seed drills and all. So we have provided that one so that that labor issue was solved. Then comes to the related to the harvesting. Again, the farmers were facing the harvesting related issues because we need the more number of laborers to harvest the millets and all. So due to this is not economical much in terms of the economy. So we introduced the combined harvester of the paddy to harvest the millets by modifying some changes in the paddy harvester. So that is again adopted by some of the FPOs, especially in the Raichur district of the Karnataka, where it's a paddy growing area. The availability of this combined harvester, especially the paddy harvester, was there. So we have modified and introduced that one. So it was easily adopted by other FPOs also. So then comes to the matter related to the processing. You know that when we harvest these grains, the farmers cannot directly sell in the market as due to the fragmentation of the land holding and all. Hardly 1 acre, 2 acres of paddy, this millet cultivation was there. So we started aggregation of those farmers who are cultivating the millets and all, and connected to a processor. But they were getting very less price for that one. As my fellow colleague or previous speaker told, the farmer share in the consumer pay is always low. In case of the millets also, even in the vegetables and other horticulture crops also. So in order to increase the share of the farmers in the consumer rupee, so we try to establish the millet primary processing unit at the farm gate itself. So now out of the 34 FPOs which we have formed by the IMR, more than 19 FPOs are already established the primary processing setup either in the FPOs or the FPOs have been connected to the nearest KVKs or the ASRP centers where we established the primary processing center. So they are taking the help of these centers to process the grains and at least the cleaning, grading and destoning. After that one, we are trying to connect them to the processor, big processor, even the market also. Even some FPOs, they are already having the dehulling facility also. They are dehulling the grains and packing that one and directly marketing in the market with their own brand also. We can say that their FPO brands are not similar to the modern names like the startups, but based on the village name or based on the community name or any God's name. So the FPOs have been created their own brand and they are into the market currently. So we have taken such initiatives for the processing also. So you have rightly quoted, sir, that is the grabbing the opportunity of the CSR in the FPO sustainability. Of course, I would like to mention the good example here is that we are working with the ICC Foundation also. This is the first foundation which has helped our FPOs. I am not telling about the other FPOs, our FPOs where they got the complete primary processing setup at the farm gate. They have provided the 12 lakh rupees to set up this primary processing setup at the farm gate. It means that many companies, big companies, even the PepsiCo and all, they have the CSR fund, but they have to come forward for the integration with the existing millet-based FPOs to provide the facility to the farmers, so that then only the revival of the millets can happen and the farmers will get the better price for their produce. So ICC Foundation has helped to the 2 FPOs in our case, and also 5 more projects are in the pipeline. So of course they will also get some more processing facility. So our previous director, Dr. Vilas Tonopi, so now with some of the industry, that is Advanta company, he also promised to get some CSR fund for the existing Andhra Pradesh based FPOs and in the Telangana based FPOs. So those processes are also in the pipeline. So we need to integrate the CSR or the startups and also the other stakeholders to working with the FPOs and provide a solution for their challenges. Then only the revival of the millets can happen. That to throw the FPOs, really it will be a successful and the sustainable things under. Regarding the market and all, as my previous speaker mentioned, so we have come out with the branding and the premium packaging also, and as well as the vacuum packaging currently. And our some of FPOs are already into the primary processing processed grains, atta, rava and all. And with some of the outsourcing and all, we are taking the help of the US, Raichur, KVKs and other equip center where they are processing the value-added products, also preparing and reaching out to the local market with their own small setup. So in a such way, we are working with the FPOs and providing the solutions from the seed to till the market. So now question comes about the market. That is, we have the number of startups, number of consumers in the country. But the thing is that still more than 89 crore people still depend on the monthly ration, which is again supplied by the government department. So Antyodaya Anna Yojana, or you can say something, or free distribution of the foods. Means if you want to really revive the millets, then we need to target the consumption of the millets at the production place also. So more than 89 crore farmers, or you can say the consumers, will be benefited when we provide the locally processed grains that to the millets in their food basket. So in this fashion, we are working all the way for the sustainability of the FPOs, and for the validated products, we are onto the ONDC, which is a platform created by the SFEC and under the central sector scheme of the FPO promotion. And also we are working on the with the other agencies, like the platforms of the different e-commerce platforms, and we onboarded the different FPOs also on the ONDC, which are directly associated with us. So one more thing is that Odisha is another potential state where we are working with the Odisha Millet Mission, Dr. Srinivas Babu sir and myself, where we are indirectly building the capacities of the FPOs which are existing in the Odisha. So it means that IMR can handhold the other FPOs also, which are formed by the other CPPOs, NGOs, and the other corporate sector, where we can provide the capacity building programs to the FPOs in terms of the production, processing, value addition, and as well as the marketing. Because when we provide the proper advocacy to the farmers or the FPOs, then only the revival of the millets can happen. And that too, on-time supply of the millet seed is very much essential. So in this way, I invite the FPOs, I also invite the NGOs or other cluster-based business organization who are promoting the FPOs to collaborate with or associate with the IMR in the journey of the millets revival or the promotion of the millets in the country, especially in the non-traditional, in the traditional and the non-traditional areas with the quality seeds and by strengthening the value chain. So I also request the startups where we have this startups convention here. If you don't have the production, and then there will not be any convention or the consumption. So the FPOs are the need of the hour, and it is a solution for all the agrarian crisis which we are facing in the country. So let us integrate or collaborate with the producer organization directly for the revival of the millets, and as well as the increase the consumption level of the millets in the country and achieve the nutritional security and farmers' income as well. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thanks, Dr. Sangappa. I think he touched the entire value chain. If I just have to summarize in 1 minute, you touched upon the entire process from pre-sowing to production to post-harvest. So if you look at the role played by IIMR in terms of, incubating the FPOs, handholding them, mentoring them, they really worked in the entire process, right? And I should thank you and IIMR for the commendable job. Very important, you touched upon the seed conservation right up to the processing. We have seen many FPOs where, they are able to do the basic two activities, which is input or an output. Very few FPOs in India are able to take care of the processing, which is a value addition. And there also you spoke about in terms of, how do you get into the FPOs on primary processing, and they also get their own branding, which is very important. Very few FPOs are able to do this. And I also like the idea of, IIMR as part of their program, they collaborate with all the other ecosystem players, which is very vital for this initiative, right? We have to get in touch with many of the foundations, CSR, so that their support is needed to take care of it. At the same time, they also connect with processors, institutional buyers of commodities who are able to procure these millets from the FPOs and the smallholder farmers. And that's how the value addition comes in. And they also take care of how income is actually increased in the hands of the farmers. Again, congratulations and well done there. Lastly, I think we have heard FPOs, we have heard their stories with smallholder farmers. We have heard a banker like us, how we are able to provide finance. At the same time, we have heard from IIMR in terms of the entire support they give. But these are all something excellent enablers, which is definitely available. And, if all of them are together, it's really doable. And that has been seen, and, a mentoring definitely helps. I have my last question to Divya. So Divya, you heard everything here, right? And you have also heard in terms of how IIMR, all the FPOs, they connect with their community, how they get into the entire process. You also heard from processors, you also heard from one of the farm mechanization company in terms of how they are also engaging. Now, if you put it end to end, one of the things which is very important today is climate impact. So you, from your organizations, you people are actively working on climate change and sustainable agriculture, which is very important. And that is what is going to be the future, because climate is really impacting in a big way. And we have seen how yields are dropping, how the farmers' incomes are coming down. And from your perspective, from DDS, how are you actually taking this? And if you can throw some light in terms of your engagement on the ground on sustainable agriculture. And definitely here, there are some package of practices that needs to be changed. So what are those challenges and how do you do this? So if you can just.
Thank you for that question. I think everybody in this audience is familiar that this relationship between agriculture and climate change is a two-way relationship. Agriculture contributes to the climate change problem globally, about 20 to 30% of GHG emissions by our estimate. Even in India, at least a fifth of our emissions come from agriculture. This is not even including all of the emissions along from production to the consumer end, or the neither the upstream nor the downstream emissions. So agriculture and food distribution are major problems when it comes to sustainability. So in this context, when we think about climate change in millets, we all know that millets are certainly more resource efficient. Say millets consume only about a third of the water, depending on the millet, that rice consumes. We're talking in terms of per kg production. But as much as we compare rice or Green Revolution cereals head on head with millets, millets are not directly in competition with areas cultivated under rice for increasing their production area. Millets are dryland crops, which means that millets are cultivated by people who don't have access to irrigation. As such, they are cultivated by the most vulnerable of the farmers. And so this is where millets become very important in this battle against climate change, because at their core, they are resilient crops. And this resilience is what enables dryland farmers, particularly DDS as an organization works with women farmers who tend to cultivate the poorest quality lands in their villages. These are the lands on the outskirts. These are lands that were previously fallow lands, uncultivable lands. In these lands, millets are the only crops that will actually grow. And so, just like my co-panelist has pointed out, Dr. Sangappa, it is not just consumer linkages for increasing consumption. Millets consumption at the level of the producer is also very important to address this challenge of nutrition. Say in the previous panel, 24 Mantra, which is such a key player in the organic value chain, they've talked about working with about 35,000 farmers. Think of the number of farmers in this country. 10 million, 20 million, by our estimate, still 40% of the workforce is engaged in agriculture in some form. So what is the scale that is needed to address the challenges for these millions of people, both in terms of ensuring productivity for their income and also their nutrition? That is why millets and the kind of stability, not just in terms of the income potential that they can provide is important, but the food security component is actually quite important. See, during COVID, we actually took up a study across 12 states that showed us when outside markets were down, it is actually farmers who were growing multiple varieties of crops that were still able to consume more diverse diets. And this is not just important for a household, individual household level, but rather at the country level also. There's actually a really nice modeling exercise done by a research team at Columbia that talks about if we increase area under millets. So in their model, they have held constant the total area under cultivation, so the net sown area, and also the total calorie production in terms of what we grow. Even holding these two constant, if we were to replace just in the primary crop season, resource intensive crops with millet specifically, you are able to we have the potential of seeing our energy requirements come down by 10%, fertilizer use come down by about the same, water use somewhere between 10 and 20%. And while seeing these emissions reductions and resource use requirement reductions, potentially we can see almost 50% increase in iron availability per capita in this country. So huge benefits to nutrients as well. But the study talks about a very important point, which is that when there is a dry spell, say 2 years ago in Telangana, there was plenty of rainfall. But despite average rainfall being normal, the dry spell was very long. So in cases like this, the most calorie loss that the country suffers is actually from calories lost due to the rice crop actually. So they point out that if you were to switch to millets, that calorie loss at the country level in cases of climate change, say dry spells, can actually be reduced almost up to 15%. This is a very important gain at the country level, and we need to keep these in mind. And so with that, I think I'll conclude my point that millets, of course, all of the ecological benefits that we see, but this is not just for farmers, but across the country, there is much to be gained by making this shift.
Thanks, Ms. Divya. I think your research and the work what you have done really spells out very clearly the importance of it. But if I have to just summarize what Divya said, very three, 4 points, which is very important. She touched upon one thing is she spoke about the dry lands. She spoke about resilient. Very important, which we have to make cognizant of this is the productivity, stability, and increase in income. These are some of the things which I think we have to keep it in mind. And last but not the least, we also said 2 things which is very relevant. One, how do you bring in gender inclusion into this? Because more women are coming forward and getting into this production of millets. At the same time, we also spoke about barren and uncultivable land that can be made into productive use. These are some of the things which really came out very clear in your discussion. Thanks, Divya, for this. I don't know whether we have time for this. We don't have. So, however, before I just summarize, I would like to thank all the panelists for their excellent insights and also sharing their perspectives and the challenges and also their engagement with the farmer producer organizations and the smallholder farmers. I just have a minute to summarize, because, not only in this panel, from yesterday till today, in all the earlier panels on the round table, there are a lot of insights that has come, right? And couple of things which is very important, which I have just noted it down. One is, it comes out very clearly, it is necessary to do a coordination effort to enhance millet production. That's very important. And that really helps us for our food security, safety, and nutrition, which everybody spoke about. And millets as a crop has need to be fully integrated to the food systems. So that is very, very important, right? From sowing till the processing to the branding to the end consumers, that has to be there. Third important is, the seed, the conservation, what Dr. Sangappa said. Conservation of seeds is very, very important. Last, you should actually convergence with all the government schemes, the policy advocacy, which is very, very important. More important, how do you really focus on improving the production, productivity, and quality of import millets? Last but not the least, there has to be a lot of, the earlier panel spoke about R&D. There are a lot of discussions happened on innovation. There are many startups who are into this space. I think very important is they are all part of the entire ecosystem. And for us to get this on the ground, very important is lot of skill development and training has to happen. There are a lot of rural boys and girls who can be part of this, and we can actually bring him onto this platform. So they are also part of this, and they don't migrate and do some petty jobs in the nearby metros and cities. So that's what it is. Last but not the least, having heard everyone, and you all are being a patient listener, one thing we all have to keep it in mind. Whatever we do in whichever the ecosystem we represent, I think one thing which we have to keep it in mind, whatever we do here, be it from sowing till the consumption, there are many value chain players, many actors. Everybody has got their own characteristics and challenges. But one thing important, we have to keep it in mind. All said and done, whatever we do from the bottom of our heart, whether it really translates to the income, to the impact at the farmer and to the smallholder farmers. Thank you.
We thank the chair and co-chair of the session for the extensive discussion and putting up the points very clearly. Now, may I request Dr. Sangappa, Scientist, Agricultural Extension, ICR, IMR, to kindly felicitate the chair of this session, Mr. Sridhar Ishwaran, CEO, Samunnati Foundation. And also, I shall request the chair of the session to kindly felicitate the co-chair and the panelists of the session. Thank you.
Cover it up, you'll have to play your own game. Cover it up, don't let them know what you're thinking. I bet you'll never tell them how it feels, how it feels. Cover it up, you'll have to play your own game. Cover it up, don't let them know what you're thinking. I bet you'll never tell them how it feels, how it feels. How it feels. Cover it up, you'll have to play your own game. Cover it up, don't let them know what you're thinking. I bet you'll never tell them how it feels, how it feels. Cover it up, you'll have to play your own game. Cover it up, don't let them know what you're thinking. I bet you'll never tell them how it feels, how it feels. How it feels.
So we'll have the next session, the startup spotlight session, which will discuss the successful startup founders journey and the insights. So for this session, may I kindly request Mr. N.V. Ramana, mentor and advisor of Agri Startups, to please come on to the dais, sir, to chair the session. I also request Mr. R.P. Naidu, AGM of APEDA, to kindly co-chair this session. May I now request the panelists of the session to please join us on the stage. Ms. Sadhvi Pandey, MD Tashvika, Mr. J. Kumar, founder Grammy Superfoods, Mr. K.V. Ram Subba Reddy, founder of Mibbles, Mr. Rakesh Rajan, founder of Great Indian Food, Ms. Pujita, founder of Millet Mantra, and Ms. Rupa, founder of Vedamrita Foods, to join us on stage, please, for the session. And Mr. C.A. Mohan Kadimpalli, MD of Desi Nutri. Yes. Request the panelist, Mr. Ajay Kangralkar, founder of Sky Roots, to please join us on the stage. Mr. C.A. Mohan Kadimpalli, MD of Desi Nutri. Mr. Rajiv Pandey, MD, Millet for Health. Thank you to all the chair, co-chair and the panelists for joining for the session on Startup Spotlight. To begin the session, may I kindly request the chair, Mr. N.V. Ramana, mentor and advisor, Agri Startups, to kindly moderate the session, sir. Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. Here we have actually what I should say, the future of millets, or future of millet processing and also millet marketing. So these are the people, they are in their, some people have started their own dreams, they're following their dreams. They have successfully come to a stage where they want to go to the next level. So this is where we are. I think the session, what we will do is we will request each of them to share their experiences in terms of how 3 success factors which really made them go to the next level or where they are today. And then also speak about probably what are the 3 difficult things they had to successfully cross in their journey. I think that's what will help because you have a dream, then you are implementing it. But what you think is not the reality sometimes. So that is the reason there is a huge passion and commitment to what they're doing. That's what makes a good, successful entrepreneur. So I will choose from, first I'll start from my right. Each of them will take about 5-6 minutes to start their success stories and some difficult things what they had. Probably in the second round, we will do the how do they see themselves going to the next level, so that their success stories will really help a lot of other people who want to be entrepreneurs in life. Entrepreneurs are the people who are committed to a cause. They are not disturbed by anything else. And these are the people who are really, if you want to make this whole momentum of millet revolution, I call it, that is the only way the youngsters will have to come in. And these will be the people who will be showing the way to more and more people who will be willing to take up on their own so that they can provide for employment also. I think these are the some of the things we'll start. And then, sir, Mr. Naidu sir is my co-chair. He is with Tapida. he has been helping many entrepreneurs dream in India. Most of the entrepreneurs want to send their products abroad. So he will tell his story of how he helped many people to get there. So I think first let us listen to all the entrepreneurs about 5 minutes each and introduce yourself, because that will help me. And then we can start from this end. And that's it. Yeah. Please, Ajay.
Thank you
Yeah.
very much. So myself, Ajay Kangralkar, I am the founder of Skyroots, and we are into millet-based food products. So before I share what my thoughts are, I would like to first of all thank Nutrihub, IMR, and Apida for giving us an opportunity, the startup like us to giving us an opportunity and for this platform. These organizations have really helped us in last 3 years' time, not only at the national level, but also at international level to showcase our products for the world. What we do, Skyroots is a 100% woman entrepreneur company. We have employed almost 33% women in our organization. At this moment, we have got almost 37 SKUs, which we have successfully got it in our kitty into different segments like ready to eat, ready to cook, and breakfast cereals. We had launched these products almost in February 2019, 5.5 years back. In last 5.5 years journey, we have placed these products in more than 5,000 plus stores pan-India, because we have got 8 warehouse hubs pan-India that has helped us in placing these placing these products in the stores directly, cutting down the middleman like a distribution channel. Also, in last almost 1.5, 2 years time, we have successfully exported these products into GCC countries, and there is a lot of demand post this International Year of Millets for these products internationally. There's demand from Australia, USA, Europe. A lot of demand is there, and definitely Middle East, where we are already doing business with. How we started, since myself, I'm an engineer by profession. So my wife, Anaga, her father was a Maharashtra Krishi Bhushan awardee. That inspired us to start getting into the millet-based industry. My wife, along with her partner, Jayashree Chaudhary, she's also an engineer by profession. They both decided that they have to do something into the agriculture industry and something giving back to the society. That encourages us, since my father was an Maharashtra Krishi Bhushan awardee, that encourages us to get into the agriculture sector, and maybe we have successfully placed these products into the national as well as international market.
Just I wanted to say that what are the difficulties, one or two, which you faced when you started? Because it is not an easy path, right?
Yeah, it is not an easy path. Means I would say that डर के आगे जीत है, लेकिन जीत के पहले मेहनत काफी है. So it's not, I mean, starting any business is not an easy task. You need to be all compliant. You need to get licenses from the manufacturers. You need to see what the world is requiring. I mean, the demand is there. And if there is a demand, you can get those products manufactured and supply it to the right segment at the right time. Yeah.
Next, comrade.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is K.V. Ramas Baradi. I am a cost accountant. I was working in various corporates. I left my corporate life and joined, as a farmer in my native place in 2017. Since then, I was in millets. Because why I choose millets? They grow naturally and without any pesticide. I have seen in my childhood, my father is a farmer. So we used to grow all the millets, especially jowar, foxtail, bajra. So I know that these millets do not consume any pesticides and very little amount of water. So, and instead of, going for the natural farming of any fruits and vegetables, with little efforts, we can grow these millets. That's how I started in 2019. Almost, we have distributed the seeds to 4,000 acres of, for the millet farming. Then I started my factory building, and just before COVID, I completed the factory building. Immediately COVID started, we faced a lot of problems during 1 year of this COVID, because we cannot sell the goods, we cannot send it out, we don't have any market access. So literally build the project, commission, and sitting quiet. There are financial liabilities are coming up. So we stayed put. We did not go back. We went to the market. We convinced the the market, customers, stay put. We realized that, with only grains, we cannot make project viable. Then what are the alternatives? So every year, we are going into the innovation and the extension of the project. So during the 2021, I invested again in the ready-to-eat products, because in the ready-to-eat products only we will make some money. Then in 2014, we have invented, we have made some innovative products, brought into these innovative products into the market. In 2014, again, we have launched the QSR, millet-based QSR. That is, we have set up first store in Nandyal, a tier 2, tier 3 city. So every year, we are going into some way of innovation and stay put, because we cannot earn profits in this business so easily. We have to stay put. It's a long-term game. We have to be very cautious. We have to be always in the innovation. Otherwise, sustainability will be difficult. So now we basically are concentrating on the B2B program, because a lot of resources will be consumed in the B2C segment. Slowly we are converting our B2B into B2C by investing on the social media and increasing our distribution network. So this is a small and short my story.
Great.
Thank you, sir.
We'll come back. Think something which will be next round.
Yeah.
You'll talk about how do you encourage the youngsters who are coming into this new enterprises or new entrepreneurship. Sadhvi ji, your story.
Some exports also.
Yeah.
We also concentrating exporting of these millets. There is a increasing demand in exports, especially in Europe and US. So a couple of days back, we sent one consignment of biscuits. Our biscuits are gluten free, and we don't use any maida, wheat, or refined sugar. So when your product is in very good innovation, then there are customers. So there is increasing demand in the exports, especially. We should concentrate to grab this opportunity.
Yeah, thank you so much. That was great. So Sadhvi ji, your experiences, how did you suddenly decided to get into this, your traditional business? Where were you before and why suddenly into millets? I think that will be.
Sure, sir. A very good afternoon to all, and my pranam to everybody sitting here. I represent a group of companies, one of which is a limited company by the name of ECME India Industries Limited. The other is Carol Solutions, then ECME Mobility, and Pick2Box. And now a new baby in our family is Tashvika India Private Limited and Tashvika India Food Private Limited. So we started our journey with the railways. So I would say every startup initially has some teething problems. And all my companies initially were startups, as you can understand that. But then all the companies today are doing really, really good. And the journey is this one of the company has become a limited company now. So I would always like to encourage you never to stop for any reason. So this is the first thing. Now, when we talk about the problems, 3 problems sir has asked me to share with all of you. People feel that there are some stresses. People feel that there are a lot of challenges in life. One challenge I would say is funds. Okay. So fund is a problem. Second is education, or maybe the background. You don't come from a particular background to run a business. And third could be a support system, which could be the external support system, I would say. Now, when we started our business, trust me, we started from the scratch. This is our first line, first generation company. We didn't, I don't come from a business background or a business family, and we didn't had funds also. So once you have decided to enter into a business, you have to manage everything and you have to learn to manage everything at your own. You should not depend on others. You're not supposed to depend on any external force. So all you need to do is you have to put your heart and soul and passion into whatever you are doing. You have to acquire the information, gather all the knowledge which is required to run a business, and success follows you. If you talk about education again, it is not necessary, it is not mandatory for all of you to be coming from a same background to run a particular type of business. Like, for example, if I talked about ECME India Industries, which is into railways, we are primarily into the manufacturing and refurbishment of rail coaches pan-India. So there is no train in this country which does not have a coach that doesn't belong to ECME India. There is no coach in any train which does not have our products. So interestingly, we don't come from an engineering background. We learned everything here only. So my husband comes from a humanity background, and I am from psychology and soft sciences, management sciences, right? If I talk about millets, which we have recently started again, I don't come from an agricultural background, or nor even I'm from the food industry, but we have learned, we have gathered the information whichever is necessary. That is not a problem, therefore. If you think language is a problem, that I would say again is not a problem, because a child, when a new child is, takes birth in your family, he or she doesn't knows the language, but mother can understand, and you all can converse. So if you don't know particular language, English or Hindi, or a particular language which is required, no problems. Even the prime ministers and presidents of various countries, they don't know all languages. You can always hire a translator. So that shouldn't be a problem which can stop you from doing anything. Then comes from support. I would believe that you should not hunt for any external support. With your patience, with your passion, with your energy, with your aura, with your information, what you have gathered, and with clear vision, I think you should be able to become full support in your own way. Try to become self-sufficient. Don't try to hunt for the external support. Challenges are always there. Challenges would be there. And challenges, bring some kind of stress. And stress is not always bad. There are two kinds of stress. One is eustress, the other is de-stress. So eustress is always good because it keeps you motivated all the time to do better in a better way. So it gives you a competitive spirit, which helps you keep moving. So I would say startups are not easy, but at the same time, there is nothing which is very difficult, and there is nothing absolutely which is, I would say, impossible. So everything you dream about is possible. So I think I have answered all three questions of you, sir.
Sure. I think so far I won't conclude, but all I'm saying is there is nothing common between all three. Everything is different. An engineer, a chartered accountant, and an accounting and CFO, and a railway background, and then railway industry background, and a you can say arts graduate. But they all are into millets now. That's their dream. They're following it, which is, to me, actually, it's so encouraging that you don't have to be anything to start anything. This is half conclusion. Others, let me see what Rakesh. Other 1 minute. Sir.
Happy evening to all at the International Nutritional Convention 6.0. It's my privilege and pleasure to be part of this panel. I thank ICAR, IAMR, and Nutrihub for organizing such a grand event in connection with the millet promotion. I take this opportunity to thank Dr. Dayakar Rao, Dr. Stanley, Dr. Sangappa, Krishna, Sai, everyone, Viresh, for giving me this opportunity also. So myself, Rakesh Rajan, founder of Great Indian Food. We are into millet-based, ready-to-cook food products. So I've done my MBA from IIM Calcutta. My graduation is in zoology. I worked in corporates like Johnson & Johnson, Bharat Matrimony and all. And it was during the COVID times, like most of us who thought that world is going to come to a standstill. There is nothing we can do. Our jobs are at stake. That's the time we thought about entering into this food industry. But then again, going into a normal food industry was like, it was a deep forest. Whereas we found something interesting in millets. As everyone talked about, millets is a powerhouse of nutrients. Millets are environmental friendly. Millets are pro-farmer. They have low carbon footprint, low water footprint, less of pesticides, etc., etc. So that's the reason we entered into this millet business. Now, when we enter into any business, now this is something which we have learned, that you need to have a differentiation, a uniqueness, a USP for your business, for your product, for your service. That is what will set you apart. Now, for example, when we launched, we were one among the first people who actually had the sprouted millet-based ready-to-cook food products. So we had a range of dosha mixers, puttu podi, people from Kerala know. We have upmas, biryani, sprouted millet-based muesli, sprouted millet-based noodles, pasta, porridge mixers, and so on. So it's all about having that uniqueness or differentiation. We have our factory set up in Cochin, Kerala, wherein you know how difficult it is to set up factories and run manufacturing units. So we took that challenge. So if you ask me what was the first challenge, that itself was a big challenge. But then we found that with our persistent efforts, passion, as rightly Dr. N.V. Ramana Rao, Mr. N.V. Ramana Rao pointed out, you need to be passionate about what you are doing, because it's very, very important if you are in a millet-based value-added product business, because you have to be persistent enough. You have to be patient, like Madam who told, because results are not going to come quickly, let me tell you. You have to be persistent enough if you have in this millet-based business. Now, if you ask me the reason or what is that made me successful or our company JIF successful was, one, our go-to-market strategy was, of course, supermarkets, organic stores, what you see. Second is the e-commerce portals. See, today you have a lot of e-commerce portals. You have a government-sponsored portal, which is totally free of cost, which many of us do not know. It's called as ONDC. You can go yourself, register there, and you start getting business. Apart from that, you have all the Amazons, Flipkarts, Big Basket, JioMarts of the world. And third, if you ask me, the reason for my success is the person who is sitting next to me from APEDA, because we have exported to UAE, wherein there is a continuous demand for millet-based products. We are exporting to UK, we export to Ireland, Canada, and all this has been possible because of the support from the stakeholders like APEDA and even IIMR. See, let me tell you, there is a lot of programs being organized at the government level with regards to millets, whether it's the Department of Commerce and Agriculture, central government, or the state government of Kerala, or I'm sure with respect to Telangana or all the other states also. Similarly, APEDA does a lot of programs. It depends upon us to participate in those programs, to understand what is in it for us, because all my business links, all my business connections has been made possible either through IIMR or through APEDA or through Kerala government's KSIDC, Department of Agriculture, and so on. So my sincere advice or request to each of the startup who are sitting over here is to make sure you make use of the opportunity, utilize the opportunity what is available. And if you ask me about the challenges, basically there were two challenges when we started our journey, and still that remains also. One is the affordability and second is the accessibility. Still, it has not been addressed to a greater extent, but I'm sure with all of us collaborating, with all of us working together, as a team, I'm sure that affordability and accessibility also will be overcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please introduce yourself and then 5 minutes will conclude. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Rajiv Pandey. I'm co-founder of Millets for Health, which was started in 2016. Before I, list out the challenges as mentioned by Ramana sir, I would, say a couplet in Hindi, which is, we studied it during our school time, which is साधु कहावन कठिन है, लंबा पेड़ खजूर, चढ़े तो चाखे प्रेम रस, गिरे तो चकनाचूर. So it fits, aptly with all the, startups and entrepreneurs, So it's a difficult path. It's not an easy path. It's a difficult path. And those who are successful, they, enjoy the glory and fame and everything. Those who could not, they are shattered also. There are many startups I know that who started it with a zeal, but they are nowhere right now. So our journey started way back, in 2008 and 9 when I was working with farmers in semi-arid region of Anantapur, Andhra Pradesh. And when the farmers started growing, it was a challenge for them to find a market because there was no market. So during this time, we benefited from millets personally. And then we took a call. Pallavi is the co-founder and she benefited from millets personally. And we decided that, the benefit should reach to, more number of people and to a wider audience. And when in 2016, when we were planning to, start this, the challenge was, I'll tell you how a new person who has no background of business or, education from IIM or, business schools, it was a challenge how to register a company, whether to go for a private limited, whether to go for an LLP, whether to do, OPC, one-person company. What should we go for? And, there was no one to suggest us what we should go for. Then ultimately we decided on our own that we should go for a private limited company. Then the compliance part is, it takes a toll on the entrepreneurs or startups. There are a number of compliances from different ministries. One from the MCA, Ministry of Corporate Affairs. If you are a private limited company, then, there are several compliances. And then from, FSSAI, then from APEDA also there are some compliances. If you are registered with, APEDA and IEC, if you have taken IEC. So these are the compliance side, so compliance is one, challenge for a new entrant in any business. So that was one. Then second was to figure out market. What products we should take to the market. what should be the nature, what should be the quantity of the packaging size, I'm talking about 2016 when nobody was talking about millets, and it was, and we started in northern part of India, Delhi NCR region, and where people used to ask us, "Oh, millet, is it like quinoa or is it like chia?" Then I used to wonder, quinoa and chia are not native Indian grains, where like quinoa is a South American grain, and people in India know about quinoa more than millets. So that was an irony at that point of time. But now things have changed, and thanks to Government of India and the efforts made by IIMR Dr. Dayakar Rao sir, and there are so now many people know what millets are. So at that time, the challenge, I'm talking about the literal challenge. I'm taking you through the, challenge part of our journey. So what products we should take to the market? What should be the packing size? And we realized that people will buy it for, once, and they are not coming back. So that was another challenge. Then we investigated and we found that, people don't know how to cook millets, right? So cooking was another challenge, right? People have forgotten how to cook with millets, and, how we can, include millets in their day-to-day, food. So that was another challenge. So these are the challenges. And sir, we found support. We approached IIMR. We interacted with various government officials, including APIDA. And we tried, it was a trial and error. And then.
Yeah, that's true. But I'm just saying, like Sadhvi said, challenges are there at every stage.
Yeah.
So are you comfortable right now?
Yes.
Reasonably?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. I think the team also completes. and we
Absolutely,
will-
sir. Yes.
Thank you so much. It was excellent. Because you got to go through all these hurdles before you even start feeling comfortable you are in business. Very nice. Yes, introduce yourself and then 4-5 minutes.
Yeah,
Please
sure,
do.
sure. Thank you for the opportunity. Myself, Mohan. I represent the brand Desi Nutri. We have established 2 years back, and we are having the products from the maybe the breakfast cereals to the dinner, all the categories, whole grains to the snacks, then breakfast cereals, noodles, pasta, everything. So the range which we cover. So last 2 years, like we are in the all South India plus the Delhi NCR region right now. So the major things like millets, we know we have started with the millet inspired brand, whole grains, and then only flours, the pure we want to give. But in pure things, whole grains, we don't have any differentiation in terms of the product, brand building and all. Like any GT market, you will go, you don't have that differentiation. So when you have to go to the value added products only, so that's why we build these products. So there again, like what is good, what is bad, because the nutrition label reading is too high these days. So like even the savory or the sugar which you put, like we have to replace all the palm oil with the rice bran or olive oil. So the health awareness is increasing. So again, we have a problem, as our colleague said, the adaptability of millets into the daily life. Like people will come into the stalls, they will adapt now and then, but daily eating, regular eating is a big challenge for everyone till now. So that's where we are focusing. Our tagline is everyday health for everyday India. That's where we are building those products. So the challenges, as like any other startup, we are bootstrapped. We have the presence in these states and we have the people. But when it comes to the maybe the we are working with the modern trade, or the trade cycle is like 60 days you have to wait when you are in the market. So just we have to wait and we have to pay heavy listing fees. So we have to compete with the big players because it is not the small game. So when you want to reach the customers, there are a lot of problems like expiries or testing the products, changing the product. We have to invest more on the NPD kind of thing. Maybe expiries will come due to the adaptability. So these changes we are continuously doing and building the brand. So to address this, how to eat it tasty, we have recently launched the Nougat. It is a cloud kitchen based out of Gachibowli. Even Suma Kankala and Dayakar Rao sir has opened that recently. So whoever is not a, people think that the perception is millet don't taste good because a lot of maybe chefs and celebrities and other people are showing ki that now it tastes good. To give that to the modern lifestyles, we have also started this Nougat. So that is what we have learned in this journey.
Very nice, very nice. So all I'm saying is I'm not concluding the stories, but all I'm saying is all of them are passionate. They tried and stayed there when there were difficulties. They faced the difficulties, but each of them have their own journeys, their own success marks. But I request my co-chair to how he helped the entrepreneurs to not only encourage them, made them successful in export, which seems to be, in my opinion, dealing with about 200-300 startups, is that they want to export something, then they think that my product is accepted anywhere in the world. So this seems to be some dreams. I think here is a dream realizer who made it happen. Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. Myself, R.P. Naidu, representing EPIDA. I'm the regional head for Telangana and Andhra Pradesh state. As you all know, EPIDA is an apex body under the administrative control of Ministry of Commerce, Government of India. It is an export development authority. Any agriculture products or horticulture produce or millets, any products, they have some plans of exports and all, these startups and all, we encourage them. Under the Ministry of Commerce, under EPIDA Pavilion, we are participating in international exhibitions, yearly around 10 to 15 exhibitions. To encourage these startups, we are creating a separate pavilion. And even for MNCs or big companies, they can stake their own individual stalls and they can put up the exhibition. But to encourage these startups under EPIDA Pavilion, Indian Pavilion, we are giving separate stalls to them. We are encouraging. And EPIDA is also particularly working on 3 schemes: scheme for infrastructure development, scheme for quality development, and scheme for market development. Under the scheme for infrastructure development, for purchase of this machinery and all, EPIDA is providing subsidy. And the second one is a scheme for quality development. For in-house of their laboratory equipments, EPIDA is also providing a subsidy to these startups or any export companies. And 40% of the cost or 50 lakhs, whichever is less. Under the scheme for market development, we are giving this, participating in these exhibitions and all, we are giving stalls and all at subsidized rates. And if any startups and all, if they are unable to participate international exhibitions also directly, and they can also send their products to EPIDA, and we are displaying their products and all under EPIDA stall. And any inquiries comes, we are circulating to them. Even recently, last September, we are participated in World Food India, even nationally also in Delhi. Every year we are participating in major exhibitions. World Food India, under World Food India, around 150 companies have participated. Even for millets also, we have separate pavilion to all startups and all. And we invite around 200 to 300 importers. We organize buyer-seller meets and all to encourage them, so that it will be very easy for these startups to have interaction with the importers and all to make the business. It is very nice that all the startups in the stage, they are all into exports also. Ram Subbareddy and to my left, all are into exports also. It is very nice. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your time, because Dayakar Rao sir says stop it. So I said, you all shared your journey and I think it's inspirational to everybody. I'm happy that you are here, because not every time entrepreneurs are called to there, you have to reach a stage to go to a stage. But I think this forum is very important, because your experience will encourage and inspire many more people. I think that's what the purpose was. That's the reason I said you share your experience. What needs to be done, everybody does. What you have to do for yourself is something only you can tell. That is the reason I am not taking any courage to conclude anything, because you come from different backgrounds, different businesses, but then decided to do millets and you are doing great. And sir is saying most of you are exporting also, which is very, very heartening to note. And I think, thank you for this opportunity. And I don't think if you have any questions, probably you can take it outside, because I think we are already running late by about an hour and a half. So thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you all the participants. Thank you.
Now I request Dr. Dayakar Rao sir to honor the panelists and share with the memento.
We'll now have our next session on the startup investments, learnings from Shark Tank and other investments. So to chair the session, I kindly invite Dr. D. Yogeshwar Rao, visiting professor, University of Hyderabad and director, Nutrihub, to kindly join us on to the stage, sir, and to kindly chair the session. I also request Mr. Ratnakar, Hyderabad Angels, to please co-chair this session. We also request the panelist of the session, Mr. Raju Bhupati, founder of True Good, to please join us onto the stage. Ms. Shruti, founder of Bebe Burp. Mr. Krishna Reddy, founder Nourish You, to please join us on the stage. We also welcome the rapporteurs of the session, Dr. I.K. Das, Mr. Ajay Bwalkar, founder Millet Amma, and Mr. Karan Korke, founder Healthy Binge, will be joining us virtually for this technical session. So this is going to be the last technical session for the day. So to begin with the session, I kindly request the chair and co-chair to kindly initiate the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everybody. And we are conscious that this is the last session, and followed by maybe valedictory and other things. People must be looking towards going out and to go to their places. Now, we had been originally scheduled to meet at 4 o'clock, but I think now it has already become 4:40. We are about 40 minutes late. So we'll try to wrap up the entire session as early as we can. Maybe about 30 minutes, we'll try to wrap it up. Now, the most important is that for starting any enterprise, you need money. I mean, the money is very critical and it is not very hard to come by. Now, besides your personal money, you also need to raise funds from different sources. And raising funds is not going to be easy, particularly for area like millets, where you will see the product range overlaps. Several companies, you will find the product portfolios overlaps. In such kind of things, it would become even further difficult to really raise the funds and other things. So it's important to understand what kind of efforts have been put in by the entrepreneurs, how difficulties they had gone through in raising the funds. Moreover, they should also able to say that what should be done to encourage this kind of a industry and enterprise. That is what we will try to cover in this particular thing. I have my friend Ratnakar, and we have Raju Bhupati and Shruti and Krishna Reddy. Besides that, we have 2 more people joining on the through the virtual these things. So without wasting much time, I think I'll give the mic to my co-chair, Ratnakar, to say a few words, and then we will start the proceedings.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I think fundraise for startup is an interesting journey, and it is a most difficult journey, which you all agree. And I was speaking to Dayakar Rao garu just around 15 minutes back. Millet industry is working for last more than 4 decades. Startups are working for last 10 years or so. Currently, I'm seeing market is picking up and investors are looking at investment in millets seriously, because wellness is one of the key theme which is building in the market. And people are happy to put money because the acceptance and the growth of millets have gone really, really well. And I think that is the reason more and more startups are able to get into Shark Tank, able to get into funding zone, and many angels now coming forward to put money. So it's more of an encouraging sign. It is not saying something which I wanted to say, but it is looking more encouraging now. Market is picking up. D2C is growing really big. And why they say that is, if you look into the Indian budget, recently whatever has been published, infrastructure is #1 with 11 lakhs crores. Then they went for healthcare, which is around 6.8 crores. It is the consumerism which is going to speak about the GDP. Government is putting a lot of money, and they also wanted to encourage on the millets for the health of the Indian population, and they're doing a lot of positive things. And consumerism is the biggest one in India. I think that's where the world is looking at India as a consumer market in B2C. Please build products. Investments are available now, which was slowed down during COVID. COVID has really pushed us back because we don't know how the food habits are changing. Now things are moving very positive. This is a more positive sign for us. That's what I can say from my word. Thank you. Sir, shall I start with Shruti? Shruti, it is good to know that you got into Shark Tank. So a lot of people wanted to know what are the factors has been worked for you to get into Shark Tank. Shark Tank gives two visibilities. One is visibility about your product across India. There are many viewers are there. Third, getting funding from sharks. It has its own plus and minus, but you have gone through that. Please share your experiences.
So hello everyone, this is Shruti from Baby Burp. First of all, let me inform you all that our episode was not aired on Shark Tank, but still we have taken so much, positive pointers from there. We were in season 1, and when we went to the tank, we were already funded like a week before going to the tank. Yeah, so the things which you need to remember before going to Shark Tank are like you need to have your paperwork ready, you need to work upon your valuation, you need to see your market credibility, you need to check upon your numbers, you need to be far more, what are your cost, what are your margins, each and every point you need to remember, because when you will be in a tank, believe me, you will be sometime it does happens that you might not have the quick answers to them. So this should never happen if you're going to a Shark Tank, because it will be live on a TV, and so these are few pointers. And yeah, they do have their procedure. You need to fill up the form first, registration form. Then you have 2 other rounds before going to a tank. After completion of 2 rounds, then there will be a final D-Day for the Shark Tank. And funding from sharks, as you asked me, we have been given an offer by Aman. We haven't accepted because, as I told earlier, we have been funded just 1 week before going to a tank. That's the main reason, and our valuation was not justified during our Shark Tank episode. That's another reason. And I believe as we are in season 1, we were not aware much. But when you talk about season 2 and 3, now more than 90% of people are accepting the funds from the tank, from the sharks, whatever the valuation is. The reason is they get their episode ad, and if you get your episode ad, it's a win-win situation for the brand as well as even for the sharks, because after your episode get aired, they see how the market is behaving with you, how you are getting your sales, and what are the people's reaction on your episode. So this is how it works.
Thank you.
I just wanted to, there are so many government schemes which would, early stage funding they provide. Have you tried that particular thing? And if not, why?
So I'm from Gujarat. I have tried a few government fundings from Gujarat government, but we have applied for 1 or 2, but we haven't received any such government funds.
No, okay. Sir, I will go with Raju Bhupati. Raju, you have been star performance last time and this time also. Raju really has gone through difficult phase, but he has achieved cult for us for Hyderabad. In millets, he has done extremely well in funding side. And also he has done his sales extremely well. When you look at fund, he has become a celebrity in Hyderabad, to say you very frankly. Raju, whether he accepts or not. But Raju, you tell us your story, what really worked well and what factors early upcoming millet companies has to do well to raise this kind of fund and grow your organization to next level, because most of them are struggling, competition is growing, many similar products are coming. How you're able to flow through this particular area and still you're able to attract large amount of funds and take the organization to next level?
Yeah, just to get myself familiarized, this is Raju Bhupati. I think funding did not make me celebrity. I think I myself, have worked very hard to attain that status. If otherwise, Ratnakar has told the celebrity status, but we are really down to earth. We continue to do the work heads down. And this is the last session. Mr. Dr. Yogesh Rao told that this is the last session. Please don't consider that as a tailenders, like, bowlers coming in the last overs, trying to do something. We are probably Rohit Sharma's and Virat Kohli's and trying to come in the last overs to hit the home run. So in the sense of investment, we raised around close to $20 million. So I don't know whether that is the largest in the millet space. So basically what I tried to do, being the single founder, we kept on working on not many products. Like, the first and silver bullet in anything is that, like, you have to really have the product. First of all, the product, you have to be confident as a founder what the product means to the consumers and what the price points are. And beyond, in India, most of us are very, very particular about the taste, right? So all of us, though we are assuming that we're migrating towards healthy habits, but at the end of the day, probably three-day fasting or one-day fasting, you come back to the home and then eat the biryani and the samosa at the end of the day. So obviously taste matters. So for all the founders, what I would advise, it is not that I'm a great person advising a lot of people, but ultimately what matters in the startup system is that how your product. So don't bet on too many products. Don't follow the suit, because if there is one person who is successful in product, and then don't become like, me too sort of a thing. Don't follow others, follow your heart and exactly what your instincts are telling. You just keep working on that. Don't think that investors are making you glamorous. You yourself are really glamorous, because the entrepreneurs are the people really, slog and then keep a lot of hard work. So we don't want to give the credit to the investors. Sorry to Ratnakar, but of course you fund us. And last time also when I was here, Ratnakar was about to fund us, but he just immediately backed out. I don't know why, the reasons. But again, we came back with one more funding. He was telling Raju, we missed the bus. That time I told that, no, you did not miss the bus. You are in the still bus station. We are there in the bus station. But somehow he just left off. That I think we just need, as a millet startup, the stigma of millet, right? So we want to avoid that. We don't want to really make it like a very particular, we are a millet startup. I think there is no funda of millet startup. The funda is about the product, whether the customers really accept your product or not. The price points are very important. For all the founders, my advice is that don't follow others. Follow your own heart, follow your own instincts. You will definitely be successful, no matter how others see you. Because we would have approached, first time when I went and met a couple of venture capitals, right? So we keep meeting a lot of people. And some satirical questions keep coming in. You have to really be perseverant, and you guys know it very well. The kind of questions that are shot to you, sometimes you really have to be very patient, to answer those stupid questions. Like a lot of times you say that, what does it mean? Like, what is the store throughput ratio? How does your product go into the GT market? A lot of questions which are known to you, but you feel there's a lot of stupid questions also keep coming. So you have to be very perseverant, and you have to really work towards your product, that makes sense. And also your product has to be very innovative. So we are the first company probably in the world to have, built this millet-based chicky. Introducing the same product. We are not building any fancy products. The same product which is known to India, just infusing millets is something that we have tried to do. So in fact, the same product which is offered otherwise as a peanut chicky, we offered as a millet chicky. Same price point, 5 rupee, and the nutrition is the value-added bonus. So that innovation that we brought in, right now we are selling around roughly 2.5 million, 3 million products every day. Probably we are the largest in India in terms of millet consumption and millet sales as well. So we continue to strive, staying in the same segment. Let's say whenever I go and meet some people who are ready to invest in us, so they ask, Raju, do you have any other products? I say, no, we don't have any other products. We only know this product. So why are you asking that we have to have at least 15 products? Because some company is actually great in selling breakfast cereals. It does not mean that we have to sell the breakfast cereals. We exactly know what is millet chicky. My entire company, all the 450 people, know left, right, and center what this product means. So that is the type of DNA that we are trying to build in. And I don't want to bore this session because Dayakar sir is there on my corner. So if there are any questions, I'm ready to answer, but otherwise, I'm happy to take it, give it to the next one.
We'll come to the questions at the end. I think your experience has been good. Now let me get to the Krishna Reddy and
It's a tough job to speak after Raju. Yeah. See, our learnings through fundraising, we have done one fundraise, and right now we are in the midst of the second round. And like Raju, I did meet Mr. Ratnakar, but my experience was much better in the sense that having gone through one cycle when we met Ratnakar for the second time, still there are a lot of shortcomings. There were a lot of questions which we did not even think about. And at Nourishu, fundraising has been very interesting because it's definitely about money, but it's also beyond money. And being entrepreneurs, we often tend to miss a lot of things from external perspective. And when we keep meeting investors, of course, like Raju said, there could be some bullshit, but there'll be a lot of other things which, as entrepreneurs, we tend to miss. And some other trend that I've noticed was in the seed round of funding, the investment will predominantly be about the founders and their credibility and less about the business. But as we graduate through, it becomes relatively less about founders and more about the business, which channel, what is the P&L, and various things. And beyond Nourishu, I was very happy about Baby Burp being funded because 22 was the first round of funding that we had. And back then, Millet Milk played an important role in securing the fund. But having said that, we have met so many investors and they weren't excited then with millets. But now, since Baby Burp and Nourishu shares similar investors, it comes from the same Gruhas family. When we were interacting, what was the main reason why they invested? There were two reasons. One, because it is 100% millet based, which was super exciting, which was not so common that we hear. Second was a very clear target market. They're into baby foods. And those two were spot on. And anyone looking at fundraisers, I think the quality of the founders and what you're doing with the target, a very precise target market will be extremely important.
We will now go to our panel members on the video. So we will, Ajay, would you like to say what is your experience in raising the funds and what is you have some suggestions for how to raise the funds and other things?
Good evening, everyone.
You are not audible.
Good evening, everybody. Am I audible now?
Yes, yes.
Okay. First of all, I would have loved to be there in person, but due to a medical reason, I was not able to travel. And thanks that I'm here online to share my experiences. So first, the other thing that I wanted to clarify was, no, we didn't get funding on Shark Tank, even though we were there. There were a lot of learnings in the process. Firstly, a very systematic approach to funding. That is what we learned from them. It was a very elaborate screening process, right from the application to a session in Bangalore, and then there were a lot of paperwork and so it's a very systematic thing. So what we learned is through this journey is how the investors look at companies, what is the kind of information they need. So that was very helpful in a way. Even though we didn't get funding, I think we got some very good free lessons of how to keep our informations handy, how to simple things like our company incorporation certificate, the startup certificate, things like that. So some good 20-25 documents, so basic stuff. The business related things that we learned is, we need to have certain key matrices is very clear in our head in terms of, what is actually ticking for the business. What are the things that will excite the investor, whether, especially like for us, we were asked the repeat ratio of our customers. That's when I was not 100% sure of my numbers. I did have some basic idea, but not to the micro level that I should have had. So I think that was a pointer to me, and came back home and started working on that aggressively. Actually, that helped a lot because now I'm able to track what's happening at the D2C level. I'm able to segmentize my customers. I'm able to focus on the 80-20 situation, where 80% of the business comes from 20% of the customers. Learning about their repeat ratios, what is the cycle and things like that. So I think that is helped me a lot. In general, I would say fundraising is extremely important. But I think what is important, what I have learned in the 7 years of Millet-Live's journey, is to be perseverant, patient, and consistent. If we believe in something, then we should not give up. Staying lean is very important. Every penny counts when we are bootstrapped. So, we must ensure that we are watching our numbers as frequently as possible, keeping our costs as low as possible. And it's really not, once you set your mind to it, it's not very difficult, right? It's just about being conscious. So that was my 2 bit. And in terms of the millet industry, I would definitely like to say that this industry is a very exciting industry, but it's definitely a slow industry, right? So even though there was International Year of Millets and there's so much of involvement of so many stakeholders, right from the government to so many hundreds of entrepreneurs at a regional level, I would say being patient is extremely, extremely important. So that is what I can share from my experiences.
Good. Thank you. Now I'll go to Karan.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, Karan, you have to give your experience before Sharks. How did you felt?
Sure. I think both my fellow Shark Tank participants, I think they've mentioned about the process. But pretty similar to that, we've been in the healthy snacking space specific to millets from 2021, and definitely the story has improved in terms of with the International Year of Millets. People have started recognizing it as a superfood. There is more awareness on millets as a whole, not only in India but abroad as well. We are shipping to around 7 countries globally, and we are seeing a very good kind of response coming in from these countries as well, especially the US. Like to concur with on the product side, like to concur with Raju on the fact that stick as close to the product which people already know about. So we are into baked chips. Don't kind of deviate from the regular industry norms, what they are there. Try to increase, the value addition in terms of health aspect, but keep the pricing and the category as close as possible to what people are used to consuming. On the Shark Tank funding front, we got commitments from 2 sharks, Piyush and Aman. But the story was similar to what Shruti mentioned. We'd already raised a certain amount previous to what their commitments came in, so our valuation had shot up. So that a couple of deals didn't go through. But apart from that, I feel that for young startups, I believe funding is not the answer. I mean, as long as you can bootstrap, do it, because ultimately it's your baby at the end of the day. There are a lot of complications which start coming in. Try to take the product deep, do a lot of distribution of the product. FMCG is vast. So work on the product, work on the pricing, work on the distribution, get it to a place where you can then ask for investments. And that happens better when there's an incoming interest from an investor rather than you going to one. So I believe try to be as bootstrapped as possible is my opinion, personal opinion.
Good. Thank you, Karan. What I wanted to just add to what my panelists have said, that there are many government schemes, as I told you, that for example, Startup India Seed Fund, they give you up to 50 lakh rupees as one time this thing. And there is a Nidhi Seed Fund scheme is also there, which technology business incubators like Nutrihub and other things can disburse the funds. They give up to 1 crore rupees as a support. Besides that, MSME, Ministry of Small and Medium Scale Industry Enterprises, that also gives you a lot of funding. Even for they give funding for setting up some sort of facilities and other things. I think what I would feel is that besides the Shark Tank or the sharks, before the going to the sharks, you can also explore these particular funding opportunities that are available. And these are all came in the last maybe about 4 years or 4 years, you know. These are all actually Startup India Seed Fund has come much later, even after the COVID, it has come. So you have now the early stage funding is coming from many organizations. Once you cross the early stage funding, there are many other people who will come into the picture because they see the success, early success of the companies, and there are many other people who would like to enter into it, including venture fellows and other thing will come into it. I think even Ratnakar will also be able to write a check, you know, if there is something, a good proposal, because from angel funds, he looks into the Hyderabad angel funds and other thing. So he would also be able to support. At University of Hyderabad, we have also, we manage the Startup India Seed Fund. We have up to about 10 crore rupees, of which we have already disbursed 5+ crores already disbursed, and remaining we are looking, applications all comes under the national portal. You apply in the national portal and then you will be called for presentation and then follow up and all those things. Paperwork is there everywhere. You can't avoid the paperwork. That is the must everywhere. And we have recently been, sanctioned a Nidhi Seed Fund also, about 5 crore rupees. So that also we will be starting soon. So like that, funding is available at many levels, particularly for the early stage seed fund. I think once you are able to look at the early stage seed fund, I think next stage is when you show some success from that particular thing, it becomes much easier to raise little big ticket funds and other things. So I think that is, you would like to say something, Ratnakar?
Yeah, sure. I think in B2C space, especially in the food, major fund is needed for working capital. That's one of the things which we were checking with many banks whether they can do the debt fund. And most of them are saying if you're in a marketplace like Amazon, Flipkart, or Big Basket, Swiggy, or Zomato, where there is a regular flow of income, they are willing to fund, but the cost of funds are coming really high. We were looking, is there any other option which will help to reduce the cost? And I was speaking to certain ultra high net worth individuals. Can you set up a small 100 crores funds with around 10 to 12% interest? Bank FDs are coming at 7-8%. It is going to go down. So we can help them to sustain and take it to the next level in terms of the working capital. That's one of the effort which we are trying to do. But again, it has its own ifs and buts, and we want a good founders who take the money and pay back, because it is a debt and it will help them to grow. Other thing is the growth capital, which is needed for expansion and taking the brand to the next level. This was what we are looking at. Sir, before we go to the next thing, I just wanted to check with each of the founders, what are the key takeaways for buddy enterprises to look at in terms of fundraise? Any key performance indicators they have to follow? As Raju said, let us focus on one product and grow it to next level. Anything, Raju, from your side, any key takeaways for the upcoming budding enterprises?
Yeah, so don't get disappointed. The first thing is that because the funding is available for only probably 1%. Out of 100 startups, I would say about 1 to 2 people get the funding. And it does not mean that the remaining 98 people just go and dust themselves. So we have to really, continue to work passionately. And then the funding houses, there are a lot of funding houses. The approachability is very important. How you approach the funding house is very important. So there are investment bankers who can help you, driving your metrics, because the performance at the store level is the one key indicator. Instead of trying too many products, I would say bet on couple of products, because there are cookies, there are rusks, and there are noodles. There are many things. Once your bank account is bigger, then you can experiment with many products. So I would say just keep working on all the startup people, keep working on 1 to 2 products. If you want to fail fast, instead of just dragging along yourself for a couple of years and then with the sad faces. Don't work like that. Take the product, make sure that the product is really accepted by the consumers, and keep working on that. And then definitely there are many healthy, wealthy people here, including Ratnakar, who is ready to fund people. There is no doubt at all. I would request Ratnakar to really pick up some people here, including myself, and then fund it. Because as long as some core metrics please be attentive on the core metrics, which is absolutely about how the repeat ratio, how many people, like, I was hearing from gentlemen about 20% of the people, giving you 80% of the revenue, right? So obviously who those 20% of the consumers who are repeating continuously. So please work on the repeatability ratio, which is the highest metric than anything else. So I think that is a benchmark for the ecosystem.
As Karan said very well, funding is, I believe, on early stage, don't go behind funding, because now funding has become a fashion. I believe कि startup है, open हो गया, and now let's go for a funding. This should never happen. You should have a product fit, a market fit, a complete a complete research over your product, over the market, and sampling is very important. This is what I believe. If please give the samples to your relatives, to your friends, to the person you know, to the neighbors as well, and see how their reaction comes to you. Because without product fit, without market fit, if you go for a funding and if the people is not funding you, then please go and check again ki problem kahan par hai, like where is the issue, right? Because many a time even we receive a calls, or even we met people who used to come to us ki please connect to investors, we have an idea, I have 4 to 5 different startup ideas. So like 4 to 5 different startup idea means what? Like they haven't created any product, they just have an idea, and they were like "Ki any two startup idea can hit and I can go for funding." So this is not how it is. If I and even the people sitting in the panel, and even the people on the Zoom call, we have literally rubbed our asses, like anything to create a product. So first create a product and then go behind any funding, and then go behind who can fund and nurture my startup.
Yeah, just adding on to other panelists, sticking to core product is important, but I feel that in addition to the core product, we have to be cognizant of which is the right channel fit. For certain products, D2C or website is great. Just because someone is scaling extraordinarily well in D2C doesn't mean that it's a general answer for everyone. Some products does extraordinarily well on Amazon and they might fail on QuickCom. So it's also equally important to understand the product and what is a right fit and then invest there.
Want to add anything, Karan?
Yeah, I think it's very necessary, especially in food. I've seen that a lot of people are investing heavily into D2C, which is actually not a product, it's not a channel fit at all. And just because it's fashionable, reels are done, influencers are taken, there is no sense of what CAC is, what sense of transportation costs are. All these metrics are there, which are in front of you, but because of it's fashionable, people are doing it. But I think you need to put your nose to the grinder and go hard, do hard sales in retail shops. That is how where the food startups are going to will have to do the hard work. I mean, things are very accessible now with quick commerce, etc. Obviously, that is the future. But having said that, for a small startup to sustain, you have to look at the bottom lines, wherein retail sales is something which is going to grow your brand, and this is for the longer run. All the online platforms are all short run strategies which are done to show top line revenue for the investor, but at the end of the day now it's all about how you can grow your bottom line as fast. So you need to be very aware of what your product is, what your price points are, what your channel margins are, where you want to put your eggs. Obviously investments are required in terms of sampling, putting up promoters, which you will probably do. You'll spend that money on a D2C ad. So all these factors you need to be mindful of, and you need to speak to a lot of people in the industry who've been there, done that. Learn from their mistakes is what I would suggest instead of burning money.
Good, thank you. Ajay, you want to add anything?
Yeah, I completely agree with what Karan says. While the glamour of fundraising and everything is exciting, I think at core we must remain focused on our business. At the end of the day, if the business doesn't make money, there won't be investors. And particularly to millets, I can say very clearly that there is very low entry barrier. So, every year hundreds of startups come into the industry thinking that it is glamorous, millets is there, and funders. One side we have product, the other side we have investors, and that's it. We have a success. ऐसा नहीं है. I think we have to completely focus on our business, and whatever works, whether it's online, offline, that's fine. I think to start with, as long as we are bootstrapped, making money, knowing what we are doing, we should be good to go. We should keep trying to meet people. There are a lot of investor meets and stuff like that, because the more we meet people, the more we will learn. So after Shark Tank, I have made it a practice, to meet, because there are a lot of meetups that happen, and a lot of. I think those are interesting conversations that we should not miss while we are very busy trying to promote our business. So we must take out time, and that's the time we can also sort of enjoy ourselves and take a break. Meet other young entrepreneurs, share ideas, and you sometimes you get some very good connects which might solve your big problems. So I think do network. Networking is very important. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, good. I think we are at 5 o'clock. 5:10. I think we just overshoot by another 5-10 minutes. But I think in nutshell, everybody says that you focus on the product and the funding. Don't go for just for the sake of fundraising. Don't go for the fundraising. Raise funds only when you badly need the funds for growing your business. And you must know your market and how to push your product into the market. I think that is the sum and substance. They feel that funds will come on its own once you have a good product and the product has a good marketing potential. Funds will come automatically. Shark Tank or with Ratnakar or somebody XYZ, everybody will come to you and give you the check. You take my funding, you take my funding. I think that should be the way. As Raju also said that he could raise so much funds because I think he had a good product. And everybody knows this product is moving into the market. That's the reason why people have come to him and gave the money to be part with that company. I think that's how we should look at it. I think we had a wonderful panel and we had a good lively discussion. I am not taking any questions. If you have any questions, please take it offline, and you have a discussions with those people. They may give you more inputs to give. Because these people also take some more time. So I would suggest you people to have slightly, discussion off the line, and they may give you more inputs and more tips for you to in future for raising funds for you. Thank you very much. I think for the patience of the audience, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We thank you for the excellent session. Now, I shall request Dr. B. Sangappa, scientist, ICR-IAMR, to kindly felicitate the chair of the session, Dr. D. Yogeshwar Rao, visiting professor, University of Hyderabad, and director, Nutrihub. I request Dr. Sangappa to kindly felicitate the co-chair and also all the panelists of the session. We also thank the panelists who have joined virtually. Thank you so much, sir. With this, all the technical sessions of INCC 6.0 ends. And now we shall be soon beginning the valedictory session. Thank you.
How it feels. Cover it up, you like to play your own game. Cover it up, don't let them know what you're thinking. I bet you never tell them how it feels, how it feels. Cover it up, you like to play your own game. Cover it up, don't let them know what you're thinking. I bet you never tell them how it feels, how it feels. Cover it up, you like to play your own game. Cover it up, don't let them know what you're thinking. I bet you never tell them how it feels, how it feels. How it feels. Cover it up, you like to play your own game. Cover it up, don't let them know what you're thinking. I bet you never tell them how it feels, how it feels. Cover it up, you like to play your own game. Cover it up, don't let them know what you're thinking. I bet you never tell them how it feels, how it feels. How it feels.
जय जय कृषि परिषद।
Around 10,000 years ago, humans discovered the art of cultivating millets under diverse names. These hardy grains became a staple food across Asia and Africa. Fast forward to about 4,000 years ago, some millets originated in India, while some arrived from China and Africa. And now it's time we embrace the sustainable production of millets as a means to curb hunger while simultaneously ensuring food, nutritional, and ecological security. We can ultimately provide income security to farmers. India is home to millets, the forgotten treasures of our past, now reclaiming their rightful place in our future with the efforts of IIMR.
ICR IIMR is a premier institute not only giving outputs for the millet improvement in the country, but is also extending its research outputs to the international audience through human resource development, through the global
Imagine a group of grains that had the power to contribute in reshaping the future of the world. Imagine a crop that boasts of abundant nutritional and health benefits and is climate smart. A crop that lets us embark on a journey for good health. And when you imagine good health, you choose millets. So what are millets? Millets encompass a diverse group of small-sized grains dryland cereals grown in different regions, especially in the nooks and corners of India, and that possess unique nutritional benefits. In India, millets are recently renamed as Shri Anna. Now you may ask, what's so special about millets? Millets are a superfood. Millets consist of essential minerals, micronutrients, vitamins, high fiber, and antioxidants for our body's need-based calorie count, supporting the immune system, helping us lead an active life of our choice. Furthermore, millets are almost gluten-free with a low glycemic index, making them a great food to lower blood sugar, reducing the risk of diabetes. They come with great versatility through various culinary applications, from grain, flour for baking, to a replacement for pasta or any other snack. It is a healthy alternative to many traditional treats. Value addition in millets has led to modern cuisines, as well as ready-to-eat packaged products to be bought off the shelf. Millets are good for you and the planet. They are not only consumer-friendly, but also climate-smart and a farmer's trusted companion, easy to cultivate, low water requirements, reduced dependency on agrochemicals, ability to thrive in adverse soil and climatic conditions, thus offering a resilient choice for farmers worldwide. They have a shorter crop duration, enables farmers in the multi-cropping system, empowering farmers with greater productivity and economic benefits. Technological innovations and extension research have helped increase yield and income support to farmers. Farmers can also use millets as fodder and green forage, thus ensuring fodder security. It's time we move from food security to nutritional security through millets, to imagine a world that is healthy and nutritional secure. Let's reimagine sustainability. Let's reimagine well-being and equitability. Let's reimagine our diet with the transformative power of millets. Let's reimagine a world good for humans, nature, farmers, animals, and the environment.
From farm to plate, production to consumption, junk to nutrition, scaling to upscaling, incubation to acceleration, local to global. It's all happening here.
Thanks to Green Revolution, independent India has attained food security, but its nutritional security is far from a reality and neglected over the years, leading to lifestyle diseases and malnutrition. This calls for a change in social behavior, such as change in food habits, though a difficult proposition. Secondly, our national food security may be at stake due to climate change, as the yields of rice and wheat are likely to decline due to high temperature regime, which calls for cultivation of alternative cereal, such as millets.
ICAR, Indian Institute of Millets Research, is a premier institute in this country looking after research and development of millets. It has developed various products, technologies, and various related aspects for millets.
One such effort also culminated in the formation of a non-profit society located in Hyderabad at IIMR, which is now branded as Nutrihub.
The establishment of Nutrihub, a technology business incubator being sponsored by Department of Science and Technology to the tune of 10 crore rupees is a laudable thing. This incubator is handholded by the support of the government in a major way.
Nutrihub offers state-of-the-art infrastructure as a production facility and technology backstopping, besides mentoring, training, and financial facilitation for some of the incubators.
They can also produce their products in the Nutrihub and packing, labeling, and branding in their own brands. I think that is going to be very path-breaking.
very good initiative by Nutrihub, IMR.
It's exciting to see great startups.
I think it's been a great opportunity and a great platform for us to express ourselves.
Well, there's so much innovation happening in the millet industry. It's quite an eye opener.
I'm very excited to see a lot of different supporters, investors, and partners available here.
We greatly appreciate the opportunity provided to us.
2023 is a millet year. IMR plays a bigger role and we want to be a true partner for them. Thank you.
From farm to plate, production to consumption, junk to nutrition, scaling to upscaling, incubation to acceleration, local to global. It's all happening here.
The country has over 500 strong millet-based startups.
Millets, after harvesting, undergoes various post-harvesting processes such as threshing, drying, and storage. However, these processes often result in the contamination of the grains with foreign materials such as dust, stones, leaves, chaffs, and mud. To address this issue, primary processing is necessary to remove these foreign materials from the millets, which involves several steps like aspiration, grading, destoning, dehulling, and gravity separation. These steps help to ensure that the final product is clean and free from impurities. The primary processing machines, aspirator cum grader cum destoner, is the state-of-the-art equipment with a capacity of 1 ton per hour. Is supplied by a Coimbatore-based company. During primary processing, the harvested millets are fed into the aspirator cum grader cum destoner using bucket elevators. The machine uses aspiration to remove lighter particles such as dust, leaves, and chaffs. Then the millets pass through the grader, wherein the grains are sorted as per the mesh size. Further, it passes through destoner, which removes heavy particles like stones and mud. All these unit operations are common, both major and minor millets, except minor millets require an additional dehulling step in processing compared to major millets due to the presence of an outer husk layer. This husk needs to be removed to get the edible part of the grain. In dehulling, the minor millets are passed through the dehuller, which applies abrasion and impact centrifugal force to break and remove the outer husk layer. Once the outer husk is removed, the dehulled grain is then passed through an aspirator, leading to gravity separator to separate millet rice from broken grains and unhulled grains, ensuring a higher level of purity in the product, which may become immediate product for secondary processing. The capacity of this machine is 1 ton per hour, and the efficiency lies around 60% to 85%, based on different minor millet grains processed. This efficiency represents the percentage of impurities removed during the primary processing, indicating how effectively the machine cleans the millets. Our processing plant also caters to startups incubated at Nutrihub. Our muffin production line is equipped with various machinery and processes to produce high-quality muffins efficiently. The finest quality ingredients are accurately weighed and placed in a planetary mixer, ensuring the homogeneous mixing of all the ingredients. Once the batter is ready, it is transferred to feeding hopper and set the filling ratio as per the muffin tray to get the desired size. The batter from the feeding hopper is dropped in the muffin tray, and the trays are placed in the rotary oven, which is preheated to 180 degrees Celsius. After baking to golden perfection, the muffins are taken out of the oven and allowed to cool till it reaches ambient temperature. This cooling and resting period is essential for flavor development and the creation of a soft crumb texture in the muffins. Once the muffins are cooled, transfer it to the horizontal flow wrap packing machine for packing. Cold extruded products like vermicelli and pasta are typically made using durum wheat or refined wheat flour. However, these products can also be manufactured using millets with the same equipment known as cold extruder. This indicates that the cold extrusion process can be adapted to work with millet-based ingredients to produce these products.
We kindly request all the participants and delegates to kindly occupy the seats. We are about to begin the valedictory session. A very good evening to one and all gathered here, and once again, a warm welcome to all for this valedictory session of the 3-day International Nutricereal Convention 6.0, the Millets R&D Convention and Startup Convention. The Millets R&D Convention and Startup Convention being held from 17 to 19 October 2024. As we begin, here's briefly the journey embarked by Nutrihub ICR IMR with Nutricereal Convention started in 2018 with 100 plus delegates, 7,000 plus outreach and 30 plus stakeholders. And here we are today at INCC 6 all the way from NNCC with 1,600 plus delegates, 40,000 plus outreach, 150 plus stakeholders, reflecting the significance and recognition of millet crops at their highest potential.
To formally begin the session, may we now request the dignitaries onto the dais. First and foremost, may we welcome Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Government of Karnataka, Shri N. Chelvarayaswamy, onto the dais. We should also request Honorable DDG Education, Indian Council of Agricultural Research, Dr. R.C. Agarwal, onto the dais. We request our guest of honor, Mr. Mijanur Rahman, Senior Director and R&D Head, South Asia Region, PepsiCo, to kindly occupy the dais. We also request Mr. S. Shivakumar, Group Head, Agriculture and IT, ITC Limited, onto the dais. We request Dr. B. Dayakar Rao to kindly occupy the dais, sir. And we also request Dr. Venkatesh Bhatt, Principal Scientist, ICR IAMR, to kindly occupy the dais. Also, Dr. Sangappa, Scientist, ICR IAMR, to kindly occupy the seat on the dais.
We'll now have the ICR song. We kindly request the audiovisual team to play the ICR song.
जय जय कृषि परिषद भारत की, सुखद प्रतीक हरित भारत की। विषधन पशुधन मानव जीवन, दुग्ध मत्स्य फल यंत्र सुवर्धन। वैज्ञानिक विधि नव तकनीकी, पारिस्थितिकी का संरक्षण। सस्य श्यामला छवि भारत की, जय जय कृषि परिषद भारत की। हिम प्रदेश से सागर तट तक, मरुधरती से पूर्वोत्तर तक। हर पथ पर है मित्र कृषक की, शिक्षा शोध प्रसार सकल तक। आशा स्वावलंबित भारत की, जय जय कृषि परिषद भारत की, जय जय कृषि परिषद भारत की।
Now, may I request Dr. B. Dayakar Rao, In-charge Director, ICR IAMR, to formally welcome and felicitate the guest. Thank you, sir. We request Dr. B. Dayakar Rao, sir, for the welcome address.
Good evening, everybody. I request all of you just be seated. These are very solemn moments. I request not to make noise. Children, please be seated. Respected Honorable Agriculture Minister from Government of Karnataka, Sri Chelo Shamni Garu. The President of today's valedictory function, Dr. R.C. Agarwal, Deputy Director General, Indian Council of Agriculture Research, Sri Mejnur Rahman, the head, R&D head from PepsiCo, Shri Kumarji, one and the only from ITC. You don't need any introduction about him. especially from agribusiness division and then moving forward to other things. We have also other dignitaries, Dr. Venkatesh Bhatt, Dr. Sangappa from Indian Institute of Millet Research. My dear participants, delegates, and the stakeholders of this millet ecosystem. It has been a wonderful journey all through this 3 days. It is the first time that we are hosting the 3-day event. Normally, it was only 2-day event. We started with 1-day event. I thought that it's a befitting way that as we grow and to show or demonstrate that it is not that the international year is there or not, but we have resolved to move forward. I think I welcome you all, sir, in this journey that we are going together, and the very demonstration of Honorable Agriculture Minister from Karnataka to come here all the way and to really just say that we are there, our state is there, our stakeholders are there with you. So please take things forward. So it's a proud privilege for Indian Institute of Millet Research and its arm Nutrihub to host this International Nutri-Cereal Convention 6.0. Now we had a very beautiful, the 3 days have just passed by like anything. The first day was an R&D convention. It was primarily focusing on millet R&D issues, gaps, and then we had policy roundtable conference trying to identify these things because, as I was telling from the very beginning, International Year of Millets has started with the problem of demand, but then at the end of year we have seen severe shortage of grain, and that really just makes the importance of the research and development that has to take place in a big way, because the awareness campaign that took place under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister of India, who has taken this millets to the global scenario and then put there, and India led United Nations General Assembly's resolution to really identify 2023 as an International Year of Millet. Now it has become a history. I don't think there is any commodity post-independence. The government has given such an impetus to such an extent. 20 departments of the government, whether it's the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, and where I dare Department of Agriculture Research and Department of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, and many other departments. Apart from that, the Ministry of Commerce, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Revenue, Ministry of Railways, Ministry of External Affairs. I can just, the Ministry of Tourism, all these were roped in to make this traction in their regular programs. And that's what we see that, but I think I want to bring to your notice this because I'm also asked to set up the context for this validatory session, what has happened. So, India produces more than 250 million tons of rice and wheat. But then when you talk about the millets, maximum that this country has yielded is 20 million tons. I think that is the proportion that we have. One has to be very cautious in devising the policies and see how the millets can be mainstream and take into the various, because you have the same millets has to go to as a value added product. It has to go among the rural consumption. It has to go to the midday meal, ICDS. It has to go to the export market. It has to go to several other channels that are there. So you cannot stretch beyond 20 million tons that is there. So the wisdom lies that what is the real proportion of the millets that can be used as a, and what is the minimum content of the millets that can be included. I think a wise decision could be, and I think we'll have to take it from National Institute of Nutrition prescription, that out of 270 grams of cereal consumption, I think we can go up to 1/3 of it for the millets. I think it means 90 grams of millets that could be added. I think it appears to be a very good suggestion, taking into the consideration we have a constraint on the supply, but then R&D convention has deliberated on this thing, how to increase the productivity and various other aspects and the gaps that there are in today's context, take things to the beyond 2023. So I think it's not just the global center. Indian Institute of Millet Research has been
really just being recognized by the Government of India as a global center of excellence. So it's an honor, but it's also a responsibility that is there. I see that how much people are depending on us and the delivery system that which we have to do that. Like I think it has to be 24/7. So I think in this year, last year, perhaps several hundred programs have been convened because of the International Year of this year, there is no major millet program at all, promotional program. So we thought that we should have a real just to give Philip to this and bring all the stakeholders, discuss the various things. So on 18th and 19th, we have identified as a startup convention so that we brought those startup and other stakeholders, including starting from farmers producer organization, and all the stakeholders across the value chain. It could be NGOs, it could be startups, it could be that big industry that is there. It could be the regulatory agencies, it could be the exporting agencies, and all when we come together and try to understand the gaps and then take things. This was a very serious conference convention that we organized, and I'm sure that each one will tell that they have some takeaway. But we are not going to rest here. We would like to make the roadmap for the future, because I see almost 10 state governments have participated here. So that is again a mute witness to their participation and their increased interest. And that first day it was inaugurated by the Agriculture Minister, Kerala. The second day it was by Uttarakhand. And today we have Honorable Agriculture from Karnataka. And morning, our own this home state where Indian Institute of Millet Research is there. Morning, we had a privilege of the visit of Honorable Agriculture Minister, Telangana. So I think we are very happy because these are the ministers who can really take forward what's going to the decision makings with regard to their millet improvement programs in their own states, whether it is a research, whether it is on a farmer side or no. I think agriculture departments have emerged in a very, very different way. What we see is that they work on an entire value chain. They talk about the branding, they talk about that. This I have not seen any, sometimes 10 years ago or before that. Definitely the industry like ITC or somebody else, they were talking about the value chains. But now we see that even the government's talking about the value chain, trying to bring the partners, building the coalitions. Yesterday night, we had a International Trade Fair 2025 roadshow organized by the government of Karnataka also. So it is, see, the ministry has come to do some sort of a roadshow and leverage this platform to sensitize. I wish that all of you will be taking part, and we take that could be another way where we can move forward. It is not that let us not be parochial, whether it's Andhra, Telangana, all these things. We are all united by millets. So we are all united by the millets and all the stakeholders. So I think I have spoken so much about it, but I'm very happy today that finally we are able to conclude this validity through the valedictory function, and I'm sure that it's going to be a great day, great conclusion with all the stakeholders sitting there on the dais and opposite the dais. So I think with this, once again, I take this opportunity to welcome one and all. And this exhibition has been, again, a unique exhibition. Without your support, I think we would not have taken this forward. So we will continue to strive. And then this welcome address for this valedictory function, I would like to take leave. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. May I now kindly request Mr. Mijnur Rahman, Senior Director, R&D Head, South Asia, PepsiCo, for his address.
Thank you, Dr. Dayakar Rao. It was wonderful to hear your address. And good evening, dignitaries. Again, thank you for coming here, our Agriculture Minister from Karnataka, Shri N. Chelluvaraswamy, and again, Dr. R.C. Agarwal, welcome here. We have Dr. Sangappa. And again, it's my privilege and honor to address the group. First of all, my congratulations to the Indian Institute of Millet Research and Nutrihub for successfully conducting the 6th edition of International Nutricereal Convention to continuously promote the goodness of Sri Anna in both local and international markets. As a leading convenience food and beverage company, which is PepsiCo, when we decided to incorporate the Nutricereals into our portfolio, IMR and Nutrihub were our first choice of knowledge partner to understand the ancient grains. Ever since we got associated, our partnership is going strong as the year passes. My core job is to understand the consumer needs and provide solutions which are science-based and at the same time address the functional and emotional needs of consumers. Generally, scientific institutions focus on science part more as compared to consumer side, which is the right thing from institutional mandates. The biggest advantage of having partnership with IIMR and Nutrihub is achieving both the important objectives, consumers and science and technology. IIMR and Nutrihub beautifully complement each other and provide solutions to food industries. IMR and Nutrihub helped us to understand the millets from the basics. They helped us to understand both major and minor millets from variety, nutrition, processability, and availability point of view. The veracity of scientists helped us to understand all critical dimensions of millets. Nutrihub is equipped with end-to-end lines for extrusion, baking, and air popping for any trials, and we benefited from each one of them. We utilized their extrusion capabilities to conduct initial trials for understanding runnability of millets, process attributes, capabilities, and the end product delivery. This initial work provided much needed base for laying out our process designs. Nutrihub is also having capability to mill millets through 3 different technologies, which we were not aware earlier. We utilized their extrusion capabilities to conduct initial trials for understanding many of these other different ways to address or work on millets. Their hammer mills, stone mills, and roller mills are enough to understand the milling various millets and understand the characteristics of milled products. PepsiCo usually benefited in understanding various streams of milled millets through these different technologies. IMR and Nutrihub are having state-of-art lab which capabilities to understand and give a proper dimension to the properties of millets, mill streams, and final products. This end-to-end capability, right from basic knowledge to complete application, makes these institutions stand out in partnering with business organizations such as us. Anyone can build infrastructure as it is a matter of pulling the resources. What makes IMR and Nutrihub as top-notch institutions are its culture and people who run it. I like to congratulate Dr. Dayakar Rao for building a customer-friendly, solution-oriented culture at Nutrihub. The scientists are world-class and second to none in the industry. The combination of culture and capabilities of the scientists forms a powerhouse in serving the country and abroad. I congratulate and thank these great institutions once again. Thank you so much, and thank you for having me in this conference.
Thank you, sir, for your address. May I now kindly request Mr. S. Shivakumar, Group Head, Agri NIT and ITC Limited, the guest of honor for his address.
Very good evening to all of you. chief guest of the evening, Sri Cheluraya Swami, President of the session, Dr. R.C. Agarwal, Sutradhar of the event, Dr. Dayakar Rao, fellow corporate member, Mr. Mizanur Rahman, Dr. Venkatesh Bhatt and Dr. Sangappa, and everybody else from the participants here. The association of ITC with IIMR or Nutrihub was well before they were actually formed in a way. We are talking about startups convention. In a way, our relationship goes back to the pre-startup time. In the year 2007, as part of National Agriculture Innovation Project, we had a joint effort together with what was then the Directorate of Sorghum Research, the National Institute of Nutrition, and a couple of other research institutions together to work on sorghum as food with effort in Parbhani, Nanded, and Adilabad as an end-to-end project. In some sense, at that time, it was still not an idea whose time had come. 17 years later, certainly I can say that it's an idea whose time has come. Nonetheless, in fact, when Dr. Dayakara was talking about cereals and millets and what share should ideally be millets in the diet, as a physics student, nuclear fission and nuclear fusion occurred to me. Yeah, I don't know how many of you will understand physics, but to simplify, much of the nuclear power around the world is through the process of fission. You break an atom and energy is produced. And that's, I'll use as an analogy for cereals. Imagine the sun that all of us are very familiar with. It's like a giant ball of gas that really creates energy by smashing atoms together. That's a nuclear fusion. You put two atoms together, they become one, and in the process, energy gets released. If you could actually do that on Earth, what sun is doing, we would have an energy that is very powerful, a small amount of fuel that can create tons of energy. It will be very safe, as in no risk of meltdowns and radiation. And it will be very clean in the sense that no greenhouse gases or long-term radioactive waste. Now, that's an ideal kind of an energy, which is still, in a way, elusive. The situation of millets, to my mind, is still not very different. While it is an idea whose time has come, if we have so much of cereals and still so little of millets, maybe we do talk about 18-20 million tons of millets, but if you see what part of it really goes as value-added food, it's very minuscule quantity out of it. While potential, as per the recommended dosage, should somewhere be closer to 100 million tons. It's an elusive goal now. How do you really bring that sun energy into earth and produce is not very different from how do we really popularize millets and make it work. Everybody says, yeah, millets is great for consumer, millets is great for the planet, millet is great for the farmer, and so on. To actually bring that nuclear fusion onto earth and produce energy, you need to do many different things. You need to really heat the nuclei to unimaginable temperatures. If you look at sun, at the external sun, it's about 5,000 degrees centigrade. At the core, it's nearly 15 million degrees centigrade. When that level of heat needs to be produced, to actually create that fusion, but keep it contained. There are interesting ways in which how do you keep it contained using various powerful magnets and so on, and also make it efficient. What it costs to put that energy in should be less than the energy that really gets produced. Now, that's the kind of an effort that in a way is going into millets, and that's the reason you require something like Nutrihub to really put it all together. Consumer awareness has to go up. Everybody knows millets are good, but if you ask, forget about consumers outside even this room, if you take a poll, what millet is good, for what reason, why should you use it, and are you actually using it as per the recommended dose, I think we'll still be far from a reality that we would want. If you ask the farmer how profitable is millets, will you expand your crops? Despite prices having gone up, it's still not such an attractive crop for the farmer, and still there is enough and more interest in many other crops and not as much in millets, unless that really becomes your last alternative crop that you can produce, other than possibly about 15-20% of the farmers where it is a preferred crop. And similar issues for most of you who are in the business connecting the farmer with the consumer or consumer with the farmer, as the case may be. We do engage, of course, as the years progressed from then 2007 to 2024, ITC is present in center of plate products in terms of flours, 100% pure millets, flours which are mixed with the wheat atta, mixes which can go into batters, or into snacks, sweet snacks, salty snacks, or infusion into products like noodles and vermicelli and chocolates and cookies. So a whole range of products, and I'm sure many of you have the kind of products of this kind that are there. But it's that awareness of the consumer, which is very specifically, which has to go up at one end and raising the profitability at the farmer at the other end. Today, the consumer complains of millet-based products prices being very high, and farmer complains it's still not attractive enough for profitability to go up. It is not as if all of you connecting these two are so profitable that it can become more efficient and higher share of consumer price can go to farmer. An external energy has to come, and if there is one breakthrough which must happen, it is in terms of how do you really price the planetary value of millet production in the form of green credits or carbon credit and bring it to the farmer so that a consumer price becomes lower and farmer price or farmer revenue goes up. I think all of these can only happen when organizations like Nutrihub really get all the stakeholders together and make this happen. So in a way, nothing short of nuclear fusion is something that we need to create in the area of millet. Now that we are in 6th year of this and going forward, I wish the very best for the sector as a whole, and we would actually create that kind of a clean energy also in this sector, and the very best to all the stakeholders who are in this sector. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for addressing the reality. May I now request our Honorable DDG Education ICR for his presidential remarks.
Most Honorable Chief Guest of today's function, Sri Chalubarai Swamiji, Honorable Honorable Agriculture Minister from Karnataka, my colleague Dr. Dayakar, heartiest congratulations for completion of this Convention 6.0, and congratulations to all and IIMR team, our colleagues from the industry, from ITC, Shivkumarji, from PepsiCo, Mr. Rahman, our other colleagues on the dais, off the dais, all participants, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, it's really my proud privilege to take part in this. I'm sorry I could not come yesterday. Thank you, Dr. Dayagar. He invited me even to take part yesterday. But because of a lot of other engagements, it was not really, but I feel I missed really a very good deliberations. But I spoke to Dr. Sukumar and Dr. Dayagar, and we can get a lot of inputs from this. I think a lot of good deliberations have happened. Now, friends, as you know, ICR has spearheaded this entire mission of International Year of Millets in 2023 by declaring our institute one of the institute which earlier was known as was focusing on the sorghums, but now you see it is focusing on the entire millets. So that kind of focus which ICR has provided through this by declaring as a global hub, by providing all kind of infrastructure, and our scientists who are world-class scientists, as it has been told by our earlier colleagues during this valedictory function. So that really shows that how ICR is taking it forward. I had a discussion with, I think you may be knowing, Mr. Manjeet Singh Gill, who is the president of the Indian Culinary Association. And just before yesterday, I talked to him. I was attending a program for the award ceremony of the Indian chefs. And when I discussed with him, and he's fighting the election for the World Culinary Association now, and I hope he will get it. So this is the mission where we are also taking the Culinary Association along with this. And he gave me, Mr. Gill gave me so many ideas about the wheat, that the kind of base they prepare for the pizza is not being produced from the Indian wheat. You need to produce such kind of wheat. You need to produce such kind of other products, cereals, grains, tomato, which can be used in the burger. So I thought that we should have for the research continuous collaborations, continuous discussion with such kind of stakeholders. And in this, I was really happy when we conducted one international conference in Delhi. There also we, for the entire 5 days, we just 150 countries they participated, and we decided that we will have daily some millet foods, and we invited the chefs from around the country, and they were all trained about this. So if you take along, then only this can really come as a taste. This can come as a popular dish among all the citizens. So that's something good which has happened during this mission, and which was taken on board by Ministry of Agriculture and ICR together. Let me also share, I was taking part in one TV discussion, and somebody used the term mota anas. And the other person who was involved taking part in the discussion, he just told that calling mota anas looks like you are abusing some cereal. And earlier, you know, it was known as a poor man's food. Now it's no more the poor man's food, as it has been told by earlier speakers. It's very expensive. And still the farmers are not getting the remuneration. And thanks, Dr. Sukumar, for explaining some of the reasons that what really we should do. So if you just see the concept behind mota anas, as he has explained, that the outer layer is thick, and you need to break it down to just make it palatable or just to consume it. But our Honorable Prime Minister gave the new name, that is Sri Anna, and now people see it with respect, great respect, and that really we have to honor that particular name. And world over, more than 70 countries, they are participating in this Indian mission, and it has become now very popular. The only thing we need to focus is that how to make it popular among the consumers. Production is not a problem. If you just ask farmers to grow more, if there is a more demand, I think farmers will be will come forward to produce more. But still, maybe 20%, 25% or whatever proportion is recommended. If you just take, so just see the total cost, how much you are incurring for your daily diet, not the total cost that how much is per kg for this. So that production is not the issue, although it's not that profitable to farmers if they grow in a small quantity. So what now we are doing, I want to just share with all of you, because I am heading the agriculture education of this country. We have with us 76 agriculture universities, and in 30 incubation centers, which personally I have seen. In all the incubation centers, we have the Nutrihuts, and we are popularizing this millets, and a lot of students, they are showing the interest. Lot of other stakeholders, they are coming forward to get training, to get incubated in these nutri-cereals or about these millets, about the millet dishes. And through these universities, we have organized many competitions for the women, and they have come forward to learn the process for making many dishes and to know many recipes. So that way we are trying to address the popularization of this millets in a course curriculum also. I was part of one NCRT course curriculum development, and recently we have introduced the agriculture in Delhi-based schools as part of the course curriculum in 6, 7, and 8. So in NCRT, we could see that the kind of course curriculum which they included, 90% of the course curriculum was oriented towards the millets. All those basic questions, so that they get interest, the students get interest, and they start consuming this millets by knowing what are the advantages of this millets. So there are many ways how we can really popularize this. We have to address the stunting or the wasting and many other issues. And if you just say that the millets is the only solution, or it is one of the solutions to those students, I think they can be very good ambassadors for us, because they are all undergraduates, they are all postgraduates, they are PhD students, so they can educate many other fellow citizens through this. So that is the forum through which, because I am responsible for that particular sector, agriculture education, so we are trying to address this millet-based popularization through that particular forum. Through school education, through this higher education, I think we can address many of the challenges. This crop is also important for India, because this was one of the first crop to be domesticated. These millets were the first to be domesticated in India. And so we can just say that, yes, it is one of, even if you see your olden time, 1960, 1970, by default, everybody was taking millets. And this wheat and rice was taken only once some guest comes. So they were very expensive. Now, after this green revolution, this situation reversed. And now we have to popularize, which was already the popular thing among Indians. But now we have to put a lot of efforts that, no, this is very good for your nutrition. You must consume it. You must take it for your health and a lot of other things. And we must know really the advantages, the health advantages, and the climate change. Because of the climate change, what effect is going to be on this carbon sequestration or on the greenhouse gases. So all those things joined together, we must educate to the fellow citizens, and we must really come out with the possible solutions. Now, I can also share that one of the area where we really need to address through such forum, and I will request IIMR, that how we can really come out with viable models for this value chain. And for a lot of good things have happened, and one of the very successful incubation center is running at IIMR. Whenever I go, I see always new things. I was here, I think, around 20 days back, and again I could see a lot of incubatees who were there. and getting a lot of interest. So such kind of things we need to open at multiple institutes outside ICR also. And I will request my all industry partners if they can further extend the support to IMR in this direction, then we can really become the world leader. Already we are the world leader in this millets, but again we can be the superpower in this Indian millets across the world. We can be the only supplier of this good quality millets across the world, and that should be our motto. The International Year of Millets doesn't mean that only in 1 year we have to do all these things. That is only the beginning, launching of this particular mission. And even beyond International Year of Millets, conducting such conventions is really worth praising. And we should carry forward this mission, and we should have more and more such conventions, more and more such discussions. So thank you very much once again for giving me this opportunity. And it has been a great learning for me. And thank you all once again. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, sir, for discussing all the millet popularization effects through the ICR education system and also all the words of encouragement and suggestions. We also take this opportunity to thank you for being part of all our capacity building programs throughout last year. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for blessing us with your august presence. Thank you. Now, we shall have the startup graduation ceremony. At Nutrihub, as a customary, the incubatee graduation is celebrated during INCC every year. This is a special beginning to the startups to venture into scaled up and broaden the territories of their business. May I request all the dignitaries on the dais to step forward for the graduation ceremony.
As we call upon the graduating startups one by one, we request all the respective representatives to collect their certificates and please raise their caps for the photograph for their future endeavors. First, Nutrihub, Nutritive Food Private Limited, Kondapalli Foods, Levine Bakers Private Limited, Hungry Koala Private Limited, Asirvad Agro and Food Processing Private Limited, Deccan Agro Foods and Spices, Acuity Millets, Millet Yard Private Limited, Pago Foods and Beverages LLP. We congratulate all the startups. Please raise your caps for the photograph. We wish you all for a successful and fruitful endeavor. We kindly repeat, please raise your caps for the photograph. Thank you and congratulations once again. We'll now have the Poshak Anaj Awards for 2024 and I hand over the session to Mr. N. Krishna, Project Manager of Nutrihub.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, madam. As a customary, this is the time of the awards, the evening that we all wait for, the hard work that gets appreciated. Our startups are the flag bearers in the millet ecosystem. We greatly respect and appreciate the efforts that they put in. And we want all of the millet fraternity to know about it and also want our startups to fly high. To commemorate and congratulate their hard work, we do Poshak Anaj Award, a prestigious award given by Nutrihub IIMR to the startups appreciating their hard work in various categories. This year too, it is same. We have many startups who could come up and showcase their hard work through multiple applications. We have gotten hundreds of applications for various categories of award. And this year too, it continues the same. We have two categories of award. First up, I request all the dignitaries to award our startups. First, we go with the Consolation Award. The category first is Startup of the Year. And we have the first Startup of the Year, highest growth year on year. The Consolation Award goes to Yash Food Processors Private Limited. I request dignitaries to come front and present the award to the startup. I request all of you to please clap and appreciate. The next category is Marketing Excellence category. We have two startups who got this award. First is Cooks and Craft. And second is 5S Farms. Unfortunately, 5S Farms could not be here today with us, but we congratulate them anyhow. The next category is Innovation in Millets Packaging. The award goes to Millets-Live. I request the founder to come front. The next category is Startup of the Year Millet Exports. We have two awards. First, I request JCAS Foods Private Limited. I request the representative to come to the dais. Next is Sri Velavan Agro. I request, sir couldn't be here, so I request somebody to come and take his award. The next category of award is Social Venture of the Year. And the award goes to Social Venture of the Year award goes to Nutri Honey Flakes LLP. The award goes to Nutri Honey Flakes LLP. Then the Fresh Start Wellness Cafe and Y2K Thoughts Foundation. The Fresh Start Wellness and Y2K Foundation. I request everyone to please clap and appreciate the hard work the startups put in. The next category is FPO, SHG and NS Farmers. We have first Madhudhara Bangladesh Farmers Producer Company. Unfortunately, the founder couldn't be here. I request Dr. Mahesh to come and take the award on their behalf. The next company or FPO would be Kalsubai Millet Farmer Producer Company. The next category is Champions in Millet Farming and Cultivation. And the award consolation goes to Healthy Soil Foods and People Private Limited. I request the representative to come and take the award. The next category, this category is one of our portfolio category. We greatly appreciate women who put their hard work in building their millet businesses. We are very proud of them. And the next Women of Excellence Award goes to, first is Samruddhi Agro Group. This consolation award, Samruddhi Agro Group. The next consolation is Kathirava Naturals Private Limited. The next consolation will go to Malipratha Nutraceutical Private Limited. And we have Immuno Millet. Please continue the claps. Consolation of Women of Excellence in Millets goes to Immuno Millet. The next award consolation goes to Millet Culinary Excellence Award. I request Sai Southern Food Processing Private Limited to please come and take the award. Next, we have created a category which is Young Millet Entrepreneur of the Year. There are young people who are working hard. This award goes to awardees of 27 years and younger. And this year we have the consolation award to Millet Factory. And the last consolation award goes to the best exhibitor consolation, goes to Java Pot. I request the representative to please come and collect the award. Please continue the claps and encourage them. The next thing would we proceed to the awards, and we are all excited. The first Startup of the Year award goes to the first category, highest year on year, goes to Skandanshi Agro Foods Private Limited. The brand name is Desi Nutri. The next category of Startup of the Year, Marketing Excellence, Mesmerizing Millets. Next category is in Startup of the Year, Millet Manufacturing. The award goes to Mahadeva Enterprises. I request Mahadeva Enterprises to come collect their award. Mahadeva Enterprises have put up a bigger facility this year, and this year the Millet Manufacturing Startup of the Year goes to Mahadeva Enterprises. I request all of you continue clapping. The next Startup of the Year, Innovation in Millet Packaging, goes to Sanir Foods India Private Limited. I request the representative to come collect the award. Now, the next category, Startup of the Year, Millet Exports. And this year, the award goes to Skyroot Ventures LLP. I request the founder to come and collect the award. Moving further, the next category, Social Venture of the Year. It goes to Isayu Foods. This is Social Venture of the Year, Isayu Foods. I congratulate Isayu Foods for getting the award. The next category is Millet Franchisee of the Year. And this year, the award goes to Vijayanjali Nutri Cereals LLP. And we popularly call him Millet Chef. Please continue the claps. Millet Franchisee of the Year for restaurants, hotel, cloud kitchens. This year, it goes to Vijayanjali Nutri Cereals LLP. Millet Chef. Next, we have catalyst of consumption. This is specific to R&D in millets. And this year, we have Dr. Shobhana, an independent researcher publishing multiple research papers in millet value addition and processing. Dr. Shobhana, catalyst of consumption, R&D in millets. The next category goes to FUSH in NGO. The award goes to Lambasingi Tribal Products. I request the representative to come and collect the award. The next category is Champions in Millet Farming and Cultivation. This year, this goes to Hamara Anaj. I request the founders to please come and collect the award. Hamara Anaj, Champions in Millet Farming and Cultivation. The next category is Women of Excellence in Millets. This is primarily for women-led startups. And the award this year goes to Babe Burp. I request founder to please come and collect the award. Babe Burp, Women of Excellence in Millets. I request all of you to please continue clapping. Come on, encourage. The next category is Millet Culinary Excellence Award. And this year, the award goes to Jhumru Restaurant. I request the founder to please come and collect the award. Millet Culinary Excellence Award, Jhumru Restaurant. Please continue clapping. We have few more left. And yes, a bit of encouragement greatly helps. The next category, Young Milletpreneur of the Year. The award goes to Nisagra, a millet factory. The next and final, as we have so many exhibitors here who have put their hard work in making their stalls, the Constellation Award for the Best Exhibitor Award goes to Java Pot. We have startups coming and putting up their stalls, spending nights without sleeping. I congratulate their efforts. This year it goes to Java Pot with a consolation for the Best Exhibitor Award. The final award is the Best Exhibitor. And this year, this award goes to True Good for their innovative approach in making their stall. I request the founder to please come and collect the award. With this, we come to the end of the award ceremony. I congratulate all the startups and I thank all the dignitaries for sparing the time in awarding these startups. Moving further, I request Madam to please continue the program from here on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Krishna. We now move on to the felicitation of lifetime achievers for their significant contributions. Firstly, the Lifetime Achievement Award is conferred upon Dr. K. Bhaskaracharya, former Deputy Director, ICMR, National Institute of Nutrition. We humbly request Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Government of Karnataka to present the awards to the lifetime achievers.
Dr. K. Bhaskarachari is the former Deputy Director, ICR in National Institute of Nutrition, currently the scientific panel member of the FSSAI, Government of India. He has contributed several publications in millets as nutri-cereals with their nutritional profile, glycemic index, and glycemic loads. He has expertise in conducting clinical trials in healthy as well as people with diabetics. He has several scientific publications to his credit, including the Indian Food Composition Tables 2017 and Nutritional and Health Benefits of Millets, and has several citations. Congratulations, sir.
The next award is conferred upon Professor V. Parnimuthu, Director, NIFTEM Tanjavur. On his behalf, we kindly request Dr. Atma Selvi to kindly receive the award. Madam, please. Professor V. Parnimuthu is a distinguished scientist with over 30 years of experience in agriculture and food process engineering. Currently, Sir is the director of NIFTEM Tanjavur, and he has commercialized more than 25 technologies through NRDC and published several research articles. A pioneering researcher in small millets, he has established the Center of Excellence for Processing and Value Addition at US Bengaluru. Next, the Lifetime Achievement Award is conferred upon Dr. Sudhanshu, Secretary APEDA. On his behalf, we kindly request Mr. R.P. Naidu, AGM APEDA, to kindly receive the award.
Dr. Sudhanshu, Secretary of APEDA, has played a pivotal role in promoting millets in India and at global level. With over 32 years of experience, he has enhanced exports of fresh horticulture, processed food, and livestock products while implementing IT and traceability projects. He had previously served as Vice President of GS1 India and as National Short-Term Expert under the Indo-German Market Development Program. Congratulations, sir.
I thank all the dignitaries. Kindly request you to please be seated. The founder of Millet Startups expressed their interest to felicitate Dr. B. Dayakar Rao, CEO Nutrihub. May I request them to be on stage for the felicitation? Also request all the dignitaries to step forward and kindly join the felicitation. The first is Mrs. Malan Mohite and Mr. Sri Krishna Mohite from Sonera Mahila Foundation. Mr. Tatya Saheb, Good to Eat. Mr. Bharat Reddy from Millet Marvels. Mr. Vishala Reddy, Millet Bank, and Mr. Santosh from Millet Hub. May I kindly request Mr. Dayakar Rao, Mrs. Dayakar Rao, to please join. Also request Mr. Chennaiya from Gauri Shankar Food Industries, Karnataka, to please join us on the stage. We request Mrs. Dayakar Rao to please join us on the stage for the felicitation.
On behalf of all the startup people here, we request Dr. Bharat Reddy to talk a few words.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks to everybody. So just to give a small brief, whatever all of you are seeing here today, or whatever is happening, how the millet culture was built, it took Dr. Dayakar sir close to 20 years to build this. So today, most of us who are not aware or who are new to all of this, the amount of hard work sir had put in the amount of effort to bring or get the culture of millets to common people. It's been a very tough journey for sir. And generally, whenever a new startup, I think probably you must have just seen, there were around 20, 30 startups which has got Anaj Poshak Award this time. Can you just even imagine for a small startup or somebody to be recognized by a government body and be and I mean, getting an award and get a felicitation for all that? It is just impossible. Whoever we all are here today, or when I reached out to him or me, be it Vishala, be it Samriddhi, be it all the groups, whoever are here today, are partly into the journey of this millets. We are all thankful and grateful to Dr. Daikar sir. And same, I think we are very glad that today Shalomi ma'am is also here. So it's a moment of joy and it's a great honor for all of us to be part and to be along with Honorable Minister and the distinguished dignitaries on the stage. Felicitating sir is a great event for all of us. Thanks to one and all. And I would request a huge applause for sir for all the efforts he has put in for us. Thank you.
Thank you, one and all. With all the happy mood and encouragement around, we'll now move on to the next program. Kindly request all the dignitaries to take their seat. May I now request our chief guest of the day, Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Government of Karnataka, Shri N. Chelurai Swami, to kindly address the gathering. Request you, sir.
Respected Dr. Sri Agarwal ji, DDG Education, and one more important person today, function and millet and startups, lot of struggle and backup also. Dr. B. Dayakar Rao, CEO in Nutrition. So and one, Sri Shivkumar, Group Head Agri-Business ITC, and Sri Mizunur Rahman, Senior Director of Pacific, Dr. Sangappa, Scientist IIMR, Dr. Venkatesh Bhatt, Principal, Scientist IIMR. All of the dais and friends and medias, so organizers. So I am very happy to be the part of closing function of INCC, representing more than 6 crores people of Karnataka along with a delegation of senior officer of Government of Karnataka. Karnataka is the first state in India to bring the organic farming policy in 2004, and the same is further revised in the year 2017, giving more focus on marketing and export of millets and organic products. Millet have a greater global role to play in the providing low water footprint, zero carbon footprint as energy efficient crops. Government of Karnataka has so far organized 4 international trade fairs on millets and organic and 1 national trade fair in Bangalore. After taking over as a minister for agriculture, I was instrumental in organizing ITF on millets and organics during January 2024 and plan to organize 5th ITF on organics and millets on 23, 24 and 25th January 2025. I am happy to inform you that IIMR and ICR Hyderabad has been our knowledge partner in all the ITF organized by our state Karnataka and expect them to extend similar cooperation for 5th ITF and millets and organic to be held on 23, 24, 25th January 2025. The totally area under millets in Karnataka is in 50,61,000 so hectares, out of which major millets like ragi, jawar, bajar are grown in an area of 15.26 lakhs hectares and minor millet like Tame, Navane, Arka, Udulu, Karlu and Bargu grown in area of 35,000 hectares. Karnataka has produced 20.55 lakh tons of greater and small millets together in an area of 16.39 lakh hectares in the year 21-22 in spite of COVID-19 incidents. Karnataka is the leader and announcing Raita Siddhi scheme through which an incentive of rupees 10,000 so for hectares to maximum 2 hectares for millet farmers transferred to direct DBT. So for the establishment of millet processing unit, our government together with government of India is providing with a 50% subsidy to maximum of 10 lakhs. The millet promotion program in Karnataka has resulted into 894 retail outlet, bulk traders and other marketers, out of which 500 are located in Bangalore. Karnataka has been procuring ragi and jawar under MSP and distribute through PDS system to an extent of 25% of the food grains procured. Karnataka is the one major state in India getting 12 food processing incubation center under PMFME scheme with a budget outlay of rupees 19 crores and VAS Bangalore has established center of excellency on millets. The Department of Agriculture in Karnataka has supported the establishment of 15 district level millets and organic federation and 1 state level federation of promote production, processing and marketing of millets. The state of Karnataka has exported 7,764 tons of millets and millet value added products worth of rupees 36 crores during 22-23 to America and Australia, UAE, Canada, Qatar, Tamil Nadu and Singapore, etc. I am happy to know that IIMR projected my state of Karnataka as millet focused state in INCC. I appeal to all researchers gathered here to focus on the development of high yielding varieties and hybrids in millets and simultaneously developing good organic practices to obtain high yield and come out with workable value chain models for our millet promotion in our country. So I invite all entrepreneurs, progressive farmers, FEO, FCS, agri startups, scientists, policy makers, and all others to kindly participate in the B2B international workshop as part of ITF 2025 at Bangalore during 23 to 25 January 2025. Now is present government also lot of encouraging startups and APOs and agriculture sectors. So now is the even universities and department and government all together focusing agriculture sectors. Karnataka government present Sidramaya CMG and Deputy CM Shivkumarji and myself, lot of encouraging and lot of focusing millets and startups. So ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕನ್ನಡದವರು ಬಹಳ ಜನ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀರಾ, ತುಂಬಾ ಸಂತೋಷ ಆಯಿತು. ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಮಹಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ನಮ್ಮ ಶರದ್ ಪವಾರ್ KVK ವಿಸಿಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಅಲ್ಲೂ ಸಹ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಟಾಲ್ಗಳನ್ನ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರು ಬಿಜಾಪುರದ ಕಡೆಯವರು. ಸೊ ಆಂಧ್ರ ಮತ್ತು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಎರಡೂ ನೈಬರ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಸ್, ಇವನ್ ಸೌತ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಆ ಕಡೆ ತಮಿಳ್ನಾಡು, ಕೇರಳ, ಪುದುಚೇರಿ, ಈ ಕಡೆ ಆಂಧ್ರ, ಇವನ್ ಮಹಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ನಮಗೆ ಪಕ್ಕ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಇವತ್ತು ಚಂಡೀಗಢ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಸ್ಟೇಟಿಂದನೂ ಸಹ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀರಾ. ಸೊ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದಾಗಲಿ. ಈ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟಪ್ಸ್ ಮತ್ತೇನು ದಯಾಕರ್ಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ವಿಶ್ವಾಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ರಿಯಲಿ ಸ್ಟ್ರಗಲ್ ಲಾಟ್. ದಯಾಕರ್ಜಿ ಇಸ್ ಎ ಗ್ರೇಟ್ ಅಚೀವ್ in the function or continuously working lot of Dayakarji. Anyway, thanks to behalf of Karnataka government, Karnataka people. So welcome to January 2025. So 23, 24, 25, you attend the Millet Mela. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir. We express our sincere gratitude for joining us today and also for all the efforts being taken up for the popularization of millets in the state of Karnataka. Sir, ನೀವು ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದು ಶೋಭೆ ತಂದಿರುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಗಳು.
Once again, thank you, sir. As we come to the end of this valedictory session and the convention, we'll now have the word of thanks. Gratitude is a small word, but that expresses a great feeling. I kindly request Dr. Sangappa, scientist IIMR, to propose the word of thanks.
A very good evening to all of you. Dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. As our madam mentioned, as we are concluding the session, but I feel that it is the beginning of the new era as new networking, collaboration, association, partnership, and all happening here because of this event. So I feel that new commitments are coming forward. So it is a new beginning. So I take this opportunity to propose vote of thanks on behalf of the organizers and also the Nutrihub and ICR Indian Institute of Millet Research. First of all, I propose thanks to the Honorable today's Chief Guest, Sri N. Chilorai Swami, Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Government of Karnataka. Sir, ನೀವು ಕಳೆದ 2 ದಿವಸದಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೀರಾ. ಸೊ ತುಂಬಾ ಖುಷಿ ಆಯಿತು. ನಾವು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್ ಜೊತೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಕಮಿಷನರ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, AB ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಸರ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಹಾಗೆ ನಿಮ್ ತುಂಬಾ ಟೀಮ್ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ನೀವು ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೀರಾ. ನಮ್ಮ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟ್ಗೂ ವಿಸಿಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ, ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎಕ್ಸಿಬಿಷನ್ಸ್ ಆಯ್ತು, ITF ಪ್ರಮೋಟ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ತುಂಬಾ ಎಫರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಾ ನೀವು. ಸೊ ನಿಮಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ವತಿಯಿಂದ, ನಮ್ಮ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ವತಿಯಿಂದ, ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ CEO Nutrihub Dr. ದಯಾಕರ್ ರಾವ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಆಲ್ ದ ಟೀಮ್ ಮೆಂಬರ್ಸ್ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಅನಂತ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಸರ್. ಸೊ ನೀವು ಬಂದಿರೋದಕ್ಕೆ ತುಂಬಾ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಸರ್. ಸರ್ ನೀವು ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ 1,000ಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ನ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿರೋದು ತುಂಬಾ ಖುಷಿ. ಸೊ ನೀವು ಇನ್ನೋವೇಷನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹಲವಾರು ಯೋಜನೆಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಬಂದಿದಾವೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಮಂಡ್ಯ ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸರ್ ನೀವು ಸಿರಿಧಾನ್ಯದ ಮೇಲೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಒತ್ತು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ, ಆರ್ಗಾನಿಕ್ ಫಾರ್ಮಿಂಗ್ ಮೇಲೆ ತುಂಬಾ ಒತ್ತು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ. ಸೊ ಸಿರಿಧಾನ್ಯದ ಮೇಲೆ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಾದೇಶಿಕ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ತುಂಬಾ ಅನುಕೂಲ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ರೈತರಿಗಾಗಿರ್ಬೋದು ಅಥವಾ FPOs ಗಾಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಇಂಥ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ಅಪ್ಸ್ ಗಾಗಿರ್ಬೋದು ತುಂಬಾ ಅನುಕೂಲ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಹೋಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಸೊ ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ನಿಮ್ ಟೀಮ್ಗೆಲ್ಲ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಸರ್. I thanks once again to the Honorable Agriculture Minister Sri N. Chelluvarayaswamy for his time and address to the gathering. So also thanks to the our ICR authority, including the Honorable Director General Dr. Himanshu Pathak sir, DDG Education Dr. R.C. Agrawal sir, and also our Crop Science DDG Dr. T.R. Sharma sir, ADG Dr. S.K. Pradhan, and our Director Dr. C. Taram Satyavati for the continuous support and also help for organizing this such mega event of the International Nutritional Convention 6.00 on millet startups as well as R&D. Sir, R.C. Agrawal sir, you have mentioned about the introduction of millets in all the educational institutes. So it is a wonderful initiative, sir, as our agriculture graduates should know first the importance of the millets, and really it is very appreciable. And you are taking forward the millets on behalf of the ICR. So I once again take this opportunity to thank you for your all the efforts and the supports, sir. So I also take this opportunity to thank Mr. Shiva Kumar, so Group Head Agri IT and ITC Limited. Sir has mentioned our association with the 2 decades. Sir, the association will continue forward, and we work in association with all the private companies who are promoting the millets. Thank you so much for your continuous effort and your presence, sir. Thank you. So I also take this opportunity to thank Mr. Rahman, Senior Director and R&D Head, South Asia Region, PepsiCo. So it is the beginning of the new era, as the big companies are investing on the millets. So PepsiCo is among one of them. So I thanks to the Mr. Rahman for your presence and as well as the address to the gathering. Thank you so much, sir. I fail my duty if I don't mention the person behind this mega event. That is none other than Dr. B. Dayakar Rao. He is the CEO, Nutrihub, Principal Scientist, as well as the today's Director in charge. Sir, you have made this successful event. So continuously we had the 6 mega events like this from the 2018 onwards, as we had declared the National Year of Millets. Since then we are organizing such a mega events, and it is one of the successful event, what I can say. So we are thinking about the beyond International Year of Millets. So you have put lot of effort to create this mega ecosystem, sir. You had the many sleepless nights also. I know that how Madam is also behind you to organize this one continuously. She is taking care of you, and you are taking care of all of us to organize this mega event. So thank you so much, sir, on behalf of the Team Nutrihub, Team IAMR, and as well as all the startups, FPOs, and all the delegates who are present here. So thank you so much, sir. So finally, I thanks to all the sponsors. So without your support or your financial contribution, the mega event would have not been successful this much. So diamond sponsors are Smart Maharashtra, Government of Karnataka, of course the minister is here, Government of Uttarakhand, and True Good. So coming to the gold sponsors, I thanks to the gold sponsors. First, APEDA. So APEDA authority is also here. Thank you, sir. SREP Telangana, Government of Telangana. So also thanks to the silver sponsors for this mega event, NABARD, Regional Office Telangana, as well as the Hyderabad, PepsiCo, Buller, Britannia, and if we miss the other sponsor like the government of Chhattisgarh, Duke, government of Telangana, as well as the other sponsors, so who have contributed immensely for the organizing such a mega event. So thank you so much to all the organizers and the sponsors for this mega event. So finally, I come to the persons who have supported us to organize this mega event. So those are none other than the team IMR and the Nutrihub. So it includes the scientists from the ICRIMR, senior scientists from the ICRIMR, and all the principal scientists who have given their valuable time and as well as involved in the reporting, rapporteur, and as well as in the team members like the group meets or in organizing such a mega event. So committee members, I specially mention the committee members of all the committees. So Nutrihub team is really wonderful. It's exceptional. So all the business managers, program managers, starting from the person who is working at the processing unit can say, or who is contributing at the Nutrihub. So I take this opportunity to thank them and also appreciate their efforts. They also had the sleepless night along with our CEO sir. So really it is very appreciable, and to organize this such an international event and that too with the many stakeholders, it's really appreciable. So once again, I take this opportunity to thank all the Nutrihub staff for their wonderful participation and commitment also. A big round of applause is really thankful to them. I also take this opportunity to thank all the startups, exhibitors, would-be entrepreneurs, or the innovative entrepreneurs, or the entrepreneurs who are shown the interest to start the new beginning in the millets. So I take this opportunity to thank them also, and also to all the academicians, starting from the IIT Kharagpur, state agriculture universities like the Telangana, US, Raichur, Bangalore, and Dharwad. The participants are from the different corners of the country, and also the representatives of all the ICR institutes located in the Hyderabad as well as from the other location. So also thanks to the Manage Hyderabad who have sent us the international delegates as a part of their training program. So it is really appreciable for them also for the new learning and beginning. So finally, I thanks each one of you for your lovely contribution and efforts to make this mega event a successful. Thank you so much, one and all. So I missed the two persons who are really active in this organizing mega event and coordinating on all of this. Sir, one is Dr. Malati and also Dr. Sri Vidya. Dr. Stanley, Dr. Malati, and Dr. Vidya, Sri Vidya also helped us a lot to organize this event. So thank you so much, madam. Thank you, madam.
As we end this convention, let's embark on the journey further for the cause of millets. So, as mentioned by Honorable Agriculture Minister of Karnataka, let us meet at the International Trade Fair on Organics and Millets at Karnataka. Thank you one and all. Good evening. Let us all stand up for the national anthem. Kindly request the audiovisual team to play the national anthem, please.
अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जय गण जय हे जय विधाता जय 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 हे